Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as fourth Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1. The beginning of the Celestial Dragon. To speak of the New World is to speak of the most treacherous sea in the entire Grand Line. No, it's more accurate to say it's the most dangerous sea area in the entire world. The ocean here is turbulent and volatile, with bizarre phenomena occurring on a daily basis. Sailing through this region is an unparalleled experience. In the New World, no matter how experienced a veteran might be, death can come at any moment. After all, everything in this place shatters the understanding of even the most seasoned navigators. Whether it's an island suspended in the sky, or a sea suddenly splitting open, or a sudden hailstorm larger than ships under a clear blue sky. In short, no matter what unimaginable event you think of, the New World can make it happen. Even if the ocean surface abruptly transforms into boiling magma that consumes everything, it's nothing out of the ordinary here. And the sea is fair in its ruthlessness. It does not discriminate, regardless of who you are: pirate, marine, adventurer, noble, or merchant, it doesn't matter. To the sea, every identity is equal, for you are all its children. Currently, in the waters near the entrance of the New World, on an unnamed island, there exists a man who has lived even after he should have died. To speak of living here is not quite accurate. It would be more appropriate to say that this man had already died once, only for his body to be taken over by a soul from another world, beginning a new journey. At this moment, on the shore of this desolate island, a youth who appeared to be in his teens stood. His body was plump, dressed in tattered clothing that still retained an air of former elegance. His pale blonde hair was long, his face imposing despite his swollen features, his skin morbidly fair. At a glance, anyone could tell that this young man was no ordinary person. He seemed like one of those idle, inept nobles, one who knew nothing of hardship or labor. A person whose life consisted of nothing but eating, drinking, and waiting for death. Indeed, this young man possessed an extraordinary background. If one were to ask whether there existed anyone in the world who, from the moment of birth to their inevitable demise, enjoyed absolute privilege and authority, whose power and wealth were unmatched, the answer would be yes. Such beings did exist. They are known as celestial dragons, referred to as the nobles of the world. To discuss the nobles of the world, we must delve into an event that occurred 800 years ago. It is said that 800 years ago, the royal families of 20 kingdoms banded together to form a new regime with the goal of establishing a new world order, the world government. Since then, this world government has ruled the entire globe for 800 years. During this period, the descendants of those 20 kings were given illustrious titles like the descendants of the Creator or the descendants of the gods. These descendants are collectively known as the celestial dragons, the true nobles of the world. The celestial dragons are the living embodiment of the world government, as it was their ancestors who established it. Moreover, the highest levels of authority in the world government have always been held by the most powerful celestial dragons. Thus, over the past 800 years, the status of the celestial dragons has been constantly elevated. Now, they enjoy privileges and powers that ordinary people can never dream of reaching. To illustrate this, let's use the simplest example: a Marine Admiral, the highest rank in the Marines, second only to the Fleet Admiral. Such a person would be regarded as a figure of great stature, influence, and power across the world. This person could authorize a buster call to condemn an entire island as criminal and erase its existence from the map. Their strength is among the top tier in this world. While they may not necessarily be the absolute strongest, they undoubtedly rank among the elite. And yet, such a figure, a Marine Admiral, in the presence of a celestial dragon, is merely a bodyguard. Yes, the celestial dragons are so exalted that whether it's the Marines, who rule the seas, or the enigmatic Cypher Pol Agents organizations, they are merely the celestial dragon's servants. Offending a celestial dragon is an offense that demands retribution at the highest level. The Marine headquarters and Cypher Pol Agents organizations must do everything in their power to maintain the dignity of the celestial dragons. That is to say, should something happen to a celestial dragon, a Marine Admiral level figure must personally intervene to clean up the mess. This world is so unreasonably structured. It is because of this absurdity that the celestial dragons have continued to elevate themselves over the past 800 years, viewing everything beneath them as mere dust. To them, only their own kind, the celestial dragons, are considered people. The rest are merely slaves. Their arrogance and disdain for others have reached such an extreme that they wear bubble hoods out of sheer self-importance, simply because they do not want to breathe the same air as the common untouchables. Though it may seem ludicrous, this custom illustrates the pride and arrogance of the celestial dragons in the most blatant manner. At this moment, the chubby youth sitting on a rock by the shore of this unnamed island was none other than a celestial dragon of the most distinguished rank. Don Quixote Claudius. What a domineering name, but the person himself is a bit of an idiot, no. The plump youth muttered as he sat on a rock, continually criticizing his predecessor. Yes, he was a member of the Don Quixote family, an authentic celestial dragon. 800 years ago, the Don Quixote family was the royal family of Dressrosa. After forming the world government, the family moved from Dressrosa to the holy land of Mary Ijos, becoming one of the 19 remaining celestial dragon families. Yes, 19. Among the 20 kings' descendants, the royal family of Alabasta, the Nefertari family, chose not to relocate to Mary Ijos, thus refraining from becoming celestial dragons. Instead, over the course of 800 years, they have come to be seen as mere provincial lords in the eyes of the celestial dragons. Nonetheless, the Nefertari family still holds a measure of respect in Mary Ijos and within the world government. In short, this chubby youth is a member of the Don Quixote family. From a familial standpoint, one could say he is the big cousin of the future pirate overlord, heavenly demon Don Quixote do Flamengo, older by a few years. As for the name Claudius, it might not mean much in this world, but Claudius knows very well that this name carries the legacy of a certain Roman emperor, a name signifying power and might. Holding a wooden stick in his hand, Don Quixote Claudius scratched out a few lines on the sand, muttering to himself, "First things first, let's get a clear picture of my current situation. To start, the first point is that this idiot of a predecessor somehow ended up eating a devil fruit. I can't change that, But at least it's a Logia type. With my excellent brain, I shouldn't be as hopeless as that idiot, right? Claudius murmured softly. Yes, his foolish predecessor, despite being a noble celestial dragon, had somehow been tricked into eating a devil fruit. While it was indeed a Logia-type fruit, it still highlighted his predecessor's sheer stupidity. Naturally, if the present Claudius possessed the same inexplicable sense of nobility as the current celestial dragons, he would rather throw a powerful devil fruit to the slaves as a toy than use it to enhance his own strength. But that's not who he is. Yes, Claudius is a far more pragmatic person. He does not subscribe to these so-called feudal beliefs. Moreover, having arrived in the world of One Piece, how could he not relish the opportunity to experience the sensation of wielding devil fruit powers and the extraordinary mysteries they entail? Thus, if his predecessor hadn't foolishly consumed a devil fruit, Claudius would still have dreamed of developing something like the thunder fruit to play with. But now it seemed that dream could no longer be realized. What a pity. The second point is that Claudius, or rather, I, am a celestial dragon. No wonder this body is so fat, bloated, and utterly wasted. It really puts a damper on my own handsome soul. Claudius shook his head helplessly and looked at his reflection in the fluctuating tide, sighing at the state of his own body. Understanding the situation of being a celestial dragon, especially a lower tier one like Claudius, is straightforward. The world government is a massive organization that has maintained world order for 800 years. It's not possible for all celestial dragons to be mindless idiots like Claudius. While all celestial dragons share the same noble bloodline, they are divided into upper and lower classes. To use the simplest analogy, consider the 5 elders, the highest power holders in the world government. The 5 elders are also celestial dragons, but they are of the highest order. Individuals like them are vastly different from the trash like Claudius. They possess sharp minds, abundant experience, and serve as the steering wheel of the world government's ship. In addition to the highest-ranking celestial dragons, there are also the middle and upper celestial dragons, those who hold leadership positions within the celestial dragon families or possess some capability of their own. These individuals can be regarded as power holders within the celestial dragon's social hierarchy, wielding some measure of authority and a more normal state of mind. Finally, there are those like Claudius, the lowest-tier celestial dragons who are mere parasites, content to eat, drink, and waste away. After examining his appearance reflected in the ebb and flow of the tide, Claudius touched his chin for a moment, finally nodding with a hint of self-satisfaction and vanity. From a foundational perspective, there's potential. If I can change this temperament and transform this body, I should be able to match this skin with my truly handsome soul. The original Claudius was a textbook example of a lower-tier celestial dragon, existing only to eat, drink, and wait for death. He lacked any awareness or motivation to take care of his physical appearance. Overindulgence and laziness had turned him into a repulsive dead fat slob. But if one were to look past these acquired factors and consider the underlying natural foundation, Claudius could indeed become quite good-looking. After all, the celestial dragons, despite their flaws, have a decent standard of aesthetics. Whenever they saw someone beautiful, they would often marry them, adding these individuals to their collection of wives. This proves, at the very least, that their aesthetic sense is not skewed. Moreover, these nobles of the world have been consuming the finest foods and enjoying the best of life for 800 years, which means their genes remain quite strong. As such, very few among them grow up to be hideously ugly. Most of their unpleasant appearances are the result of excessive indulgence and the absence of restraint. In conclusion, Claudius felt that if he could put in the effort to control this body's excessive desires, lose weight, and shake off the inherent greasiness, he should be able to transform into a handsome man. After all, his cousin, Don Quixote da Flamengo, would become quite a dashing figure in the future, at least much more attractive than most celestial dragons in Merry Ijos. In Claudius's opinion, this was largely due to Doflamengo's unique growth environment. If Doflamengo had stayed in Merry Ijos, merely existing as a celestial dragon, he probably would have ended up the same as the others, physically and mentally decayed. Lastly, the reason why Claudius, my predecessor, ended up shipwrecked and stranded on this island is clearly due to some conspiracy. After all, by all rights, I should have already been dead. Claudius murmured softly, a complicated light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 2, My predecessor was mentally deficient? As the saying goes, where there are people, there are conflicts. The same principle applies to the celestial dragons in the holy land of Merry Ijos. Celestial dragons don't bother competing with ordinary untouchables because they have no need to contend with such lowly beings. Anything they desire, they can simply take. To the celestial dragons, they are inherently superior. There is no need to fight because the untouchables wouldn't dare to oppose them. Could any low-born commoner truly dare to rob a celestial dragon? Therefore, conflicts among celestial dragons are usually restricted to their own class. Only those with equal nobility are considered their rivals. If you were to recount Don Quixote Claudius's experiences, it would sound like a bad soap opera filled with absurdity and irony. Don't let his status as a low-level celestial dragon fool you. His parents were once quite influential. They were the original heads of the Don Quixote family, making Claudius, by birthright, a true second-generation celestial dragon. But as fate would have it, life is unpredictable, and disasters strike even those who consider themselves gods. In the end, the celestial dragons are merely human, subject to the same cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Claudius's parents died 3 years ago from an incurable illness. At that time, Claudius was just 7 years old, far too young to assume his father's position as the head of the Don Quixote family. With no one to take up the mantle, control of the family fell to Doflamingo's father, Don Quixote Homing. Homing was an anomaly among the celestial dragons. He was kind-hearted and lacked the malicious intentions typical of his kind. He treated the young Claudius with genuine care, raising him like his own son over the past 3 years. If nothing unusual had occurred, Claudius would have continued to grow up under Homing's care, living a life of luxury and indulgence until adulthood, where he could simply laze about like the rest of the useless celestial dragons, enjoying all that the world had to offer. What more could a wasteful celestial dragon want? However, according to Claudius's memories, Homing had even planned to return the position of family patriarch to Claudius once he reached adulthood. If I think about it, living such an unproductive life while still enjoying everything the world has to offer. It doesn't sound half bad, does it? Claudius murmured with a wry smile. It has to be said, living such a life would indeed be quite pleasant. No need to struggle, no need to face unpleasant matters. But therein lies the problem. For some reason, there seems to be an inexplicable idealistic trait buried deep within the Don Quixote lineage, causing 1 or 2 problematic individuals to appear every so often. In Claudius's view, these people are mentally deficient, those who cannot comprehend reality. And, to make matters worse, Don Quixote Homing, the current head of the Don Quixote family, is exactly one of these individuals. Over the past year or so, perhaps due to a trip he took with his wife and children to the North Pole where he witnessed the world's true state, Homing's idealistic trait had been fully triggered. A prominent patriarch of the Holy Land, Marijos, a great man among celestial dragons, was now experiencing a sort of mental lapse. Every so often, he entertained the bizarre idea that he didn't want to be a celestial dragon anymore. He wanted to be an ordinary man living in the lower realms with the common folk. Within the celestial dragon class, such thoughts are considered outright lunacy, the very epitome of mental sickness. Worse yet, after contemplating this fantasy for a year, Homing hadn't discarded the notion. Instead, he was more convinced that this was the path he should follow. As the saying goes, longing is the furthest distance from understanding. Homing, fixated on the simple life of ordinary people, believed it to be carefree and fulfilling. He dreamt of living a life of farming and simplicity, never once considering the harsh realities of such a lifestyle. It was truly a classic example of the naive perspective of those who live above the world's struggles. After all, how could a celestial dragon, born at the pinnacle of the world, possibly understand the hardships of the common people? It was the same as if a king told a starving peasant, "Why don't you eat meat instead?" Due to this delusional fantasy, over the past year, Homing had begun making arrangements to create a fallback plan for the Don Quixote family. As the current head of the Don Quixote family, Homing did have some sense of responsibility. He wasn't planning to simply disappear and leave everything behind. Instead, he began organizing the handover of the family's power and wealth. During this process, the previously inconspicuous Claudius suddenly found himself in a very unfortunate position. Despite his status as a useless waste, Claudius was still the legitimate heir of the Don Quixote family according to both law and bloodline. And among the celestial dragons, lineage is everything. It's the fundamental basis upon which their entire power structure and class system are built. Thus, when Homing prepared to relinquish his position as head of the family, Claudius was naturally pushed into the spotlight. Homing sincerely intended to return the leadership of the Don Quixote family to Claudius. Claudius, in his former state of blissful ignorance, had no sense of the danger and eagerly accepted the arrangement, completely oblivious to the storm brewing around him. Thinking back on it now, Claudius felt utterly speechless. His predecessor was truly a naive and incompetent fool. He didn't even stop to consider that, beyond having a more legitimate bloodline, he had absolutely no qualifications to become the head of the Don Quixote family. First of all, there was his age. Was everyone else in the Don Quixote family dead? Why else would they need a 10-year-old child to become their leader? Secondly, due to his youth and the early death of his parents, Homing, being the kind-hearted simpleton that he was, had not left Claudius with any capable supporters or advisors. Thus, in terms of power and influence, Claudius had absolutely no foundation. He was just a worthless, powerless child. If Claudius had been a genius, someone who showed promise and potential, perhaps the other celestial dragons might have tolerated his leadership, albeit reluctantly, in the hopes that he could elevate the Don Quixote family to new heights in the future. But the former Claudius was a true idiot, someone who could accomplish nothing except eat, sleep, and waste away. So, what did the rest of the Don Quixote family think? With a mediocre brat like Claudius leading them, it wouldn't be long before the once prestigious Don Quixote family fell to the bottom of the 19 celestial dragon families. Thus, for the sake of both the family's honor and their own power, everyone with a shred of intelligence within the Don Quixote family secretly opposed the idea of Claudius becoming the family's head. Claudius understood this sentiment perfectly now. If it had been up to him, he wouldn't have chosen such a waste to be the head of the family either. But that idealist homing couldn't see the truth. He believed that returning the family's authority to Claudius was the rightful choice, that it was a moral duty to restore Claudius's position. And so, events unfolded one after another. First, Claudius was tricked into eating a devil fruit prepared as a mere fruit salad, no less becoming the laughingstock of the celestial dragons. This alone should have been enough, but homing's stubbornness remained unmoved, even after Claudius became a joke among his peers. This only made things harder for those rational-minded celestial dragons who didn't want to see Claudius leading the family. Forced into a corner by homing's stubbornness and Claudius's sheer ineptitude, they had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Thus, the incident leading to Claudius's shipwreck occurred. After being poisoned with a devil fruit, he was cast out to sea. Given the way things played out, Claudius, a useless waste with no special abilities, should have died. In fact, he did die in that shipwreck. The original Claudius's soul perished, making way for the rebirth of a new one. Sitting on the rocky shore of this desolate island, Claudius felt exasperated as he recalled the absurd events that had transpired in his predecessor's life. If that fool had possessed just a bit of self-awareness and didn't arrogantly believe he deserved to be the head of the Don Quixote family, he wouldn't have ended up dead at sea. He wouldn't have eaten a devil fruit, let alone become a laughingstock. But what's done is done. There was no turning back now, and Claudius could only focus on the future. Currently, he was stranded on a deserted island. Building a ship by himself was not entirely impossible, but the problem was that he had no experience with sailing, let alone navigating through the dangerous new world. Attempting to go out to sea would only lead to a quicker death. Thus, from the very beginning, Claudius had no intention of building a ship to sail away. He was left with only two choices. The first option was to do nothing, accept this damn fate, and wait here until he really died. The previous owner of this body had already chosen this path, resulting in the current situation of having a new soul occupy his lifeless shell. The second option was to find a way to survive on this island and wait for rescue. Yes, even if this was a conspiracy, Claudius was still a celestial dragon. Even if it was for appearance's sake, the Don Quixote family would definitely send people to search for and rescue him. It's just that the process might be delayed. They would likely wait until everyone was certain Claudius was dead and lost forever before making a move. But that was enough for Claudius. He believed he could survive long enough for the rescue team to arrive and bring him back to Mary Ejos. Damn it, when I get back to Mary Ejos, the first thing I'm going to do is announce that I'm quitting this nonsense of being the Don Quixote family's patriarch. Whoever wants the position can take it. Claudius cursed angrily. With his current abilities, even if he now had a different soul, it was impossible for him to immediately gain support and become the head of the Don Quixote family. Rather than struggle for a position he wasn't suited for, it was better to just give it up, change his mindset, and alter his approach. As for whether he harbored any resentment towards those who orchestrated the downfall of his predecessor, well, not really. After all, he couldn't stand his predecessor's incompetence either. Claudius was a practical person. He wouldn't take on the burdens of his predecessor's debts just because he now inhabited his body. Swearing to avenge the former owner? That's simply not going to happen. Of course, if someone tried to kill him again in the future, well, Claudius wouldn't mind dealing with those who thought they could take him lightly. Well, it's useless to think about it too much now. Let's focus on how to survive until rescue comes. Damn it, a celestial dragon stranded on a deserted island? This is just ridiculous. Claudius laughed at himself bitterly. Chapter 3, King Engine? The deserted island Claudius found himself on was, in a way, rather pleasant. Despite being located in the dangerous waters of the New World, this particular island was a spring island. The climate was mild and temperate all year round, without the extreme shifts between hot and cold. Because of this, Claudius had an easier time surviving on the island compared to what he might have faced elsewhere in the New World. At this very moment, a massive wild boar was desperately fleeing through the dense forest. Its eyes, which held little intelligence, were now brimming with raw terror. Don't let the label of pig fool you. In reality, Wild boars are formidable creatures of the wilderness. With their massive tusks, thick fur, powerful muscles, and enormous size, they often stand at the upper echelon of the food chain. Especially the wild boar currently fleeing in fear, it was no ordinary beast. This massive creature was comparable to an elephant from Claudius's previous life. Clearly, this was another mutated creature unique to the pirate world. This world was bizarre, filled with exaggerated and upgraded forms of both flora and fauna. Some animals remained similar to their counterparts from Claudius's past life, while others had evolved into something far more monstrous. For example, Sea Kings and Uchiha, the Elephant Lord, were so enormous that they defied common sense. Even humans here had their own distinct changes. Many of them were extraordinarily tall. Take Claudius's cousin, Don Quixote Doflamingo, as an example. If Doflamingo reached his full potential, he would be standing at a height of over 3 meters, a height suitable for a proper admiral, imposing and powerful. And Doflamingo's height was not even considered abnormal in this world. Many others were even taller than him. Claudius believed that if he trained well and developed properly, even though he was currently a fat, chubby kid, he wouldn't fall too far behind Doflamingo in the future. But those were all considerations for later. Right now, why was this massive wild boar running so frantically? That's because it had encountered the rampaging human brat who had been wreaking havoc on the island for the past 2 weeks, mercilessly hunting down all the top predators, like lions and tigers. Yes, Claudius was currently chasing after the wild boar, panting heavily as he ran. In just 2 weeks, his formerly rotund body had slimmed down considerably. While traces of his old greasy fat could still be seen, he now had a somewhat muscular build. The scene unfolding was indeed comical. A 10-year-old boy was relentlessly pursuing a massive wild boar that towered over him. The wild boar, instead of turning around to fight, was fleeing in terror, which was both amusing and absurd. "You stupid pig! Can't you just stop already?" Claudius gasped, cursing breathlessly as he glanced at the bloodied and battered wild boar ahead of him. After taking a few more steps and feeling himself reaching his physical limit, Claudius gradually came to a halt. He took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. In the next moment, his heartbeat began to accelerate, a deep and resonating sound spreading out from him, almost as if a drum was being pounded in the very core of his chest. Boom. 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 The intense rhythm felt as if it were echoing through the entire area around him, reverberating like the beating of war drums. Then, in the blink of an eye, Claudius moved again. But this time, his speed was several times faster than before. The tiny figure, leaving behind only a faint blur, sped through the forest, following the trail of blood on the ground. In mere moments, he caught up with the frantically running wild boar. Sensing the presence of the small human once more, the wild boar's terror only grew. It had already lost too much blood, and its strength was rapidly waning. Its pace, once full of vigor, began to slow as exhaustion set in. However, a cornered beast is always the most dangerous. Realizing that it could no longer escape, the wild boar suddenly skidded to a stop. With a surprising agility that seemed at odds with its immense size, it performed a flawless 360-degree turn, kicking up dirt and debris as it spun to face Claudius. What the hell? Since when did wild boars learn how to drift? Claudius thought, surprised by the sight. The wild boar, now using all the strength left in its body, charged at Claudius with deadly intent. Its 4 hooves thundered against the ground as it lowered its enormous, lethal tusks, aiming to skewer Claudius. A final struggle before death, huh? But it's useless. Claudius murmured, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Just as the wild boar came crashing toward him, Claudius moved again. His feet pushed off the ground as he leaped directly toward the wild boar's head. Death grip. Claudius muttered softly. In the next instant, it looked as if the massive wild boar had collided straight through Claudius's body, reducing him to nothing but mist. However, something strange happened next. The wild boar, after running a few more paces, began to stagger uncontrollably. It stumbled forward, its limbs twitching and thrashing about. It tossed its head violently, as if trying to rid itself of something. But no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't escape what was happening. Gradually, its frantic movements weakened until it finally collapsed to the ground, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. And right then, near the wild boar's nose, Claudius's figure slowly rematerialized. Yes, even though the original Claudius was a mentally retarded celestial dragon, completely incapable of even basic survival skills, his one redeeming trait was that, in his ignorance, he had eaten the devil fruit that was prepared for him in the form of a fruit salad. From that moment on, Claudius became a devil fruit user. Despite his predecessor's lack of education and inability to even comprehend the nature of his own powers, Claudius now had a remarkable ability at his disposal. This fruit was a Logia-type devil fruit, bestowing the powers of a rare gaseous element known as the nitrogen fruit. Claudius's predecessor, being an uneducated fool, didn't understand what kind of gas nitrogen was, nor did he realize the potential of his ability. As a result, he never developed it at all. Instead, he completely wasted it. But Claudius was different. Having received modern education and possessing a wealth of scientific knowledge, Claudius could grasp the potential of the nitrogen fruit immediately. Simply put, it was an ability that allowed him to manipulate nitrogen, a substance that made up a significant portion of the atmosphere, more than 78% to be exact. Being an inert gas, nitrogen had many unique properties. Of course, Claudius hadn't yet delved deeply into developing the fruit's full potential. For now, he was simply utilizing the basic effects of his Logia-type fruit, which was more than enough to dominate this small island. After all, none of the beasts here had the ability to use Haki, which meant Claudius didn't have to worry about whether he could be harmed or not. By turning into his elemental form, he could avoid all physical attacks. What's more, Claudius hadn't yet discovered any element that could restrain nitrogen. So, at least for now, he didn't have to worry about elemental weaknesses. Looking at it from one perspective, as long as no one used Haki or other special means, Claudius's current state seemed practically invincible. The way he killed the wild boar just now was a simple application of his Logia ability. There was no need for Claudius to develop complex techniques. All he had to do was grip the wild boar's nose and release his nitrogen, saturating the air around it and displacing all oxygen. Deprived of oxygen, the wild boar naturally suffocated and died. After ensuring the wild boar was truly dead, Claudius returned to his normal form. He touched his chin, glanced at the massive carcass, and smiled faintly. All things considered, my new journey hasn't started off too badly. Although the circumstances were a bit messy, I have a genuine celestial dragon identity and the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit. Now, as long as I lay a solid foundation, I should be able to make some waves in this world. And reshape my fate. Claudius muttered softly. As he spoke, Claudius drew a short sword that hung from his waist. This short sword looked somewhat like a katana from Wano Kuni, though it was much shorter, about 2/3 the length of a regular sword. Despite its simplicity, the sword's craftsmanship was excellent, exuding the aura of a master's work. The white hilt was wrapped with delicate silk threads, and the scabbard, while unassuming, was adorned with subtle patterns. This wasn't a decoration Claudius had scavenged from the Celestial Dragon's collections, rather, it was one of the 3 gift packs he had received when he first arrived in this world. That's right, as a transmigrator, how could Claudius not have a beginner's benefit? By some divine or otherworldly blessing, he had received some rewards after arriving in this world. This short sword was named Shinso, the legendary Zanpakuto wielded by Akamaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd division in the world of Shinigami. Now, it was in Claudius's hands. However, it seemed that during the transition between worlds, Shinso had been altered by the forces of this world's power, making it far less potent than it had been in the Shinigami world. Even so, it was still a rare and remarkable weapon. It retained its ability to extend and retract, but its speed was no longer the absurd 500 times the speed of sound. Through continuous testing, Claudius determined that Shinso's current maximum speed was around 3 times the speed of sound. While this was certainly impressive, it wasn't overwhelmingly fast compared to some of the terrifying abilities in this world. The speed of sound is roughly the same as that of a bullet from a musket. So Shinso's speed was only 2 to 3 times faster than a standard bullet. This meant that, while Shinso was a formidable weapon against ordinary opponents, it wouldn't have the same devastating effect on true masters. Although its power had been greatly diminished due to the world's corrections, Claudius didn't mind. An indestructible sword that could extend and retract at will was still a valuable asset. He had no intention of relying solely on the sword for combat, so he accepted its current state without complaint. After drawing Shinso from its scabbard, Claudius made a few clean, precise cuts across the enormous wild boar's hide, creating deep incisions that allowed blood to flow freely from the carcass. Bleeding the meat was essential. If the blood wasn't drained properly, the resulting stench and flavor would be absolutely revolting. Claudius had learned this lesson the hard way during his early days on the island, so now he took care to bleed the meat thoroughly, even if it meant a bit of extra effort. Shinso was the first of his 3 gifts, and the second gift Claudius found highly intriguing. It was an ability that allowed him to freely accelerate his heartbeat at will, a phenomenon he had come to know as the King Engine. Chapter 4, Looking for Claudius? The so-called King Engine. The name of this special ability originates from the world of One Punch Man. It was the signature technique of King, the so-called strongest man on Earth. Supposedly, once King activated this ability, it was as if he entered a berserk state, capable of smashing enemies to pulp with ease. In reality, the King Engine was nothing more than a gimmick. The strongest man on Earth was simply a bluffing master, Someone who survived on sheer luck, no different from the likes of God Buggy in this world. The King Engine's only real effect was its constant acceleration of the heartbeat. Yet, it was due to this ability that King was mythologized as the strongest on Earth. When Claudius first acquired this ability, he felt rather helpless. As a pragmatic individual, he couldn't help but think, isn't this just a load of crap? Couldn't he have been granted a more practical power? If push came to shove, Claudius would have been willing to give up his beautiful blonde hair and go bald if it meant getting something more useful. In the beginning, Claudius viewed the accelerated heartbeat ability as nothing more than a means of showing off. He didn't believe he could become the strongest on Earth in the pirate world through such a ridiculous technique. However, after several rounds of experimentation, Claudius discovered that this ability held more potential than he had initially thought. The constant acceleration of his heartbeat inevitably increased blood circulation throughout his body, which in turn could enhance his overall physical functions, including his hematopoietic ability. Through multiple trials, Claudius confirmed at least one thing: once he activated the King Engine and his heartbeat accelerated, he could indeed enter a sort of rampage state. It was fair to call it a berserk mode. The King Engine allowed him to temporarily boost his physical capabilities, improving strength, speed, and stamina. The burst of speed he had demonstrated while chasing the wild boar earlier was a prime example of what this ability could achieve. Of course, given his current physical limitations, this was the extent of what Claudius could do. But the potential for further development and exploration of this ability was enormous. If Claudius's body could withstand the strain, he could use the King Engine as a trump card, a sudden power surge to overwhelm enemies who were otherwise on par with him. And, if he were to add a few flashy catchphrases, like "I'm getting serious now," or "I didn't think you'd push me this far," the whole dramatic effect would be taken to another level, wouldn't it? Thus, Claudius was actually quite satisfied with the potential of the King Engine. Whether for practical combat or pure bravado, the development possibilities were endless, making it well worth further study. As for the last of his transmigrator gifts, it was an ability called Zero-Hour Mizu, seemingly originating from the world of Shakugan no Shana. Claudius didn't know much about its original context. Fortunately, there was a manual of sorts in his mind, so he was able to grasp the basics. Zero-Hour Mizu was the ability to reset time to zero. In essence, it allowed the user to restore all their energy and vitality to a reset point at 0 hour. While the concept of existence power didn't apply to this world, Claudius experimented with the ability and eventually figured out its utility. Simply put, it functioned somewhat like the creation rebirth ability from Naruto. Although it didn't rely on any special energy, it could store the user's surplus energy and physical strength within 0 hour Mizu throughout the day. When needed, the stored reserves could be released, restoring Claudius's stamina and strength to their peak levels. While it wasn't an overwhelmingly powerful skill at the moment, Claudius saw its potential for the future. It could be invaluable in prolonged battles, or for engaging in more vigorous activities. Yeah, that's right. After all, I'm still a celestial dragon, a world noble. There's no problem with marrying 10 or even 8 wives, is there? It's completely legitimate and legal. If the body can't handle it and I overtax myself, I could always open up 0 hour Mizu and... He shook his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, focusing back on the wild boar. After ensuring that the blood had drained into a small pool nearby, Claudius shifted his attention away from his fantasies. Using Shinso, he sliced off a few choice cuts of meat from the wild boar, ensuring to pick the most tender and flavorful sections. Speaking of which, it's been 2 weeks since I was killed. Right? By now, those guys should be sending a rescue team to wrap things up. After all, if I were in their shoes, I wouldn't think my previous self could survive a shipwreck alone for a full 2 weeks. As Claudius mused over these thoughts, 5 massive warships were steadily approaching the island from not too far away. On the deck of one of the enormous warships stood a middle-aged man clad in a marine coat of justice, a cigar clamped between his teeth. He wore sunglasses and kept his arms crossed, staring silently out at the vast sea. The man's short lavender hair was slightly disheveled, and his muscular frame exuded a restrained yet formidable aura. This man was none other than the current Marine Headquarters Admiral, Zephyr the Black Arm. Zephyr's life was a tragic yet tenacious one. As an admiral, he held a compassionate heart and refrained from killing pirates, earning him the nickname the Admiral Who Doesn't Kill. But it was this very mercy that allowed seeds of evil to remain. Eventually, vengeful pirates took the lives of his beloved wife and child. Devastated, Zephyr resigned as admiral and redirected his focus to training the next generation of Marines. He became an instructor at the Marine Headquarters training camp, raising many exceptional students. It could be said that most of the Marines' high-ranking officers in the later years were personally taught by him. Eventually, a series of further tragedies led Zephyr to become disillusioned with the world government and the Marines. He left to found Neo Marines, attempting to destroy the New World. His tragic yet heroic life ultimately ended at the hands of then Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. But those were stories for the future. At this point, Zephyr had yet to experience such heartbreak. He was still brimming with vigor and confidence. The task of the fleet under his command at this moment was simple yet complex: to locate the celestial dragon, Don Quixote Claudius, who had been shipwrecked in this sea more than 2 weeks ago. In truth, Zephyr had no desire to get involved in such affairs. It was clear that Claudius's delayed rescue was due to the scheming and power plays of those in Mary-Ijos. As a marine admiral, while his status might seem prestigious in the eyes of the common folk, to the elites in Mary-Ijos, he was just a useful pawn, a mere errand boy. Involvement in such matters was fraught with risk. But the problem was that the Marine headquarters only had 2 admirals at the moment. Garp adamantly refused promotion to admiral, while Sengoku had other crucial matters to attend to. However, when something happened to a celestial dragon, the highest level of authority must be mobilized to address it. So, in the end, an admiral had to be dispatched to oversee the situation. Thus, the burden of this mess fell onto Zephyr's shoulders. Just as Zephyr was lost in thought, a lazy yet youthful voice called out from behind him. "Teacher Zephyr, are you still worried about the celestial dragon?" "Honestly, I don't think there's any point. It's been 2 weeks since the shipwreck. Even if it were a powerful person, they'd have been devoured by sharks by now. And that's not to mention, we're talking about a celestial dragon. So I think this so-called rescue mission is nothing more than a political exercise, isn't it?" Hearing the voice, Zephyr turned around, glancing at the young man behind him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. This young man had joined the newly established Marine officer training camp 2 years ago. During his time as an instructor, Zephyr had discovered several promising talents, and one of them was the young man who now bore the rank of Rear Admiral on his shoulders. "Kusn. You're right, Kusn. This mission will most likely end in failure. It may be labeled a rescue mission, but it's more of a formality, a political obligation." However, Zephyr sighed and shook his head. "I'm afraid that once we return, those celestial dragon lords will shift the blame for St. Claudius's death onto us, claiming it was due to the Marine headquarters' incompetence. At that point, we'll have no recourse." Kusn, still inexperienced, looked at Zephyr with some surprise and asked, "What should we do then? They wouldn't really be that unreasonable, would they?" Zephyr chuckled softly, then said, "Hey, when you become an admiral someday and interact more with those people, you'll come to understand. Their celestial dragon masters are indeed that unreasonable." Zephyr replied, his smile fading slightly. After a brief pause, Zephyr rotated his shoulders, turning his gaze back to the horizon. "So, even if this mission is just a formality, we must do it perfectly. We can't leave any room for those lords to nitpick and blame us later. Although it's highly likely that Claudius has already perished at sea, we must proceed as if he's still alive and in need of rescue. That's the only way we can minimize any problems that may arise in the future." Kusn ran a hand through his shaggy hair, considering Zephyr's words before nodding thoughtfully. "You're right, teacher. I'm still too young to see the bigger picture. So, what's our next course of action?" Zephyr's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the vast expanse of ocean surrounding them. "There's only one deserted island in this sea area. If, and I mean if, by some miraculous 1 in 10,000 chance, Claudius is still alive, he can only be on that island. So, our priority now is to search the surface waters while heading straight to that island. Once there, we'll search thoroughly for any sign of Claudius." Kusn nodded, understanding the plan. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up at Zephyr and softly asked, "But teacher, what if that 1 in 10,000 chance actually happens? I mean, it seems like some people higher up might not want St. Claudius to return alive." "Stop right there, Kusn," Zephyr interrupted sternly, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on his disciple. After a tense pause, Zephyr's expression softened slightly. He placed a firm hand on Kusn's shoulder and spoke in a low but earnest tone, "Kusn, you're still young, and there's much you don't yet understand. But there's one thing I want you to remember, never get too involved with those celestial dragons. Maybe some people above us don't want Claudius to survive, but we only need to do our duty." He looked deeply into Kusn's eyes, as if trying to imprint the gravity of his words into his disciple's mind. "All we need to do is what's expected of us. Even if the chances are slim, if Claudius is still alive, then we must bring him back to Mary-Ijos safely. Understand?" Kusn had immense respect for his teacher, and after hearing Zephyr's heartfelt admonishment, he nodded earnestly. "I understand, teacher. I'll remember your words." "Good," Zephyr said, giving Kusn a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The veteran admiral turned back to face the sea, his gaze distant and contemplative as the fleet continued its steady approach toward the lone island. Chapter 5, The end of the sea circle calendar 1490. When the silhouette of the desert island appeared on the horizon, Admiral Zephyr and Kuzen's expressions both froze. They spotted black smoke rising from the island, a telltale sign that someone was lighting a fire. No way. Did we just stumble upon that 1 in 10,000 chance? Kuzen muttered incredulously. Zephyr's eyes narrowed thoughtfully before he gave a decisive order. It might just be what we're thinking. Quickly, tell the warship to increase speed. Couldn't it just be a lightning strike or something? I mean, the chances of lightning starting a fire are probably higher than St. Claudius being alive. Kuzen said, smacking his lips in disbelief. Whatever it is, we need to check it out. Zephyr responded, quickening his pace as he prepared to land. The warship surged ahead, closing the distance to the desert island. Meanwhile, atop the mountain on the island, Claudius sat, grilling the wild boar he had hunted. He gazed out at the ocean, scanning the horizon from his high vantage point. His eyes caught sight of several warships swiftly approaching the island. Taking a bite of the poorly cooked boar meat, Claudius let out a deep sigh and muttered to himself, finally. After all this waiting, they're coming. Have they sent someone to rescue me? Or is this just to confirm my death? But Claudius made no move to meet the ships. After all, he was a celestial dragon. There was no need for him to rush. It was their job to come to him. While it might seem arrogant, it was perfectly in line with the lofty status of a celestial dragon. So, Claudius remained where he was, calmly waiting, no longer forcing himself to eat the unappetizing boar. After all, as soon as he boarded a warship, he could expect food far better than this. The Marines' warship reached the shore, and Zephyr, along with Kuzen and a contingent of Marines, quickly disembarked. They raced up the mountain, heading toward the plume of smoke. Upon reaching the summit, Zephyr finally laid eyes on the mission's objective, an unkempt and disheveled figure sitting near the fire. But there was no mistaking it, this was indeed St. Claudius, who had been stranded after a shipwreck for the past 2 weeks. As they neared him, Zephyr slowed his pace. Though he had never met Claudius before, he had heard stories. After all, a celestial dragon who had consumed a devil fruit was bound to be well known. The rumors painted Claudius as a spoiled young man, temperamental, lacking any real ability, and incredibly difficult to deal with. Zephyr couldn't help but wonder how much anger had built up in Claudius' heart after being stranded for so long. He steeled himself, fully expecting to deal with an outburst of some sort. Approaching Claudius cautiously, Zephyr swallowed and said softly, St. Claudius, I deeply regret the hardships you faced. I'm Zephyr, an admiral of the Navy headquarters, and I personally led the fleet to rescue you. I'm relieved to see you in good health. Claudius, for his part, recognized Zephyr immediately. This was a famous figure, after all, a Marine admiral with a distinguished reputation. Seeing him in person confirmed Claudius' suspicions. When Zephyr spoke, he bowed slightly in respect. Though Marine admirals generally received some level of respect from the world government, they still couldn't avoid showing deference to the celestial dragons. However, Zephyr was not required to kneel. Rear Admiral Kuzen and the other Marines accompanying Zephyr, on the other hand, did not enjoy such privileges. Despite feeling somewhat disgruntled, Kuzen lowered his head, preparing to give a formal bow. But before they could complete the motion, Claudius spoke up. It's fine. There's no need for such formality. Zephyr and Kuzen blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. The Marine officers froze as well. However, the soldiers had already fallen to their knees, bowing in submission before the celestial dragon. Watching this scene, Claudius couldn't help but feel conflicted. While his memories told him that people often bowed and scraped before him, seeing it in reality for the first time left a different impression. These Marines, symbols of justice and strength at sea, were now groveling in front of him. It was a stark reminder of how much power the celestial dragons wielded. Claudius had no desire to indulge in such theatrics. Forcing these men, especially potential rising stars like Kuzen, to debase themselves would bring him no real benefit. He might derive some fleeting satisfaction, but it would come at the cost of resentment. A man like Kuzen was destined for greatness, likely to become a Marine admiral in the future. It was far better to show a little leniency and avoid fostering bad blood between them. Seeing the stunned expressions on Zephyr and Kuzen's faces, Claudius waved his hand dismissively. Let's not waste time. I appreciate you finding this island and rescuing me. But I've had enough of this place. I want to return to Mage immediately. Claudius' unexpected display of good temper threw Zephyr for a loop. He had braced himself for insults or worse but was met with unexpected civility instead. Still, Zephyr didn't dare question it. Nodding quickly, he replied, Of course, St. Claudius. We'll see to it that you're safely escorted back to Mage without delay. As Zephyr gave the command, the Marines swiftly prepared to set sail. Glancing around the island, Zephyr noticed the remnants of a fire, some half-cooked wild boar, and bones scattered about. It seemed the celestial dragon had truly been surviving on his own these past weeks. I get the feeling Claudius isn't like the other celestial dragons. Kuzen mused quietly. Zephyr nodded in agreement. Indeed. He's not quite what I expected. But maybe this experience humbled him. Who knows? They both shared a chuckle, Kuzen adding, yeah, maybe. Still, it's rare to meet a celestial dragon like him. I guess I was just curious. Well, enjoy it while it lasts. You'll probably never want to see a celestial dragon again after this. Zephyr said with a smile. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Claudius was soaking in a bath, finally able to relax after weeks of hardship. While he had been able to find water on the island, proper toiletries had been out of the question. Now, he was relishing the chance to finally rid himself of the grime and exhaustion. Zephyr and Kuzen. With the two of them here, I can rest easy. They'll get me back to Mage's without any issues. Claudius murmured, sinking deeper into the warm water. After a long, satisfying soak, Claudius stood up and examined himself in the mirror. I've changed a bit these past 2 weeks, he noted, poking at the fat around his stomach. Though he still carried a bit of extra weight, the time spent roughing it on the island had clearly toughened him up. He'd shed some fat, and his arms and legs now had a bit of muscle tone. Maybe with some proper training, I can finally shake off the greasy label, Claudius said to himself with a small grin. He dressed in the luxurious clothes the Marines had provided, finding them a bit loose after his weight loss. Nevertheless, they were still far more comfortable than anything he had worn on the island. Stepping out of the bathroom, Claudius noticed that every Marine he passed immediately bowed their heads in respect. He acknowledged them casually, more to prevent them from dropping to their knees than out of any real courtesy. Eventually, he arrived at his room on the ship. Despite being aboard a warship, the accommodations were surprisingly spacious and comfortable. This room's probably the result of the 2 weeks they spent preparing to rescue me, Claudius thought with a smirk. Without looking back, he called out to the Marine standing outside his door, go prepare a proper lunch for me. And invite Admiral Zephyr to join me for the meal. The Marine saluted and quickly replied, yes, Saint Claudius. I'll convey your orders immediately. Once alone, Claudius sat down and took a sip of the tea that had been prepared for him. He murmured to himself, see Circle Calendar 1490. I know a few things about what's to come, but it's best to confirm them with Zephyr. Chapter 6, Lunch with Zephyr at the end of 1490. In the Sea Circle Calendar, it was truly an interesting time. Claudius knew well that the Rocks Pirates, once the strongest pirate group ruling the seas, had fallen after the infamous God Valley incident a few years back. After Roger and Garp teamed up to take them down, Rocks, their captain, had met his end. Since then, all the big names from the Rocks Pirates had gone solo. If Claudius remembered correctly, the Big Mom Pirates had already been established, Kaido had also formed the Beasts Pirates, and Whitebeard, now in his prime, had started taking in sons. Apart from them, Golden Lion Shiki had risen to prominence. Known as the Flying Pirate, he had built a massive pirate fleet and was currently the most dominant force in the New World. Then, there were other famous pirates like Okaku, the great pirate from the Land of Flowers, and Captain John, who had amassed a vast treasure hoard. All of these notorious figures had originally been part of the Rocks Pirates before they went solo. And of course, there was the Roger Pirates, an odd bunch in comparison. While most of these large pirate crews were vying for control of the New World, the Roger Pirates were wandering the world, seemingly at random. Sometimes they appeared in the New World, and at other times, they would pop up elsewhere, leaving everyone wondering what they were really up to. However, none of this had much to do with a 10-year-old boy like Claudius. Now dressed in his celestial dragon tiger skin coat, Claudius was powerless to influence such major events. The storms of the outside world were too far away for him to care. What he needed to focus on was securing his footing when he returned to Mage's. Based on Claudius's calculations, in less than half a year, his family led by Patriarch Don Quixote Homing would likely leave for North Blue with his cousins, Doflamingo and Rosinante, in search of their so-called heaven on earth. Compared to the chaotic struggles in the seas, this event was much more pressing for Claudius. It concerned his own future. Before Homing left, Claudius needed to settle his matters with the Don Quixote family once and for all. There were two possible approaches to this. The first was to convince Homing to abandon his ridiculous dreams. Even if one were a celestial dragon, they should keep their feet on the ground. Pursuing an idealistic new world with no practical plan was bound to end in disaster. Homing would likely return crying in a year, having been rejected by the world. In the end, his wife would die of illness, his son would take his own life, and the Don Quixote family would be brought to ruin. The celestial dragon family, once living in luxury, would turn into a tragic mess because of Homing's delusions. But this option was difficult. While Homing was a bit naive and had treated Claudius well, their relationship wasn't close enough for Claudius to persuade him. Homing was, frankly, a fool with a heart full of good intentions but a head full of nonsense. Claudius had never tried to form a deeper bond with him, viewing him as nothing more than a misguided dreamer. Their relationship was so distant that it took Homing 2 weeks to even realize that Claudius had been involved in a shipwreck. That alone showed how little Homing cared for him. Moreover, other members of the Don Quixote family had tried to dissuade Homing from his plans, but he ignored them all. Claudius doubted a 10-year-old like himself would have any better luck. So, the first option was off the table. The second option was simpler. The reason Claudius was being targeted by the family was because when Homing left, Claudius was likely to be pushed into the position of family head. Given his young age, lack of power, and personality, the more astute members of the Don Quixote family naturally didn't want him to take the reins. Hence, they were plotting against him. If Claudius could resolve the underlying issues and remove himself from the equation, he believed that the family would stop targeting him. After all, there weren't that many celestial dragons left, and infighting wasn't in anyone's best interest. With these thoughts in mind, Claudius made up his mind. Once he returned to Marejos, he would sever his ties with the Don Quixote family and avoid the power struggles that came with leadership. Just as Claudius was pondering these matters while enjoying a dessert, a knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. Looking towards the door, Claudius called out softly, "Come in." Zephyr, who had been waiting outside, took a deep breath before opening the door. As he entered, he saw Claudius, already seated at a luxurious dining table, enjoying his snacks. Zephyr hadn't expected the celestial dragon to already be indulging in dessert before their meal, but considering it from the perspective of a celestial dragon, perhaps it was their way of showing hospitality. Still, Zephyr wasn't here to curry favor. He wasn't that kind of person. He also knew that Claudius's situation wasn't great. "Saint Claudius, thank you for your invitation," Zephyr said, bowing slightly. Claudius smiled and waved his hand. "Zephyr, you are my savior. I've already told you, you don't need to salute me." Zephyr was surprised for a moment but gladly accepted. Constantly bowing was tiresome, after all. So, he smiled and replied, "Thank you, Saint Claudius. Please, sit." Claudius gestured with a wave. Zephyr nodded and, without too much formality, sat across from Claudius. The two chatted casually for a while, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Through this small talk, Zephyr found himself surprised. This celestial dragon, though only 10 years old, spoke with a maturity beyond his years. He seemed vastly different from the spoiled image most celestial dragons had. As a seasoned admiral who had seen many types of people, Zephyr had a keen eye for reading others. He quickly realized that Claudius wasn't faking this maturity. He wasn't pretending to be kind or reasonable, it seemed to genuinely be his character. This was a pleasant surprise for Zephyr. He had expected a troublesome, arrogant brat. Instead, Claudius was thoughtful and easy to talk to. The more they conversed, the more comfortable Zephyr felt, to the point where the atmosphere lightened considerably, even drawing out Zephyr's hearty laughter at times. "By the way, Zephyr," Claudius said between bites of his meal, looking up at Zephyr. Zephyr took a sip of the red wine that had been prepared for him and asked, "Yes, Saint Claudius? What can I do for you?" Claudius smiled and said, "I told you before, there's no need for formalities. I just have a question. You're an admiral of the Navy, so you must know a lot about the world stories, right? I've always been curious about the sea. Unfortunately, my recent journey ended in disaster, but my interest hasn't faded." After a pause, Claudius added, "If it's not too much trouble, could you share with me some interesting stories about the world today? Or perhaps tell me about any notable figures?" Zephyr chuckled. "If you're interested in hearing an old sailor's tales, I'd be happy to oblige, Saint Claudius." As Claudius listened attentively, occasionally interrupting with questions, Zephyr patiently explained the current state of the world. By the end of the conversation, Claudius had gained a much deeper understanding of the world outside Marejos. While chaos reigned in the New World, the Marines and the world government still maintained control over the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Fascinating. Claudius mused. The world is so vast. It seems I've been living in ignorance up in Marejos. There's so much out there. Zephyr found Claudius's words sincere, which only added to his intrigue about the celestial dragon. Most of the celestial dragons he had met were either arrogant or oblivious to the world, but Claudius seemed genuinely interested in learning more. "If you ever get the chance, Saint Claudius, you should visit the Four Seas. Unlike the New World, the seas there are more stable, and the danger is far less," Zephyr suggested. Claudius nodded. Yes, it would be good to see more of the world. After a brief pause, he added, "But, no matter where one goes, there's always some risk, isn't there? Even in Mary-Ejo's." Hearing this, Zephyr narrowed his eyes slightly but didn't immediately respond. Claudius smiled and continued, "I've heard that you, Zephyr, are passionate about training young Marines. In fact, you were involved in establishing the Marine Officer Training Camp a couple of years ago, right?" Zephyr was slightly surprised that Claudius knew about his background, but he quickly brushed it off. After all, it wasn't exactly a secret. Nodding, he replied, "Yes, I was fortunate enough to help set it up." "In that case, you must have some ideas on how to train young people," Claudius said. "If possible, I'd like to learn from you, Zephyr. After all, from this experience, I've come to realize that even a celestial dragon like me can't always rely on status alone for safety. In the end, the only one you can truly rely on is yourself." Claudius spoke softly, his tone sincere. Chapter 7, Does a Celestial Dragon Need a Reason to Kill? As soon as Claudius's voice fell, Zephyr remained silent for a while. Even though Claudius had spoken in a calm and polite tone, the fact remained that he was still a celestial dragon. When someone like him made a request, no matter how nicely it was phrased, it left Zephyr in a difficult position. Refusing would be no easy matter. At the same time, Zephyr had his own challenges to consider. As a Marine Admiral, he couldn't just dedicate himself to Claudius full-time. From the way Claudius had spoken, it almost sounded like he was asking Zephyr to take him on as a disciple. Becoming the first Marine to take on a celestial dragon as a student? That would certainly be a first. Zephyr had never heard of such a thing happening before. Plus, he wasn't eager to get involved in the complexities of Mary-Ejo's, which made the situation rather awkward. If Claudius knew what was going through Zephyr's mind, he might have laughed. Not only was Claudius not asking to formally become Zephyr's disciple, but even if he had been, it wouldn't have been all that outrageous. If anything, Zephyr should learn from his colleague, Sengoku. In a few years, Sengoku wouldn't just accept a celestial dragon into his ranks, he'd go as far as adopting his little cousin, Rosenet, as his own son. Now that's what you call open-minded. But noticing the uncomfortable look on Zephyr's face, Claudius realized that the Admiral was overthinking things, probably assuming that Claudius wanted to recruit him as some kind of personal backer or bodyguard. So, Claudius smiled and clarified, "Admiral Zephyr, I believe there's been some misunderstanding. I don't expect you to stay in Mary-Ejo's and personally guide me step by step. What I'm asking for is far simpler. I just need learning materials and the benefit of your experience." He paused before adding, "I know that as an admiral, you're busy with your duties, and I wouldn't want to impose on you too much. But I'll have a lot of time once I return to Mary-Ejo's, and I don't want to waste it. That's why I hope you can share your knowledge with me before then." Hearing this, Zephyr visibly relaxed. With a lighter tone, he responded quickly, "Thank you for being so understanding, Saint Claudius. As you said, I cannot stay by your side all the time, but if it's just providing information and sharing my experiences, I'd be more than happy to help. Once we arrive in Mary-Ejo's, I'll make sure to prepare everything for you." Claudius smiled, satisfied with the answer. That was all he needed. Mary-Ejo's was full of skilled individuals, even among the slaves, and the hidden masters in the Cypher Pol Agents organizations were formidable as well. If Claudius wanted to learn and grow stronger, finding teachers wouldn't be difficult. However, he understood that building a solid foundation was key. No matter how skilled someone was, without a proper base, it would be impossible to make progress. Without laying the groundwork, how could he expect to grow stronger? Across the world of pirates, Zephyr might not be the strongest in terms of sheer combat prowess. However, when it came to training future talents and laying solid foundations, few could rival him. As a celestial dragon who wasn't willing to waste his resources, Claudius had made a smart decision in seeking Zephyr's expertise. Many people would love the opportunity to learn from Zephyr, but such a privilege was rare and hard to come by. Being a Marine Admiral, Zephyr's time and attention weren't something just anyone could demand. But Claudius, as a celestial dragon, stood at the very top of the world's hierarchy. Even so, he was careful not to take such a valuable resource for granted. After all, if he was going to lay a foundation, it needed to be the best. Zephyr, for his part, seemed relieved to avoid getting tangled up too deeply with Mary-Ejo's politics. He could see that Claudius was straightforward and not the type to drag others into unnecessary trouble. Feeling a little guilty for his earlier hesitation, Zephyr added, "Though I'm quite busy, if there's ever something you don't understand, I'd be more than happy to come and teach you personally." His offer was clear. While Zephyr couldn't stay by Claudius's side all the time, he was willing to make occasional trips to Mary-Ejo's to offer guidance if needed. This was a gesture of goodwill, a way to show that he valued Claudius's potential. From what Zephyr had seen, Claudius wasn't like the typical celestial dragons he had encountered. Perhaps this young man had the potential to accomplish something significant in the future. Claudius smiled warmly. That's excellent news. I'll be sure to rely on your help then, Zephyr. With that settled, their conversation shifted to the basics of training. Zephyr explained the principles behind strength training, and Claudius eagerly soaked up the knowledge. Although the exercises Zephyr described, push-ups, running, and weight training, sounded simple, there were countless techniques to optimize them. Zephyr was pleased to see that Claudius was so receptive to learning. His natural inclination as a teacher took over, and he gradually became more enthusiastic about sharing his knowledge. Over the next few days, Claudius didn't even need to summon Zephyr. With little to occupy his time on the sea, Zephyr voluntarily sought Claudius out every morning. He would wake Claudius early and take him to the deck for training, giving him hands-on guidance. As Claudius trained, Zephyr would sit nearby, compiling all the training materials Claudius would need once he returned to Mareijos. That way, Claudius could continue his training independently. Once Claudius had laid a solid foundation, Zephyr planned to summarize more advanced techniques for him. Before long, the warship was approaching the red line. From the deck, one could already see the endless crimson cliffs rising from the horizon. Claudius, with a towel around his neck, stood shirtless on the deck. Under Zephyr's guidance, a few days of regular exercise had started to show results. His body had lost most of its excess fat, and though he wasn't muscular yet, the lazy, weak core he once had was gone. Now, at least, he looked like a young man with energy and drive. We'll reach Mareijos soon, right? Claudius asked quietly, his gaze fixed on the towering cliffs of the red line in the distance. It wasn't Zephyr who answered, but Kusagakure, who had taken an interest in Claudius. Yes, Saint Claudius. At this speed, we should reach Mareijos in no time, Kusagakure said with a grin, standing not far behind him. Good. Claudius replied with a smile. As much as I've enjoyed these past few days, there are things I need to take care of in Mareijos. Only after that will I be able to rest easy. As the warship slowly pulled into port, a large contingent of Mareijos servants had already gathered to welcome Claudius. The moment the ship docked, a sharp-faced man who looked like a butler hurriedly led a group of servants. They rolled out a fresh, bright red carpet from the dock all the way to the bubble elevator. Armored guards lined up on both sides of the carpet, seemingly acting as an honor guard. Claudius stood on the deck, watching the scene below with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Humphrey, quite the display. Where was all this effort before? He muttered under his breath. Kusagakure, seeing the extravagant display for the first time, couldn't help but be surprised. Though he was aware of the status and privilege of the celestial dragons, seeing it in person where even something as simple as disembarking from a ship required this much fanfare was something else. Zephyr, who had interacted with the celestial dragons several times before, was unfazed. Once the gangway was in place, Claudius reached out and grabbed a shotgun handed to him by a marine. Then, without hesitation, he led the way off the ship. The sharp-faced butler rushed forward to greet him the moment he saw Claudius. Though Claudius's appearance had changed significantly, the butler, Mendel, recognized him instantly, having served him for years. As soon as Claudius set foot on the red carpet, Mendel dropped to his knees and groveled, "Welcome back, Saint Claudius. I've missed you dearly these past few days. It's been agony not being able to serve you." Claudius glanced down at the butler with a look of disgust, speaking softly, "Really? I would have thought you'd be too busy enjoying the rewards from selling me out to feel any guilt, Mendel." At those words, Mendel's whole body trembled. He raised his head in a panic, trying to stammer a response. "Why, Your Highness? Shut up. I don't want to hear a single word from your filthy mouth." Claudius's voice was filled with cold disdain. Without a moment's hesitation, Claudius raised the shotgun in his hand and aimed it at Mendel's head. He didn't need evidence to confirm that Mendel had been complicit in betraying him and sending him off on that ill-fated voyage to the New World. The conclusion was obvious from his memories. This butler had seen him as nothing more than a fool, an easy target to manipulate. And since Claudius didn't need evidence, he saw no reason to let the man live. Without waiting another second, he pulled the trigger. Boom. The sound of the gunshot echoed through the port. Blood sprayed into the air as Mendel's head exploded, and his lifeless body collapsed onto the bright red carpet. Claudius tossed the still smoking shotgun onto the carpet without so much as a glance at the butler's corpse, and calmly walked forward as if nothing had happened. After all, for a celestial dragon, killing someone like that wasn't out of the ordinary. He didn't need a reason. This was the privilege of being a celestial dragon, absolute power over life and death. Watching Claudius's back as he walked away, Kusagakure couldn't help but murmur, "Now I've finally seen the true nature of a celestial dragon." Zephyr, standing next to him, glanced at the body on the ground before shaking his head. No matter how approachable he may seem, in the end, If something displeases him, a life can be taken just like that. You're right, this is more like the celestial dragons I remember. Chapter 8, Mary Ijo's is vast. At this moment, Claudius was strolling through the social square of Pangaea Castle. This square was primarily used for hosting emissaries from various nations and served as a place of interaction during the World Summit, held every 4 years. It was where the royal families from across the globe gathered to communicate with one another. After passing through Pangaea Castle, one would see an imposing high wall. This high wall faced the main entrance of the castle and was guarded by heavily armed soldiers. The gate in this wall was called the Gate of the Celestial Dragons. Once you passed through the gate, you've entered the sacred residence of the Celestial Dragons in Mary Ijo's, also referred to as the Land of the Gods. This area was strictly off-limits to anyone except Celestial Dragons, their slaves, and their immediate families. It was often regarded as the heart of Mary Ijo's and was sometimes called the House of God. Within this divine abode, all kinds of facilities were available, top-tier hospitals, world-class opera houses, and even a coliseum where slaves fought for the amusement of the nobles. Essentially, one could live here for an entire year without ever feeling the need to leave. Has Zephyr ever visited the House of God? Claudius asked with a casual smile as they walked. Zephyr shook his head and replied, I've been to Mary Ijo's many times, but I've never set foot in the House of God. It's a place reserved for you celestial dragons. Only those summoned by you can enter. Most of us don't have that privilege. Ha ha, God's own land? That's the first time I've heard it called that. Claudius laughed heartily. After a short pause, he added, God or not, it's all just talk. If we were truly gods, I wouldn't have nearly died out there in the New World. But since Zephyr has never been inside, how about you come visit my home now? I really appreciate all the care you've shown me during this time. Zephyr was surprised. He had assumed his duty would end once Claudius was safely delivered to Mary Ijo's, but with this personal invitation from a celestial dragon, it would be impolite to decline. Nodding, he said, since you've extended the invitation, it would be an honor to see it with my own eyes. As they approached the gate, the guard stationed there looked uncertain at first, recognizing Claudius but hesitant to confirm his identity. Then, one of the servants trailing the group shouted, Saint Claudius has returned. Open the gate. Immediately, the guards verified Claudius's identity, and the gate swung open. No one dared stop Zephyr or Kuzen from entering alongside Claudius. Led by Claudius, Zephyr and Kuzen entered the House of God for the first time. As they walked, they took in the opulent surroundings, a testament to the wealth and privilege that came with being a celestial dragon. After a brief journey, they finally arrived at Claudius's palace. Despite Claudius's youth, the palace he lived in was massive. It was originally the residence of the Don Quixote family patriarch. When Homing became the head of the family, he didn't move in, nor did he relocate Claudius to another home. So, Claudius had always lived here, and for now, he had no plans to move out. Go inform the house officer to send me a new butler. Claudius instructed an attendant nearby. The attendant quickly nodded and left to carry out the order. Once seated in the grand living room, Claudius, Zephyr, and Kuzen began to chat. Just as Claudius was curious about the outside world, Zephyr and Kuzen couldn't help but be intrigued by the inner workings of the celestial dragons' lives. Though they wouldn't openly admit it, the luxury and mystery of the House of God sparked their curiosity. Their conversation flowed easily, and after a while, Zephyr handed over his Dendenmushi contact number to one of Claudius's attendants. This way, Claudius could reach out whenever he had questions or needed advice. Zephyr also handed over the basic training methods he had compiled during the journey, ensuring that Claudius could continue his exercises after returning to Mary Ijo's. With that, Zephyr and Kuzen prepared to take their leave. Are you sure you don't want to stay for dinner? I'm not exaggerating, our food here is truly excellent. Claudius said with a smile. Zephyr waved his hand and declined politely. No, thank you, Saint Claudius. After your long journey, you must be tired. Get some rest, and we'll be on our way. Just then, an attendant walked in respectfully and announced, Your Highness, Saint Homing and Saint Doflamingo have come to visit you. Claudius smiled. It seems dinner will have to wait. Zephyr, Kuzen, we'll catch up another time. Zephyr nodded. We'll let you get back to your family matters. Claudius gestured toward another attendant and instructed, Escort Zephyr and Kuzen out through the side door. I'd rather they not run into my troublesome cousin. Things might get awkward. I consider these two my esteemed guests, so make sure nothing goes wrong. Understood? Yes, Saint Claudius. The attendant responded promptly. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness. Zephyr said, grateful for the considerate gesture. With that, Zephyr and Kuzen quietly exited through the side door, led by the attendant. Not long after, a commotion could be heard at the front entrance, making its way into Claudius's ears. You idiots. My cousin's been missing for 2 weeks, and none of you thought to report it to my father? A young boy with short blonde hair, wearing small orange sunglasses and dressed in lavish clothes, marched into the living room, berating the attendants as he entered with an air of arrogance. Trailing behind him was a middle-aged man with a kindly face, smiling warmly. There was no mistaking them. The first was Claudius's cousin, Don Quixote da Flamengo, and the second was Patriarch Homing of the Don Quixote family. Da Flamengo, even as a young boy, was already domineering. Given that Claudius's former self had also been an arrogant troublemaker, it wasn't surprising that the two cousins had been thick as thieves, causing havoc wherever they went. They had been quite close. Cousin. I'm so glad you're all right. If something had happened to you, I wouldn't have anyone to play with. Rosinante is no fun at all, he's always getting in my way. You treat me better. Da Flamengo shouted excitedly as he rushed toward Claudius. Watching the scene, Claudius felt a bit exasperated. Every time Da Flamengo called him cousin, Claudius had the urge to call him something far less polite. He couldn't help but think to himself, my predecessor was really a fool to be so close to you. Rosinante may be a bit shy, but he's a genuinely good person. You, on the other hand, are a brat with no trace of your parents' kindness. Claudius, are you alright? You've lost weight. You must have suffered out there, huh? I've already had plenty of supplements sent over to help you recover. Homing said with a gentle smile. Judging by his expression, Claudius realized that Homing still had no idea what had truly happened, probably thinking it was nothing more than an unfortunate shipwreck. Claudius didn't want to drag things out or bring up past grievances, so he smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Homing." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Claudius quickly grew tired of talking to Homing, whose unrealistic ideals grated on him. Meanwhile, Da Flamengo kept boasting about his recent exploits, including a new slave he'd acquired, a captain, no less, whom he wanted Claudius to watch fight in the Colosseum. Claudius could only groan internally. I'm glad you made it back safely. Homing said, his tone turning serious. There's something I want to tell you. I've made up my mind to leave Mary Ejo's. Regarding the Don Quixote family, your father and I. Before he could finish, Claudius interrupted him. Uncle Homing, I have no intention of becoming the head of the Don Quixote family. Claudius said flatly. Homing was taken aback. What are you saying? You're the most legitimate heir to the Don Quixote family. I think being the patriarch is too much work and no fun at all. I'd rather leave it to someone else. Claudius said, playing the role of a capricious child. He rambled off a string of excuses, but the message was clear, I won't be the patriarch. Homing, ever the simple and kind-hearted man, finally sighed and relented. If that's how you feel. Well, there were some who opposed the idea anyway. I'll give the position to Lancelot instead. Great. That works for me. Claudius replied quickly. Don Quixote Lancelot was a much more competent and clever individual than Homing, at least in Claudius's eyes. If the Don Quixote family were to be handed over to Lancelot, perhaps the family could thrive in the future. And if that were the case, Claudius could still benefit from it without the burdens of leadership. Da Flamengo, however, didn't seem pleased. Why do we have to go live down in the lower realms? I don't want to live among those filthy commoners. He muttered, his tone full of disdain. Homing, ever the optimist, smiled warmly at his son and said, Daffy, living with your mother, father, and younger brother will be a wonderful experience. Trust me, it'll be interesting. For now, Da Flamengo fell silent. He was still too young to fully understand what was in store for him. At this age, he still believed his father's words and thought that living in the lower realms wouldn't be all that different from life in Mary Ejo's. Little did he know, his time in the lower realms would expose him to the harsh realities of the world's struggles and suffering that would shape the monster he would later become. After a few more exchanges, Da Flamengo insisted that Claudius join him in watching the slave fights at the Colosseum in a few days. Apparently, he had acquired a fresh batch of slaves, including a captain, and was eager to show them off. Claudius, tired of his cousin's antics, agreed just to get through the conversation. Well, I'm glad you made it back safely. Homing said, smiling softly. There's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Claudius, not interested in rehashing the past, waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Homing, I really don't care about all that. Let's leave it at that. After sending away the naive and sweet Homing, Claudius finally felt a sense of relief. Now that I've declined the role of family head and Lancelot's likely to take over, I shouldn't have to worry about internal threats anymore. Claudius murmured to himself. That should settle most of the mess in Mary Ejo's. After thinking for a moment, Claudius raised his voice and spoke to the empty room. Bring me the best world map you can find and hang it right there on that wall. His voice had barely finished echoing when an attendant standing outside the door quickly responded, "Yes, Saint Claudius." Chapter 9, The Luxury of Celestial Dragons. The palace where Claudius resided was one of the finest in the House of God. Especially now that Claudius had been reborn with a new sense of taste, his life had taken on an air of refined luxury. He was no longer the wasteful celestial dragon he had once been. In the center of the hall stood a table carved from the finest mahogany, upon which rested an intricately designed dragon-shaped incense burner. A single stick of incense burned slowly within, releasing a faint fragrance that filled the entire room, calming the mind and soothing the soul. This single stick of incense could burn for a full day and was worth a staggering 20 million Bailey. Nearby, a tea set sat on the table, simple in appearance but steeped in extravagance. The tea itself was of the highest quality, specially picked from the Kano country. Brewed from the most tender leaves, just one sip left a lingering fragrance in the mouth. Even when set beside the incense, the subtle scent of tea could still be detected. Beside the table was a rattan rocking chair with a velvet cushion. Claudius lounged half reclined in the chair, holding a history book in his hands, a rare and valuable volume that recorded knowledge lost to most of the world. Even if it were placed in the famed Tree of Knowledge on Ohara Island, it would be considered a treasure. Yet, Claudius handled the book with indifference. Whenever he found something interesting, he simply folded the page's corner as a marker. Had he a pen, he might have even scribbled notes directly in the ancient tome. To a scholar, his careless treatment of such a precious artifact would have been blasphemy. But after a while, Claudius lost interest. He closed the book with a sigh, shaking his head in disappointment. It's all surface-level stuff lacking any real depth. It seems the history of this world is tightly controlled by the world government. Even as a celestial dragon, I can't easily delve into the truths of the past. He tossed the priceless book casually onto the table and picked up a cup of tea, taking a slow sip. Claudius had once thought that, as a celestial dragon, he would have no trouble uncovering the mysteries from 800 years ago, the secrets buried deep within the pirate world. However, he had clearly underestimated the world government's stranglehold on such knowledge. For the past month or so, Claudius had dedicated himself to self-improvement. Every morning, he followed the foundation-building exercises Zephyr had taught him. In the afternoons, he practiced mastering his devil fruit powers, and in the evenings, he immersed himself in reading. Despite all his efforts, Claudius had found little to no answers regarding the world's ancient mysteries. It seemed even the lower-ranking celestial dragons, like him, were kept far from the hidden truths of the past. By now, it had been more than a month since Zephyr had rescued him from the New World. Just as Claudius had predicted, after Homing announced that Claudius would not be taking over as the head of the Don Quixote family, all internal strife had disappeared. In fact, the number of servants around Claudius had mysteriously dwindled. Of course, it wasn't because Claudius had gone on a revenge spree, executing them all. Rather, they had simply vanished, presumably killed off. Claudius had a strong suspicion that Lancelot, the new head of the family, was behind it. It wasn't hard to understand. Lancelot had never intended to kill Claudius. He wasn't a bloodthirsty man. The earlier attempts to remove Claudius from the family's affairs were purely out of necessity for the Don Quixote family's future. But now that Claudius had willingly stepped aside and posed no threat, there was no reason for Lancelot to continue targeting him. On the contrary, Lancelot had even gone out of his way to make amends. Over the past month, he had sent gifts to Claudius every few days, everything from luxury items to personal trainers when he heard that Claudius had started exercising. Claudius accepted the gifts without complaint. After all, there was no point in holding grudges for his predecessor's foolish mistakes. In fact, Claudius had come to view Lancelot in a favorable light. After observing him over the past month and reflecting on past events, Claudius realized that Lancelot was a smart, calculated man. He wasn't as ruthless as many other celestial dragons. Claudius had even heard rumors that Lancelot occasionally freed slaves, a rare act of kindness among the nobility. Ultimately, Claudius had no lingering ill will toward Lancelot. The man was simply doing what was necessary to secure the family's future. In return, Lancelot had compensated Claudius well, and their earlier conflicts had faded into distant memories, buried alongside the servants who had once conspired against him. Claudius didn't see any need to dig up the past. He was more than content to let things remain as they were. Setting down his tea, Claudius rose from the rocking chair. He reached over and lightly shook a small bell sitting on the table, its chime echoing softly through the room. Moments later, a beautiful maid in a black and white uniform entered the room, her head bowed respectfully. Her delicate face and graceful figure made her seem almost unreal. In a soft voice, she asked, "Saint Claudius, what are your orders?" Claudius smiled at her and asked casually, "Has Daffy come by today?" Recently, Doflamingo had made a habit of visiting Claudius regularly, dragging him along for all sorts of mischief. Claudius had often dismissed his cousin's invitations, using the excuse that he was still recovering from his ordeal. Today, Claudius found it strange that Doflamingo hadn't shown up to bother him. "No, Saint Doflamingo didn't visit today," the maid replied quickly. "I believe he had a disagreement with Saint Homing earlier." "Ah, I see. That's not too surprising." Claudius nodded thoughtfully. Doflamingo was certainly the odd one out in his family. His father, Homing, was a kind and simple man, too kind, in fact. His mother was similar, and his younger brother, Rosinante, was the perfect image of a noble, a complete contrast to Doflamingo's violent and cruel nature. It wasn't unusual for Doflamingo to butt heads with his father, especially since he regularly did things that Homing disapproved of. Unlike his family, Doflamingo was notorious for his sadistic tendencies. He enjoyed tormenting slaves, making them fight to the death in the Colosseum, and often found creative ways to torture anyone who crossed him, including his own servants. No wonder he preferred Claudius's company. In Doflamingo's mind, his cousin was just as cruel and twisted as he was. Noticing that Claudius seemed in a good mood, the maid gathered her courage and spoke again. "Your Highness, won't you be going for a walk today?" Claudius looked at her in surprise. It wasn't often that a maid would dare make such a suggestion. Her boldness stood out, something that was incredibly rare among celestial dragon servants, who usually acted more like mindless automatons than people. This particular maid had only recently been assigned to Claudius after he shot his former butler at the harbor. Understandably, she had been terrified at first, knowing the reputation of Saint Claudius. The rumors surrounding him, his tyranny, his unpredictability had made her fear for her life. But over the past month, her perception had changed drastically. Claudius wasn't the brutal figure the rumors made him out to be. He wasn't tyrannical, and he wasn't a lazy waste like most of the celestial dragons. If anything, he seemed approachable. His demeanor didn't exude the usual arrogance of the nobility. She had begun to see him as a much more reasonable master than she had expected. It was perhaps because of this growing familiarity that she had dared to ask such a question. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them, fearing that she had overstepped her boundaries. Claudius, however, found her boldness refreshing. He smiled at her. "Naya, don't be so scared. I'm not going to bite you. As for taking a walk..." He glanced out the window at the sky, then shook his head. "No, I think I'll stay in today. Maybe another time." The maid, Naya, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Though Claudius had declined her suggestion, she felt a sense of accomplishment, like the distance between her and her master had shrunk ever so slightly. "From tomorrow, stop bringing me these history books. Instead, I want books about the customs and cultures of other countries. That's where my interest lies now," Claudius said with a smile. "Yes, Your Highness, I will follow your orders," Naya replied quickly, bowing respectfully. Chapter 10, People Who Have No Worries Must Have Foresight. Early in the morning, with the assistance of the palace maids, Claudius completed his morning routine of washing and dressing. He didn't wear the iconic white robe of the celestial dragons, nor did he wear the customary bubble helmet that most of them use to protect themselves from the filthy air of commoners. Instead, he opted for simple, practical clothes that allowed for easy movement. At the moment, Claudius was performing basic exercises in his vast courtyard. To the people of Mary Ejos, Claudius's behavior seemed odd, and though there were whispers about him, nobody took it too seriously. Why? Well, it was simply a part of the reputation the Don Quixote family had earned over the centuries. Among the celestial dragons, the Don Quixote family was considered a bit eccentric. For over 800 years, they had consistently produced individuals who, in the eyes of other celestial dragons, seemed a bit unhinged. Take, for example, his uncle Homing, who was preparing to move to North Blue. Then there was Lancelot, who pardoned slaves as if it were a casual gesture. Now, Claudius was counted among these oddities because of his new lifestyle. So, when Claudius chose not to wear the typical holy robes, refused to don a bubble helmet, and instead spent his time in physical training, other celestial dragons dismissed it as just another odd quirk of the Don Quixote family. At most, they might gossip about him during idle conversations over meals. Claudius himself couldn't care less. He wasn't the type to leave his estate unless absolutely necessary, and he wasn't concerned with the rumors. Let people say what they wanted. As a celestial dragon, and a member of the Don Quixote family no less, as long as he didn't cross any major lines, no one would interfere with whatever nonsense he decided to indulge in. After completing a set of exercises based on the instructions left by Zephyr, Claudius wiped the sweat from his brow. His training had left him feeling refreshed but slightly fatigued. As he caught his breath, Naya, the maid who had recently become more familiar with Claudius, approached with a stack of freshly laundered towels, fragrant and soft. Over the past few days, Naya had noticed significant changes in her interactions with Claudius. Not only did he seem to genuinely appreciate her presence, but he even joked with her occasionally. Perhaps the most notable change was that Claudius had allowed her to sit and eat with him during meals, a privilege that made the other servants extremely envious. Naya came to understand his temperament and now felt far more at ease around him, replacing her initial fear with a sense of camaraderie. "Your Highness," Naya said gently, watching Claudius wipe his sweat, "I've heard that it's possible to overdo the foundation training. If you push yourself too hard, it might actually harm your body. The tea I prepared is warm and ready for you. Why don't you take a break before continuing?" Had it been a few days earlier, Naya wouldn't have dared to make such a suggestion. But now, she spoke with ease, knowing that Claudius would take her words in stride. Claudius chuckled and threw the towel back to her. "Is that so? Well, if you say so, I'll rest for a bit." He knew his own limits. Over the past few days, he had been studying his devil fruit abilities alongside his physical training. While his stamina was bolstered by the regenerative effects of his fruit, he wasn't in any rush. He was content to progress slowly and steadily, building his foundation step by step. He sat down at a small table in the courtyard, taking a few sips of the warm tea Naya had prepared. In the world of pirates, people often believe that sheer hard work alone could move mountains and part seas. But the truth was more nuanced. Hard work was essential, yes, but talent was just as important. And on top of that, material resources played a crucial role. Claudius had no shortage of talent. Ever since he had awakened to his new life, he had been diligent in honing his skills. As for material resources, well, as a celestial dragon, those were practically endless. Wealth and influence were at his disposal without him even needing to ask. And those in Mary-Ejos who sought favor with him would scramble to shower him with gifts and assistance. In his experience, achieving mastery often involved some level of injury or wear and tear on the body. This was where resources became invaluable. Without the right support, it was easy to develop lingering injuries. But with the right tools, one could unlock their full potential. Take the tea he was sipping, for example. It wasn't just a drink, it was specially formulated to enhance the benefits of physical training, unlocking latent potential in the body. While Marine soldiers might dream of having access to such luxuries, even they couldn't afford to match the level of extravagance that Claudius enjoyed daily. This was the stark reality of power and wealth. It was the same in Marine headquarters. Talented recruits were weeded out through rigorous selection processes, and the best were sent to elite programs like the Officer Training Camp, which monopolized high-ranking Marine positions. The Marines funneled their best resources into these select few, ensuring that they had every advantage on their path to greatness. Without such backing, it would be impossible to succeed so easily. Claudius was in a similar situation. He was born into the highest echelon of society. He didn't have to worry about financial struggles or lack of support. As long as he didn't waste his potential and worked hard, his future achievements would undoubtedly be impressive. As Claudius sat, Naya gently fanned him to stave off the summer heat. Meanwhile, Claudius absently touched his chin, deep in thought. Slowly, he raised his hand, and wisps of white smoke began to form at his fingertips. Naya wasn't surprised by this. She had grown accustomed to seeing Claudius practice his devil fruit powers. She watched with curiosity as the smoke condensed, transforming into something far more tangible: liquid nitrogen. Claudius had been studying the powers of his nitrogen fruit in earnest lately. He had discovered that by compressing nitrogen gas, he could condense it into liquid form. And liquid nitrogen was no small thing. It was an incredibly powerful tool. For starters, it was extremely cold. When it vaporized, it absorbed heat rapidly, freezing anything it came into contact with. The frostbite caused by this freezing process was irreversible, making it a dangerous and effective weapon. Additionally, liquid nitrogen was chemically inert and didn't support combustion. In theory, it could be used to counter fire-based abilities. Claudius even suspected that, if developed fully, it might hold its own against Akamu's magma-based powers. And this was just one application of the nitrogen fruit. There were countless other possibilities waiting to be explored. But for now, Claudius was taking things slow. The development of a devil fruit's power was a long-term process that required patience and practice. The mist of nitrogen gas enveloped the cup of tea on the table. After a few seconds, the once warm tea had frozen solid. Claudius smiled in satisfaction and tapped the frozen cup with his finger. The teacup shattered into tiny shards, demonstrating the sheer power of the freezing nitrogen. Ah! Naya gasped in surprise. Claudius turned to her, amused. What's the matter? Were you scared? Naya shook her head, her curiosity piqued. No. It's just strange. I didn't feel any cold coming from it. Claudius chuckled. That's the nature of liquid nitrogen. By the time you feel the cold, it's already too late. He glanced at his hand, still trailing wisps of nitrogen. This is the power of science combined with the abilities of a devil fruit. Some might laugh at me for possessing this ability, but I find it full of potential. Naya nodded, but after a moment, she hesitated. Your Highness. I have a question. I'm not sure if I should ask it. Claudius, intrigued, smiled at her. Go ahead. Ask away. Naya took a breath, gathering her courage. You are a celestial dragon descended from the Creator and a god among men. You can have anything in this world with just a word. So why do you work so hard to increase your strength? Claudius's smile deepened, and his expression grew thoughtful. His gaze became distant as he spoke softly. People who have no worries must have foresight, Naya. Today, I may be a god walking in the world. But who can guarantee that will always be the case? Naya was left speechless. In her mind, the world government and the Marines were unbeatable forces. Who in the world could possibly challenge the celestial dragons? Hadn't they ruled the world for over 800 years? Claudius saw the confusion in her eyes and continued. Without strength to support it, this so-called godhood is nothing more than a castle in the sky. It looks magnificent on the surface, but it's fragile. All it takes is a single blow, and everything will collapse. Although Claudius enjoyed his current life as a celestial dragon, he wasn't naive. He knew that somewhere, beyond the horizons of the world he could see, forces were brewing. Chapter 11, Marine Hero, Vice Admiral Garp. At Marine Headquarters, Manafort, a massive warship adorned with dog-head decorations slowly docked into the harbor. From the ship jumped a man wearing a gray-white suit, his body solid and muscular, with short, messy hair and a scar running down the corner of his eye. His carefree and bold demeanor radiated authority. This man, dressed in the iconic Marine Cloak of Justice, bore the epaulets of a vice admiral was none other than the Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. He was the man who, along with Roger, defeated the infamous Rocks pirates during the God Valley incident a few years back, a feat that had earned him the title of hero across the world. Vice Admiral Garp, welcome back. A Marine officer quickly approached him, holding out a stack of documents for him to sign. Indeed, this was the legendary Garp, who, despite working alongside Roger to take down Rocks, was given sole credit by the world government. They conveniently erased the existence of Roger's involvement to portray a cleaner narrative. Garp, however, detested being hailed as a hero for that incident and rarely spoke about it. Most Marines didn't even know the full truth, with only the highest-ranking officers privy to such secrets. With a casual gesture, Garp took the documents and scrawled his signature without even glancing at them. This was a standard procedure for officers returning from missions, a formality that served as a sign-in of sorts. Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Sengoku has asked that you head to the Marshal's office as soon as you arrive. The Marine officer said. Garp handed the papers back and grumbled, can't even let a guy catch his breath, huh? Every time I get back, there's another task waiting. Though Garp could grumble all he liked, no Marine officer dared to complain alongside him. The young officer could only smile awkwardly, knowing full well he didn't have the same privilege to criticize their superiors. After giving the officer a few words of encouragement, Garp made his way toward the fortress, his powerful frame drawing the eyes of the lower-ranked Marines. Inside the office of the Marine Marshal, a serious conversation was taking place. The iron-blooded Marshal Kong, with his towering physique, was reviewing a set of reports while Zephyr and Sengoku, two of Marine's most esteemed admirals, sat nearby. The situation in the New World is getting worse, Kong said, shaking his head. Shiki's arrogance knows no bounds. He seems hell-bent on wiping out all of his former comrades. Zephyr nodded. Shiki is out of control. If this continues, it could spark a much larger conflict in the New World. Marine had unmatched power across the seas, but they had to tread carefully. The New World was home to powerful pirate crews, and even though Marine had the upper hand in individual strength, a full-blown conflict could cause these pirates to band together, which would be disastrous. The balance of power in the New World was fragile, and Marine had to maintain stability. Let them fight each other, Sengoku said, sipping his tea. Shiki's currently focused on Okaku. If they wear each other down, we might find an opportunity to clean up the mess. Okaku, like Shiki, had once been a member of the Rocks Pirates. Now, he was the ruler of the Kano country and had significant influence in the New World. However, Shiki had recently marked him as a target, and a major clash between them seemed inevitable. Marine's strategy had always been to maintain balance. Let the pirates fight among themselves, and as long as Marine didn't press too hard, the pirates would never unite. But if Marine escalated things too much, it could trigger a chain reaction that would bring the worst out of these criminals. Shiki's reckless, but we can't underestimate the impact of these internal conflicts on the overall stability of the seas. Zephyr commented. What we need to focus on is reinforcing Marine strength. It's been nearly 10 years, and we still haven't solidified the positions of the 3 admirals. This delay is starting to affect the morale of our forces." Sengoku and Kong exchanged uneasy looks. The subject of Marine's 3 admirals had been a sore point for years. There were plenty of capable candidates, but none had risen to the top. Marine needed 3 powerful figures to inspire confidence in the ranks and solidify the organization's strength. Among the senior officers, there were several who were qualified, including Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had the skills and experience necessary to take on the role of admiral. But Tsuru had no interest in the position, and with Garp looming over her as the obvious but unwilling choice for promotion, no one else was willing to step up either. No one wanted to be seen as Garp's second choice. And Garp, the perfect candidate, had repeatedly refused the position of admiral. His defiance had left the upper echelons of Marine HQ frustrated, as they couldn't force him into the role. Kong sighed, his eye twitching in frustration. "Zephyr, since you're bringing it up, maybe you can convince Garp to take the position. He should be back by now." Sengoku, frowning, said, "His pursuit of Roger's crew in South Blue was a bust. Roger's pirates are getting better at slipping through our nets. I have a feeling they'll be an even bigger problem than Shiki in the future." That was Garp's mission. He had spent months chasing Roger's crew through South Blue but ultimately came up empty-handed. The pirates had vanished without a trace, leaving Garp with little choice but to return to base. Trouble in the future. Kong muttered, his face grim. For a moment, the room was steeped in silence as the weight of Sengoku's words sank in. Suddenly, the door to the office was banged on a few times before swinging open. Without waiting for permission to enter, Garp casually strolled into the room, one hand digging into his nose while the other closed the door behind him. "Can a guy get a break? First thing after I get back, you all want to drag me into another meeting." Garp complained loudly. Sengoku shot him a glare. "Garp, can you at least try to maintain some level of decorum?" Garp laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha. Come on, Sengoku, we're all friends here. What's the point of acting all formal?" He flicked the piece of snot he had been playing with, and though the others caught a glimpse of it flying through the air, none of them commented on it. Garp's irreverent attitude was well known among his comrades. Plopping down in a chair beside Zephyr, Garp waved away any pretense of formality. "Anyway, it was a bust. Those Roger pirates are too slippery. No matter how hard we chase them, they manage to vanish. We really ought to upgrade our warships, they're just not fast enough." Zephyr clapped a hand on Garp's shoulder and said, "We'll look into the speed of the ships later. But first, we need to talk about something important: strengthening Marine from within. Specifically, we need to fill the position of Admiral. What do you say, Garp?" Garp didn't even let him finish. Ha 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 ha. "No way. You know I don't want to be Admiral." "Sure, it's a prestigious title, but all that red tape and dealing with the world government? No thanks." The room went quiet for a moment before Garp added with a grin, "By the way, I heard about your little mission with the Celestial Dragons while I was in South Blue. Zephyr, how'd that go? Bet it was a real headache." Sengoku groaned, knowing that Garp wasn't going to be swayed. This stubbornness was part of what made him a great Marine but also what made him an infuriating colleague at times. Zephyr, too, shook his head. He knew that convincing Garp was a lost cause. "Actually," Zephyr said, "the mission was smoother than expected. I met an interesting celestial dragon. Do you know Don Quixote Claudius?" Garp scratched his chin, thinking. "Claudius? Oh. Is that the celestial dragon who accidentally ate a devil fruit? Hey, I remember hearing about that. Bit of a joke, isn't he?" Indeed, Claudius wasn't well known outside of Mary Ijos. His most memorable claim to fame was the incident where he accidentally consumed a devil fruit, something that had caused quite a stir and led to jokes among the higher ranks of the Marines. Zephyr smiled. "That's the one. But he's different from the other celestial dragons. There's something about him. I get the feeling we'll be dealing with him again in the future." Sengoku and Garp exchanged looks. When Zephyr spoke about someone's potential, it was worth paying attention. "Interesting." Garp mused, filing the name away in his mind. "We'll see what happens." Chapter 12, Monkeys are dangerous in the holy land of Mary Ijos. Inside the residence of the gods, Claudius sat comfortably in his study, leisurely reading a book. Naturally, he was unaware that, thanks to Zephyr's remarks, he had gained quite the reputation within the naval headquarters. The book Claudius held in his hands was one of many that Naya had recently provided. It detailed the customs and governance of the world, specifically introducing the various national situations of the more than 170 countries allied with the world government. Although slavery was officially abolished, it's not just the celestial dragons who blatantly disregard this decree. Even among the ordinary nobles, there are still slaves to be found. Claudius murmured softly to himself as he read. This was in line with his prior understanding. While Doflamingo was still just a child at this time, the infamous slave trade of the Sabati archipelago hadn't relied solely on his future influence to flourish. The business was already thriving. Celestial dragons often bought slaves when visiting the island, and when they weren't around, the nobles served as the primary clientele. For the moment, Claudius had no particular interest in meddling with the slave trade. Even if he had the inclination to intervene, he lacked the power to do so. He wasn't some idealistic hero who could change things with mere words. Aside from the slave trade operating in the shadows, most countries still operated under a feudal system. Kings ruled over their nations, and nobles were entrusted with the management of territories much like in the ancient times of his previous life. This brought Claudius to some deeper thoughts. Just as he was contemplating these matters, a gentle knock sounded at the door of his study. "Your Highness." Naya's soft voice called from outside. Claudius snapped out of his thoughts and replied calmly, "Come in." With his permission, Naya quietly opened the door and stepped into the study. "Any news?" Claudius asked, still not turning away from the book in his hand. "Yes, Your Highness." Naya replied with a nod, and before Claudius could prompt her further, she continued, "At naval headquarters, there is indeed a vice admiral by the name of Dragon. Although he hasn't been promoted yet, many within the marine know that he is the son of Garp, the hero of the marines." "Just as I thought," Claudius said with a small smile, muttering to himself. Garp was indeed a marine hero, a man who clearly despised the celestial dragons, but whose loyalty to the marine and the world government was beyond question. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life during the God Valley incident. Even if Garp's loyalty was to a piece shaped by the world government's control, it was still unwavering. At the very least, Garp had a deep love for the marines. As a hero, Garp naturally hoped his son would follow in his footsteps, and it seemed he had succeeded. Dragon was already a vice admiral, a clear indication of his talent. Judging by Dragon's age, he should be in his early 20s, probably around 23 or 24. Even without Garp's influence, Dragon's position as vice admiral was well earned. So Claudius wasn't particularly surprised by the news. "Why does Your Highness have such interest in Garp's son?" Nai asked, a little puzzled. Claudius chuckled and replied, "Because this man is rather interesting." Naya still didn't fully understand. Despite her curiosity, she quickly suppressed it. Ever since St. Claudius had returned from his trip to the New World, there had been many changes. His attendants, including Naya, all noticed that his temper had significantly mellowed. The once irritable and troublesome noble, known for causing daily chaos, had become a quiet figure who rarely left his estate. Naturally, Naya had noticed this transformation as well. Though she had her doubts, she rationalized it by assuming that Claudius had matured. Perhaps his experiences had calmed his mind, allowing him to adopt a more stable and level-headed approach to life. But Claudius, deep down, knew the truth. It wasn't a mere change of mindset, it was a complete change of soul. As for why he was so interested in Dragon, it was because Claudius knew the man would eventually become the greatest enemy of the celestial dragons. He needed to find out more about Dragon's current situation. Had he already started to distance himself from his father's ideals? If Dragon had already begun to oppose the world government, then Claudius had to act swiftly. If Dragon had broken away from his father's beliefs and was preparing to go rogue, it would be disastrous for Claudius and the other celestial dragons. That would mean Dragon had already undergone his transformation, he had already set his revolutionary ambitions. If that was the case, Claudius needed to eliminate Dragon immediately, before he grew into a greater threat. Claudius wasn't the type to be sentimental. Even though Dragon had a legendary father in Garp, that didn't earn him any special treatment. The saying "your position determines your actions" applied here. Whatever role Claudius found himself in, he would act accordingly. If he had been reincarnated as a pirate, he would have lived as a pirate, trading, plundering, pursuing the title of Pirate King without a second thought. Had he been reborn as a marine, he would have donned the cloak of justice, worked his way up to admiral, and used the power of the Buster Call to annihilate anything he found displeasing. And if he had been born in Dragon's time and ended up under his command, Claudius might have devoted himself to revolution, fighting to overthrow the corrupt powers of the old world. But none of those scenarios had played out. Claudius had been born as a celestial dragon, with all the wealth, power, and privilege the world had to offer. Thus, his role was clear: protect the celestial dragons and maintain the status quo. As long as the world government stood strong, he could continue to enjoy the privileges that came with his title. The choice was simple. There was no need to hesitate. That meant anyone who threatened the celestial dragon's way of life had to be dealt with, no exceptions. Claudius knew that while the celestial dragons were untouchable now, that might not be the case in 20 or 30 years. The winds of change would eventually sweep through, and whether the world government could withstand the coming storm was uncertain. If the world government fell and the celestial dragons lost their power, everything Claudius enjoyed now would be taken away. Worse yet, in the aftermath of the revolution, the rulers of the old regime, the celestial dragons, would be hunted down. The fate of Don Quixote Homing and his family was a stark reminder. Even though they had voluntarily given up their celestial dragon status, they were still hated by the common people, who wanted nothing more than to see them dead. If the world government collapsed, Claudius could easily imagine what would happen to him and the rest of the celestial dragons. This was why Claudius was determined to ensure the survival of the world government and the celestial dragons' rule. From his memories and understanding of the world, Claudius could identify several key factors that might lead to the downfall of the world government. At the top of the list was Garp and his family, the monkey family. Their influence on the world was undeniable. Garp was a hero in the Marine, one of the strongest figures of the time. His son, Dragon, although currently a Marine vice admiral, would eventually become the leader of the Revolutionary Army, waging war against the celestial dragons and the world government. And then there was Garp's grandson Monkey D. Luffy, the future pirate king. Though still unborn at this time, Luffy's fate was sealed. With his protagonist's luck, he was destined to become a major player in the world's future. Between Garp, Dragon, and Luffy, the monkey family had their hands in all three major power structures: Marine, revolutionaries, and pirates. It was only a matter of time before they shook the very foundations of the world. Of the three, Claudius wasn't too worried about Garp. By the time the revolution began in earnest, Garp would be old, likely retired. Having spent his entire life serving the Marines and the world government, it was unlikely that Garp would suddenly become an enemy. In fact, Garp could even be an ally, one of the few who could help hold the world government together when the time came. Dragon, on the other hand, was a different story. Once he fully embraced his revolutionary ideals, he would become a direct threat to the celestial dragons. As for Luffy, Claudius had already made up his mind to stay out of the boy's way. The protagonist Sora was too strong, and getting involved with him would only invite trouble. Still, if Luffy continued down the path to becoming the Pirate King, Claudius wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him before he could cause too much damage. But I'll have to give Garp some face, Claudius thought. Once Luffy enters the new world, I'll have no choice but to deal with him. Whether it's in Alabasta or in Ice Lobby. Well, perhaps by that time, my actions might change his fate entirely. As for Dragon, Claudius mused. Once he becomes a true threat, I'll have no choice but to deal with him decisively. If I can handle him before he establishes the Revolutionary Army, all the better. For now, however, Dragon was still a Marine vice admiral. He was young, still bound by the ideals of justice instilled in him by his father. If Claudius played his cards right, perhaps he could even sway Dragon to his side, or at the very least, neutralize his ambitions before they fully developed. It's not like I can just kill him right now, though, Claudius thought. He's still Garp's son, and Garp, despite his disdain for celestial dragons, is fiercely loyal to the Marines and the world government. If I somehow manage to eliminate Dragon through underhanded means, Garp would no doubt lose his mind and come after me. Claudius could already imagine the enraged Marine hero storming Mary Ejo's, fists swinging, ready to punch him into oblivion. I need to be careful, Claudius thought, his expression growing serious. But I also need to act before it's too late. Thus, his plan began to take shape. Watch Dragon closely, steer him if possible, and if not, eliminate him before he could truly threaten the world government and the celestial dragons. With his mind made up, Claudius let out a sigh, already feeling the weight of the decisions he would need to make in the future. Chapter 13, Civil Rights. Claudius held an optimistic view of the future transformations in this world. Looking at the trajectory of history, these changes were undoubtedly inevitable. 8 centuries of rule had accumulated a vast number of contradictions. When these tensions could no longer be suppressed, they would inevitably trigger a massive backlash, one so turbulent that no human effort could halt it. Claudius didn't delude himself into thinking he was powerful enough to single-handedly suppress the wave of an entire era. For the various systems set in place by the world government, whatever was meant to change in the future would certainly still change. However, Claudius had no intention of passively accepting all these changes. There were different types of changes. The first would be bottom-up, sparked by the revolutionary army that Dragon would one day establish. The clash of iron and blood would bring about a direct change in the ruling dynasty. At that time, while the world government might survive in some organizational form, its current rulers would be doomed. The second type of change would be top-down. This was the method Claudius favored, a transformation initiated from within, allowing the system to adapt to the changing era, thereby revitalizing itself. This was the path Claudius was leaning toward, and it might be the approach he would take in the future. Even if the world changes, it should be guided by divine hands. Claudius muttered softly. Your Highness? Naya, standing by his side, looked at him in confusion, unsure how to respond to his cryptic words. Claudius smiled, setting aside the book in his hand. "Don't mind me. I was just thinking out loud." Claudius's plan was clear. He intended to seize the right moment to initiate a top-down transformation that could adapt to the tidal wave of the new era. But before that, he needed to make preparations. If he wanted to stir up change, he couldn't do it alone. He needed power, allies who would conspire with him. At present, Dragon seemed like someone who might be of use. However, Claudius was still too young. Had he been born a decade or so earlier, he might have been better prepared. Therefore, until he possessed sufficient strength, he couldn't act rashly or push Dragon too hard. His approach would need to be subtle. He would have to gradually influence Dragon's thinking, helping him understand Claudius's ideas, so that the two of them wouldn't end up as enemies. This kind of work required culture. In simple terms, brainwashing. After all, Claudius hailed from an era of information overload in his previous life. His mind was brimming with knowledge, and as a well-educated man, brainwashing these natives shouldn't pose too much of a challenge. If things go as expected, the best solution would be to adapt to the times by reforming the existing system. Of all possible systems, a constitutional monarchy seems most fitting, delegating symbolic power to the people so they feel like they have a stake in things, while holding the real, invisible power behind the scenes. That's the framework I have in mind. Claudius pondered over this. When contradictions piled up to a breaking point, if one didn't want to be overthrown, concessions had to be made. The biggest flaw of the current system was that the world government wielded too much power, and the celestial dragons were completely unrestrained, making them utterly lawless. To avoid the fate of being overthrown, Claudius felt that some power needed to be ceded. However, this would only be a facade. As long as societal productive forces hadn't yet reached a point of equal wealth distribution, class divisions would remain inevitable. Right now, these divisions were simply too glaring, with the celestial dragons brazenly standing above everything else. Such contradictions were bound to lead to conflict. Although Claudius temporarily believed in delegating power, he had no intention of dismantling the upper class. His goal was to stabilize their power through the redistribution of authority. He would use wealth to control power discreetly after the system was reformed. In short, Claudius intended to use constitutional reform as a facade to create a pseudo-capitalist system. Outwardly, there would be no obvious power on display, but in reality, he would still control the true power wealth. By the time, with one hand holding the illusion of symbolic authority and the other holding real economic power, coupled with Marine waving the flag of justice, it would appear that significant changes had occurred. But in reality, he would still be at the top. That would be enough. Of course, Claudius knew better than to let Dragon in on these deeper thoughts. He had to wrap these ideas in the rhetoric of the new era and make them seem progressive. After all, what's more effective than using lofty ideals to manipulate others? This kind of trickery was easy enough. It appeared grandiose, but it wasn't too complicated, certainly not for Claudius. Once Claudius understood this, he realized that gaining Dragon's cooperation would be his first major goal. The best way to do this? Books. Dragon was still serving as a vice-admiral in the Marine, meaning his ideological views hadn't solidified yet. His values were still being shaped, largely influenced by Garp. That was perfect? At this stage, before Dragon fully discovered his path, Claudius could rewrite his thoughts using books that resonated with him. As someone who came from an information-rich era, Claudius had more than enough material in his head to compose a book that could sway someone like Dragon. But for this plan to work, the content had to fit this world. It couldn't be too outlandish. Thus, Claudius had Naya continually gather books from this world for him, expanding his knowledge and preparing for the task ahead. This was just the beginning. First, he would write a simple work to enlighten Dragon. He'd find a way to ensure that Dragon stumbled upon it naturally, arousing his curiosity. That would be the first step. Later, when he was strong enough to travel freely, Claudius would traverse the world, writing a more substantial book, one that could genuinely inspire Dragon. The best outcome would be co-publishing a book with Dragon, tying him firmly to these ideals. I really am devious. TSK. Claudius touched his chin, smiling wickedly. For now, lacking the strength to act openly, he had to rely on this cultural approach. It was the only path available to him. Of course, Claudius knew that without real power, all of this was mere talk. If this path succeeded, it would be ideal. But if it failed, he would have to explore other means to secure his interests. Mass murder. Claudius muttered. The first approach, a top-down transformation, was the kingly path, ruling through benevolence, enlightening the people, and guiding them with reason. The second, more brutal path, was hegemony. If reasoning failed, Claudius would have to use raw power to enforce his will. Whoever tried to overthrow him would be eliminated. These were thoughts Claudius kept to himself, weighing each option carefully. In the end, though, all roads led back to one conclusion: strength was essential. With that thought, Claudius snapped back to the present. Naya was still standing quietly beside him, waiting patiently. "Naya, bring me my pen and ink," Claudius said. Naya blinked in surprise. "Your Highness?" She thought he had been focusing on martial arts recently, and now, suddenly, he wanted to write? Could he be thinking of composing a book? She was momentarily confused, but in the end, it didn't matter. Claudius was a celestial dragon. Whether he was writing or even burning books, no one would dare question him. Pushing aside these thoughts, Naya quickly fetched the pen and ink. Claudius took the pen, paused for a moment, and thought to himself, if he wanted to influence Dragon's idealism, he needed a title that sounded grand. After a few moments of consideration, Claudius made his decision and wrote 2 large characters on the paper: civil rights. But when he looked at his handwriting, Claudius froze. While the words themselves were fine, the writing was atrocious, practically illegible. Ugh, my predecessor was truly useless. A noble who can't even write properly. It's embarrassing. Claudius muttered to himself. Frustrated, he set the pen down. Naya, you do it. Me? Naya was taken aback. But Your Highness, I'm not sure what you want to write. I'll dictate it to you. My handwriting is too awful to show to anyone. You can write decently, right? Claudius asked, smiling. Naya nodded hesitantly. We do have to learn proper calligraphy in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Along with music, chess, painting, and so on. Claudius wasn't surprised. As a steward for the Celestial Dragons, it made sense for her to be highly skilled. After all, if one of the Celestial Dragons was in a good mood and asked you to play a tune or paint something, you couldn't very well say no. Otherwise, they might kill you for being useless. Good, then you can write for me. Claudius said with a grin. Naya sat down in the spot Claudius had vacated. After neatly writing the words civil rights, she paused, waiting for Claudius to continue dictating. Claudius stood behind her, his voice calm and measured as he spoke. The people are like water, and the ruler is the boat. Dynasties may rise and fall, leaders may change, but the people endure. Water can support a boat, but it can also overturn it. Therefore, the well-being of the people must always come first, while the ruler serves as their guiding light. Claudius continued to dictate in a low voice while Naya diligently recorded his words. If Claudius wanted to influence Dragon's idealism, he had to craft this carefully, blending grand ideals with practical rhetoric. The title and the text needed to sound profound enough to inspire someone like Daurag. Naya, listening intently to Claudius's words, couldn't help but feel a growing sense of disbelief. Initially, she thought Claudius's sudden interest in writing was just a passing whim, perhaps some lofty rhetoric praising the greatness of the Celestial Dragons. But these words. The more Claudius spoke, the more shocked Naya became. His thoughts, his philosophy, seemed almost radical. As a member of the Celestial Dragons, Claudius's ideas about the people being the foundation of society, about rulers needing to adapt or face ruin were astonishing, almost blasphemous. She kept her composure, though, continuing to write, her pen moving steadily across the paper as she recorded every word. Chapter 14, Generous Cousin. The grand and opulent palace Claudius resided in was originally named the King's Palace. But he found the name far too ostentatious. Claudius believed that until he achieved some measure of success, it was best to keep a low profile. He didn't want to attract undue attention from the 5 elders or, worse, Imu, who he had never seen but knew held great power. So, he changed the name of the King's Palace to Claudius Palace. Claudius knew well he had borrowed the name from the emperors of his past life. Of course, the palace's design and style were still inconsistent with the name. But for now, this would suffice. Once he had more power, he could make the necessary adjustments. In the palace courtyard, Claudius gripped a wooden sword, repeatedly swinging it in powerful, simple movements. After 3 months of recovery and training, his body had undergone notable changes. Without the burdens of food or drink, and with access to the best luxuries, combined with regular exercise, Claudius was growing into a striking figure. His physique had improved so much that every few days, he looked noticeably different. The soft, chubby appearance he once had was now long gone. His body had returned to a healthy, muscular state, with his arms and waist becoming well-defined. His upper body was bare, and his skin, well cared for, gleamed under the sun, looking almost translucent without a scar in sight. His long, pale blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Once, Claudius had a somewhat sleazy appearance, but now, his sharp eyebrows and handsome features marked a dramatic transformation. Among the Celestial Dragons, his good looks were rare. More than 20,000 swings, and his highness is still as steady as ever, without a hint of trembling. He really has a gift for this. Could he truly become a great swordsman? Muttered a burly middle-aged man nearby. He was wearing a slave collar around his neck and watched Claudius's training in awe. This man had once been a renowned swordsman at sea before he was captured and enslaved. Claudius had discovered him among the slaves and immediately hired him as his kendo instructor. The man's task wasn't to teach Claudius any particularly advanced skills, his role was simply to guide the practice of the basics. Claudius had promised him freedom once he achieved mastery in kendo, a prospect that excited the man so much that he was eager to impart everything he knew to Claudius as quickly as possible, hoping to leave Mage Oz sooner rather than later. Kendo basics weren't much different from what Claudius had imagined. The first step was mastering sword swings, ensuring the blade moved exactly where you intended. If you couldn't control the sword's direction, how could you hope to cut down an opponent? While simple, this training could become monotonous. Fortunately, Claudius had plenty of time on his hands. His daily routine was balanced after sword practice. He focused on physical training using the methods left by Admiral Zephyr. In the afternoons, he studied his devil fruit abilities. And in the evenings, he dictated his thoughts and plans, with Naya recording them. All in all, Claudius lived a very fulfilling life, even if he rarely left the palace. He never felt as if he was wasting time. Naya, standing nearby, listened to the swordsman's words with a sense of pride. Who do you think His Highness Claudius is? If he wants to become a great swordsman, he will succeed. There's no doubt about it. After boasting about Claudius, she glanced at his chiseled figure, her cheeks flushing slightly. Celestial dragons usually kept multiple wives, 10 or even more. Whether they needed them or not, it was expected that wives would be kept in the palace. In the past, Claudius had done the same, keeping several women in his palace. However, after returning from the New World, he had sent all those unfortunate women away, and so far, it didn't seem like he had taken an interest in that kind of thing. At least, Naya hadn't heard any rumors of maids sneaking into his bed at night. This puzzled Naya. Could it be that Claudius had suffered some hidden injury during his time away? Of course, she dared not voice such thoughts. Even though she was now quite close to Claudius, certain questions were off limits. Had Claudius known what the Naya was thinking, he likely would have laughed. His predecessor had indeed kept a harem of wives, but they had been more ornamental than anything else. Being just a spoiled, pudgy boy at the time, the former Claudius hadn't known what to do with them. But because other celestial dragons had wives, he had followed suit, indulging in the practice. After his return, with his new soul occupying this body, Claudius had felt nothing but disgust at the sight of those women. Feeling guilty for how they had been treated, he had sent them away, allowing them to return to their homes. It was one of the few good deeds he could count. Now, Claudius's life was fulfilling. He focused on improving his strength to prepare for the turbulent future. He had no time for meaningless distractions. He was also well aware of his age, still too young to risk damaging his body by overindulging. Better to avoid those temptations now, so that when he reached his prime, he wouldn't face physical decline. Claudius had heard stories of celestial dragons in their 30s and 40s who had turned to increasingly perverse behavior. They had opened up too early, without moderation, and the resulting decay of their bodies had driven them into a cycle of violence and depravity. Claudius planned to avoid that fate. Once he had matured fully, he could find a suitable beauty and enjoy life to the fullest. Besides, with the 0 hour embedded within his body, the pleasures of life would be endless. There was no need to rush. As Claudius continued to practice his sword swings, and Naya got lost in her own thoughts, a loud and arrogant voice echoed from the courtyard entrance. It's been 3 months. My cousin is supposedly bedridden, yet here I see him practicing his sword skills. I thought you were ill. Get out here before I have to kill someone. Claudius stopped mid-swing, smiled helplessly, and looked toward the gate. Sure enough, swaggering in with his trademark orange sunglasses and short blonde hair, was none other than Don Quixote da Flamengo, his younger cousin. A few servants trailed behind him. Da Flamengo hadn't visited in a while. The moment he saw Claudius, he exclaimed, "Cousin, have you grown taller again?" Claudius chuckled, tossing his wooden sword to the ground. He walked over to Naya, picked up a towel, and began wiping the sweat off his body. With a smile, he looked at Da Flamengo and said, "I'm still growing, Daffy. I'll get taller yet." "Really?" Da Flamengo tilted his head slightly but quickly moved on. He grabbed Claudius by the belt and said, "Cousin, I'll be leaving Mary Oz in a few days. Who knows when I'll be able to hang out with you again? You've been resting long enough. You should come out with me. I heard there's a giant slave in the arena today. They've set up some ferocious beasts to fight him. Should be fun to watch. You've got to come with me." Claudius paused for a moment, then asked, "You're leaving in a few days?" "Yeah, my father says we're heading to North Blue next Monday." Lots of people are calling us traitors or something. I don't really get it, but since it's my father's idea, I'm sure it'll be fine. Doflamingo replied, nonchalantly. Claudius remained silent for a moment. He had a good relationship with Doflamingo, and even though he couldn't stop their family's downfall, he could still support Doflamingo in secret. In time, it might even be possible to groom Doflamingo into a useful ally, perhaps even a dark hand working in the shadows for him. With that in mind, Claudius patted Doflamingo on the shoulder. Don't worry, Doffy. You're my cousin, and no matter what happens, if you run into trouble, just come to me. I'll do everything I can to help you. I knew it. Cousin, you're the only one who's always had my back. While others see me as a traitor, you see me as family. Doflamingo said with a grin. Of course. You're my brother. Claudius replied casually. Then, as my brother, you have to come to the arena with me today. Doflamingo insisted, pulling Claudius along. I know. Give me a moment to change. Claudius waved his hand, laughing. With Naya's help, Claudius quickly dressed, though neither he nor Doflamingo wore the typical celestial dragon garb, no ridiculous bubble hoods or flowing white robes. They walked out as they were, and anyone unfamiliar with them might not have recognized them as celestial dragons. Fortunately, the large group of servants trailing behind them marked their noble status. After all, no one but celestial dragons would dare to parade around Mary Ijos with such disregard for decorum. As they walked, Doflamingo continued talking to Claudius. Since I'm leaving soon, I can't take my slaves with me. Why don't I give them all to you, cousin? I still have 2 mermaid slaves. They cost me quite a fortune at the slave market. Mermaids? Claudius raised an eyebrow, then smiled. Well, thank you very much, Doffy. Claudius's predecessor had owned plenty of slaves, but they had been more for show than for any real use. Most were treated as mounts, a typical pastime for the wasteful celestial dragons. But since returning, Claudius had found such practices distasteful. He had already rid himself of the useless ones, either by selling them or passing them on to servants. After all, while he still maintained the pride of a celestial dragon, he had no interest in indulging in senseless cruelty. Now, only a few slaves remained in his household, those with practical skills, like the swordsman who trained him. With Doflamingo offering the mermaids, Claudius thought it better to take them under his wing than let them fall into the hands of other depraved celestial dragons. At least with him, they wouldn't suffer the same fate. Chapter 15, Doflamingo is down. In the days leading up to Doflamingo's departure, Claudius had eased up on some of his strict routines. After all, once Doflamingo left, it was likely that their paths would diverge in ways that would be difficult to reconcile. Claudius couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental about it. So, in the days that followed, whenever Doflamingo came to him, Claudius would accompany him, going out together as they had when they were younger. It was early in 1491 of the Sea Circle calendar, and Mary Ijos still enjoyed a mild climate. The weather that day was particularly pleasant, ideal for travel. At the port of Mary Ijos, several celestial dragons had gathered, Claudius among them. This wasn't some grand ceremony. The Don Quixote family's Homing and his kin were preparing to leave Mary Ijos, renouncing their celestial dragon status to live as ordinary mortals in North Blue. Homing was smiling, standing amidst an assortment of luggage that suggested he was more than ready for this transition. His 2 sons, Doflamingo and Rosinante, stood at either side of him, while his wife, a quiet woman with a gentle smile, stood behind, silently supporting her husband. Homing, are you absolutely sure about this? An elderly celestial dragon, whose family Claudius couldn't quite place, asked Homing with visible irritation. I've thought long and hard about it, and yes, I'm sure. Homing replied with a calm smile. I have no idea what's going through your head. You're disgracing the celestial dragons. Why abandon our godly status to live like those lowly commoners? The elder fumed, clearly upset. But Homing remained composed. What are you talking about? We're humans too, aren't we? The surrounding celestial dragons looked uncomfortable at his statement, their expressions twisting in displeasure. Homing, how dare you insult our bloodline? We're the descendants of the Creator, gods. We are not the same as those pitiful, filthy mortals. The elder retorted furiously. I see no difference between us and them. Being a celestial dragon is just a title. At the core, we're all the same. Homing responded calmly, still smiling. The elder's face turned an angry shade of red. Fine, then. If you're so determined to go, so be it. But remember, once you leave Mary Ijos, you'll be stripped of your celestial dragon status. Don't come crawling back later. I won't regret it. Homing said firmly. Watching the exchange, Claudius couldn't help but shake his head. Homing really wasn't pulling any punches. If it had been Claudius in his place, he would have left quietly, without stirring up so much attention. There was a better way to do it, perhaps by framing it as a temporary experience of the mortal world, something that could be easily reversed if things didn't go as planned. That way, Homing could have kept a lower profile, and while there might still have been some gossip, no one would have labeled him a traitor. But Claudius didn't feel inclined to intervene. He had enough on his plate without worrying about Homing's idealistic choices. Watching Homing argue with the enraged celestial dragons around him, Claudius almost found it amusing. Beside him, Doflamingo appeared indifferent, blinking slowly as if none of this concerned him. Claudius's gaze shifted to Rosinante, standing quietly by Homing's other side. Rosinante was Claudius's younger cousin, but unlike Doflamingo, he was a good boy who had inherited his father's innocence and kindness. Because of this, Claudius wasn't very close to him. Rosinante's gentle nature simply didn't mesh with Claudius's previous self, who had been a selfish and reckless brat. Looking at Rosinante now, Claudius couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. If anyone in this world had what could be described as a teammate curse, it was Rosinante. This kid had a knack for bringing disaster to anyone around him. Just look at what happened to their family after they descended to the mortal world. Rosinante's mother died of illness, his father was shot by none other than his brother, Doflamingo, and then the family was scattered to the winds. Later, Rosinante somehow ended up as an adopted son of Marine Admiral Sengoku, only to go undercover and nearly ruin Doflamingo's operations in North Blue. He also almost lost the Opope fruit, which was a crucial asset. And if that weren't enough, after betraying Doflamingo and helping Trafalgar Law escape, he inadvertently sabotaged Sengoku's mission, leading to the complete failure of the Marines' operation on the island. Doflamingo escaped capture, and the valuable Opope fruit was consumed by Law instead of being recovered by the Marines. From the outside, Rosinante seemed to be acting on noble intentions, but from the perspective of those involved, he was an absolute disaster magnet. Claudius had no doubt that if Rosinante hadn't died on the island, Trafalgar Law's fate would have been similarly cursed by prolonged association with him. And the root of it all, Claudius thought, was that Rosinante was too idealistic, too much of a saint. He meant well, but lacked the skill to back it up, constantly meddling in things beyond his control and dragging those around him into messes they didn't ask for. With a sigh, Claudius averted his gaze from Rosinante. He had no intention of getting involved with him, not with the curse of misfortune that seemed to follow him everywhere. If Claudius wanted to avoid being dragged down, it was best to stay clear of Rosinante's troubles. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Doflamingo, who would have to endure life in the mortal world alongside this unlucky star, Claudius stepped forward and placed a hand on Doflamingo's shoulder. "Doffy, take care of yourself out there," Claudius said, his tone genuine. "If I ever get the chance, I'll come visit you." Doflamingo, still oblivious to the hardships that awaited him, smiled and nodded eagerly. "Cousin, when you come, make sure you bring something fun." "I will," Claudius replied with a smile. After a brief pause, he added softly, "And if you run into any trouble, find a way to reach out to me. I'll do whatever I can to help." Doflamingo grinned, clearly appreciative of the gesture, and the two of them continued chatting for a while about trivial matters like the slaves Doflamingo had given Claudius the previous day. Claudius had kept the two mermaids for himself, but the other slaves, which he found completely useless, had been sold off. After some time, Homing exchanged a few words with the current Don Quixote family head, Lancelot, and it was clear that the final farewells were being made. Despite Homing's decision to renounce his celestial dragon status, Lancelot treated him with respect during this last moment, waving his hand generously to command the guards to ready a large ship to transport Hueco and his family from Mary Ejos. Watching them depart, Claudius couldn't help but wonder if Lancelot's actions were motivated by genuine goodwill or something more calculated. After all, the reason Doflamingo's family would face such misery in the future was largely due to their exposure as former celestial dragons, which had incited the anger of the common folk. Was Lancelot being kind, or was this part of a subtle plan to betray them? It was hard to say. In any case, it didn't really matter. Claudius had no intention of becoming enemies with Lancelot. If this was a scheme, he would simply be wary in future dealings with him. As the ship sailed off into the distance, the other celestial dragons gradually dispersed. Some of them glanced at Claudius with odd expressions. After all, Claudius had barely been seen in public over the past few months. While they had heard rumors about him acting strangely, their last impression of him had been that of an overweight, lazy fool. Now, they were surprised to see how much he had changed. He looked taller, more refined, and his once soft, childish features had sharpened into something more mature. He no longer resembled the waste they remembered. Not bad. Maybe there's potential there. A future marriage prospect, perhaps? Some of the celestial dragons mused. Though the Don Quixote family had produced a few oddballs over the years, Claudius still bore the pure celestial dragon bloodline. Moreover, with his family's standing and the potential he now seemed to show, marriage might not be a bad idea. But Claudius couldn't care less about their thoughts. Once Doflamingo had sailed away, he waved his hand and returned home. Now that Doflamingo's distractions were gone, Claudius could finally focus on his plans without interruption. Starting today, he could get back to fully concentrating on his own growth and preparations for the future. Chapter 16, A Visit to Maniford? In the Claudius Palace, within a large pond in the courtyard, two incredibly beautiful mermaid women were swimming gracefully. They seemed quite happy in the water. These mermaids were slaves, a gift from Doflamingo to Claudius when he left Mary Ijo's 2 months ago. Claudius had kept them here mainly for the sake of appearances. Over the past 2 months, the two mermaids had begun to adjust to their new surroundings. They'd came to realize that their new master wasn't someone who enjoyed torturing slaves for amusement. He was even somewhat handsome and treated them with more kindness than they had expected. Compared to their previous lives, though they still hadn't gained their freedom or left Mary Ijo's, things were much better. They no longer had to wear the collars of slaves, weren't locked in giant fish tanks on display, and no one tossed vicious piranhas into the water to torment them for sport. At that moment, not far from the pond, Claudius was sparring with a few men wearing slave collars, as if he was honing his combat skills against real opponents. The two mermaid girls lay by the edge of the pond, watching the scene with curiosity. "Mero, why do you think His Highness Claudius is doing this?" one of the mermaids asked her companion. "Isn't he one of the celestial dragons?" "Sorry," the other mermaid shook her head in confusion and replied, "I have no idea. Maybe he's just bored. When I first came here, I was terrified. I never imagined a celestial dragon like Claudius could be so strange. Not only does he not torture us, but he even removed our slave collars." A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes as she asked quietly, "Lenny, do you think there's a chance he might let us go home someday?" Lenny was silent for a moment, hope also flickering in her gaze. "I don't know, but I have a feeling there's a chance. If we could go home, that would be wonderful." Sori said softly. "I miss Fishman Island." In the past, when they were in Doflamingo's hands, simply staying alive had been their only hope. But after 2 months here, the idea of going home no longer seemed like an impossible dream. If Claudius knew about their secret hopes, he might even find it amusing. Could they really be mistaking him for a kind-hearted man? At that moment, Claudius threw a punch and sent one of the gladiator-like slaves flying. His expression darkened. "I told you, you don't need to hold back," Claudius said, frowning. "You're not going to get in trouble if you hurt me, so why are you still being so cautious? Do you think I'm just playing games here, pretending to fight?" The slaves, trembling in fear, knelt down in the courtyard. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, too terrified to respond. Watching this, Claudius felt a wave of disgust. These slaves had been broken, stripped of their courage and hope. Especially the ones with some fighting ability, they'd been rigorously trained for celestial dragons, conditioned never to resist or show aggression. They'd been taught to fear causing any harm, lest they pay with their lives and bring ruin upon their fellow slaves. Even though Claudius had promised rewards, even their freedom, if they could defeat him, none of them dared to truly fight. They treated it like a game, performing flashy moves before deliberately leaving themselves open to be easily defeated. On the one hand, they didn't trust Claudius. He was still a celestial dragon, after all. They couldn't believe that beating him in a fight would lead to freedom. More likely, it would end in their deaths. On the other hand, they thought that playing along, making their master happy, might earn them a slightly easier life. Claudius, seeing them act like mindless drones, felt even more bored and frustrated. He waved to his steward, Naya, and said, "Take them to the arena. I don't want to see these pathetic creatures anymore." Naya nodded quickly. After a few orders, the guards came and escorted the group of trembling slaves out of the courtyard. Naya then approached with a cup of tea, offering it to Claudius. "Your Highness, why waste your energy on these slaves? You've already given them a chance, but they're too broken to make use of it. They deserve to be slaves." Claudius took the tea, sipping it to moisten his throat. He shook his head. "Pitiful people are always so detestable. It's not that they're weak that bothers me, it's that they're so useless that they have no value at all. No matter how many times I fight them, I can't gauge my own strength." Claudius had been training for about 6 months, making significant progress. But there was no one around who could provide him with a real challenge. Originally, he thought sparring with the slaves might help, and he'd even considered freeing them if they impressed him. But the whole thing had been a massive disappointment. He'd once thought about sneaking into the arena in disguise to fight, but when he mentioned this idea to Naya, she was so shocked that she immediately summoned the arena's owner. The poor man had nearly fainted from fear. The mere thought of Claudius, a celestial dragon, getting injured in his arena terrified the man. If Claudius were hurt, his entire family would likely face execution. And if the other celestial dragons found out that Claudius had been fighting slaves, the consequences would be even worse. Claudius didn't want to cause unnecessary deaths over something like this, so he ultimately abandoned the idea. Handing the empty teacup back to Naya, Claudius rubbed his chin in thought. If there's no other option, maybe I should visit the naval headquarters. Naval headquarters? Naya repeated, surprised. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that earlier? I could go in disguise and ask Zephyr to set me up with some promising marine recruits. It's such a simple solution. Claudius said, his eyes lighting up at the idea. While Naya found the notion a bit far-fetched, her duty was to serve. If His Highness had made up his mind, all she had to do was carry out his wishes. Very well, Your Highness. I'll fetch the phone transponder so you can contact Admiral Zephyr. Naya replied. Meanwhile, at naval headquarters in Maniford, Fleet Admiral Khan was reviewing some documents in his office. A few months ago, a fierce conflict had erupted in the New World between the pirate fleets of Okaku and Golden Lion Shiki. The battle had been chaotic, but it now seemed like Shiki's forces were gaining the upper hand, while Okaku's power had nearly been wiped out. Maybe in a month or two, we'll see a winner between them. Khan mused, glancing over the reports. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Admiral Zephyr walked in, wearing an odd expression. What's going on, Zephyr? You look unusual, Khan remarked, raising an eyebrow. Something strange has happened. A celestial dragon from Mage is coming to visit us here at Maniford. Zephyr said, still sounding puzzled. Khan blinked, searching through his papers. What? I didn't receive any notice about that. While it wasn't unheard of for celestial dragons to visit naval headquarters, it was a rare occurrence, often happening only once in a decade. And when it did, it was usually with a lot of pomp and ceremony, something the fleet admiral would definitely be aware of. Zephyr chuckled. No, this isn't an official visit. He contacted me privately. Privately? You have a direct line to a celestial dragon? Kong asked, surprised. But then he paused, a thought crossing his mind. Wait. Is it that Claudius from the Don Quixote family? Zephyr nodded. Yes, that's him. He called me out of nowhere, saying he wanted to visit, but asked that we not go overboard with preparations. He even said he'd be coming incognito and didn't want anyone to know he was a celestial dragon. Khan let out a slow breath, shaking his head in disbelief. A private visit, disguised? This Claudius really is unlike any other celestial dragon I've ever heard of. Zephyr scratched his head. I know, right? He said he wants me to arrange for some marine recruits to spar with him. Apparently, he wants to test his skills. Kong stared at him, speechless. A celestial dragon wants to come here, to Maniford, just to fight? What happens if he gets hurt? We'll be the ones in trouble. This is definitely unexpected. Kong finally said, still trying to wrap his mind around it. After thinking for a moment, he sighed. Alright, pick a couple of recruits who can put on a good show, but make sure they don't embarrass the celestial dragons. If we make them look bad, it'll cause us all sorts of problems. Zephyr smiled and shook his head. I don't think that's the best approach, sir. You don't know Claudius like I do. He's not like the others. I think he genuinely wants to test his abilities. If we handle this seriously, it could be beneficial. Khan gave Zephyr a strange look. Why do you say that? Zephyr didn't hold back. He nodded and said, well, for one, he's sort of like a disciple of mine. I've been working with him on some combat techniques, and I'd like to see for myself how far he's come in the last 6 months. Kong sat in silence for a moment, then finally nodded. You've always had a good eye for people, Zephyr. I'll trust your judgment on this one. But if anything goes wrong, don't expect me to go to Mage's to clean up the mess. Zephyr chuckled. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Chapter 17, Starsea? In the waters near naval headquarters at Maniford, a large ship flying the world government flag sailed slowly toward the port, the towering structures of Maniford visible in the distance. On the deck, Claudius stood, staring at the massive fortress of justice looming ahead, a sense of awe creeping into his expression. I've seen Maniford in my previous life, but witnessing this grand structure in reality is something else entirely. Claudius murmured. Just looking at it from here, you can practically feel the weight of justice in the air. As soon as he finished speaking, Naya gently draped a luxurious mink coat over his shoulders. Your Highness, the air here is quite cold. Be careful not to catch a chill. Naya said softly, her tone full of concern. Claudius chuckled. With my current physical condition, I don't think a little sea breeze will knock me down. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing to show up at naval headquarters like this? Your efforts haven't gone unnoticed, Your Highness. I believe you'll come out on top this time. Naya replied with a smile. My skills are barely passable, Claudius said with a laugh. At best, I'm just above average. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman with a well-proportioned figure and wearing an elegant, tailored suit approached them from behind. She bowed her head respectfully before speaking. St. Claudius, we're about 10 minutes away from Maniford, she said in a soft, measured tone. Claudius turned to look at her and nodded. Thank you, Starsea, for the escort. It's an honor for Cypher Pol Zero agents to be of service, Your Highness. Thank you for remembering my name, Starsea replied, her head still lowered in deference. Indeed, Claudius wasn't visiting naval headquarters this time to flaunt his status as a celestial dragon. Quite the opposite, he intended to keep his identity hidden. There was no need to burden the Marines he would spar with by making them feel any unnecessary pressure. Only by doing so could he get an accurate measure of his own strength. However, Claudius couldn't just waltz into naval headquarters without a reason. After all, it wasn't a place one could casually visit like a public square. He needed a legitimate pretext, so he used his authority over the Cypher Pol Agents organization. The Cypher Pol, particularly Cypher Pol Zero agents, served as the shield of the Celestial Dragons, the most elite and mysterious arm of the government. Though Claudius wasn't one of the more prominent Celestial Dragons, he was still a genuine member of that privileged class, which gave him certain command over Cypher Pol Zero agents. And so, Claudius had called upon Cypher Pol Zero agents to arrange his transportation to Maniford, flying under their banner to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. His excuse for visiting was under the guise of internal training and communication, making him, for the moment, a member of Cypher Pol Zero agents. Coincidentally, the one sent to escort him was none other than Starsea, the future queen of the Pleasure District, the mastermind behind the intelligence network known as Happy Street in the New World. In Claudius' eyes, Starsea was a remarkable figure not because of her strength, but because of her uncanny ability to maintain her appearance. Despite being around the same age as Charlotte Linlin, Starsea looked like a woman in her early 30s, maybe even younger. She carried herself with the grace of someone much younger, and even 2 or 3 decades from now, she would still appear as youthful and radiant as she did today. It was as though time had no hold on her. Claudius found himself intrigued by Starsea, not only because she was an attractive and capable woman but also because of her unique talents. In the back of his mind, he was already thinking about ways to recruit her into his circle someday. After all, it wouldn't be too difficult. Cypher Pol Zero agents, despite its prestige, ultimately served the Celestial Dragons. Even if Starsea held a high-ranking position in Cypher Pol Zero agents, Claudius had the authority to pull her out of her role and assign her as his personal guard or assistant. The only challenge would be shifting Starsea's loyalty. As someone born and raised within Cypher Pol Zero agents, her devotion was undoubtedly to the Celestial Dragons as a whole. Claudius would need to gradually cultivate her loyalty to him personally, much like he had with Naya. When Naya first arrived, she had been a standard butler, strictly loyal to the system she served. But now, her loyalty was solely to Claudius, and she was the one person he could fully trust. Claudius gazed at Starsea silently, these thoughts running through his mind. Starsea, feeling the weight of his stare but unsure of his thoughts, remained still, growing slightly nervous. It wasn't wise to make a celestial dragon uncomfortable. After a long pause, Claudius finally made up his mind. There was no need to rush. He would establish a connection with Starsea first and let things develop over time. For now, he didn't have the power or resources to fully bring her into his fold. It was better to let her continue growing within Cypher Pol Zero agents, accumulating experience and strength. With this thought in mind, Claudius smiled. I have a good memory when it comes to beautiful women, so of course, I'd remember your name. Starsea raised her head slightly at his teasing remark, a professional smile still on her lips. Thank you for your kind words, St. Claudius. Once we arrive at Maniford, remember not to reveal my true identity to anyone. Just treat me like your subordinate during our time here. Claudius instructed, his tone becoming more serious. Of course, Your Highness. I'll make sure of it. Starsea replied immediately. Despite Claudius' interest in her, Starsea herself was also quite intrigued by him. She was an ambitious woman, after all. In her career within Cypher Pol Zero agents, she had dealt with many celestial dragons, and Claudius was nothing like the others. From what she knew, he had once been a typical brainless celestial dragon, causing trouble and indulging in excess. About a year ago, he had been tricked into eating a devil fruit and had almost lost his life during an incident in the New World. But after his return to Mary Ejos, he seemed to have transformed completely. First, there was his appearance. Gone was the fat, sluggish figure, replaced by a strikingly handsome young man. His demeanor had changed, too. Claudius no longer had the arrogant air of the other celestial dragons. He carried himself with a sense of purpose, and his physical fitness was surprisingly good for someone of his status. It was clear that he had undergone rigorous training under the guidance of someone strong. Moreover, the way he interacted with people was different. He didn't look down on those around him. Even his relationship with his butler, Naya, was notable. Naya didn't seem like a mere servant. There was a bond of trust and mutual respect between them, something Starsea had never seen with other celestial dragons. But what fascinated Starsea the most was the reason for this visit. Claudius wasn't coming to Maniford to flaunt his status or conduct an inspection. He was coming to spar with the Marines, to test his own abilities. In her more than 10 years with Cypher Pol Zero agents, Starsea had never seen a celestial dragon voluntarily visit naval headquarters to train. It was almost unbelievable. As their ship docked at Marineford's military port, Claudius disembarked, walking down the gangplank calmly. Zephyr, who had already been informed of Claudius's arrival, stood waiting for him at the port. There was no formal reception, just a quiet meeting as Claudius had requested. As soon as Zephyr saw Claudius, his eyes lit up with surprise. As a Marine admiral, Zephyr had a sharp eye for detail, and the changes in Claudius were obvious. It wasn't just that Claudius had slimmed down or gained muscle, it was the way he carried himself, his solid stance, his confidence, the subtle signs of rigorous training. In just 6 months, Claudius had undergone a dramatic transformation. Zephyr, an experienced instructor, could immediately tell that Claudius had been working hard. His progress wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve in such a short time. It's a pity. Zephyr thought to himself. If he weren't a celestial dragon, with his level of talent and his devil fruit powers, Claudius could have become an admiral candidate alongside Sakazuki, Kusagakure, and Borsellino. Pushing the thought aside, Zephyr stepped forward to greet him. Just as he was about to bow, Claudius interrupted with a grin. Zephyr. It's been a while. I've missed you, old man. Claudius said cheerfully. No need for all the formalities. Didn't I tell you before? When I'm here, treat me like anyone else. I'm not here as a celestial dragon, so keep that under wraps, all right? The warmth in Claudius's tone caught Zephyr off guard but pleased him. Smiling, the admiral replied, looking at you now, your highness, I'm proud of the progress you've made. Chapter 18, The Future of Vice Admiral. Claudius and Zephyr chatted casually as they made their way deeper into naval headquarters. There wasn't a grand welcoming committee or any big names showing up to greet them, given that Claudius wanted to keep his identity under wraps. After all, if a celestial dragon suddenly appeared for internal discussions with the Cypher Pol agents, it would be odd not to have the admirals or even the higher-ups like Sengoku and Kong in attendance. That would raise too many questions. Though they didn't show up, the likes of Sengoku and Kong were certainly aware of the situation. They knew a celestial dragon had arrived at Maniford, likely here to test his strength against their marines. Claudius followed Starsea closely, keeping a low profile and playing his role as a subordinate to Cypher Pol Zero agents. He didn't draw much attention this way, which was just how he wanted it. Laughing and chatting along the way, the group arrived at the officer training camp. This camp had only been in operation for a few years and wasn't yet fully developed. Before Zephyr officially retired and took over as the primary instructor, the training structure hadn't solidified. For now, different high-ranking officers would drop by to teach whenever they were free. Even the legendary Garp would show up occasionally to train the new recruits. Today, it was Rear Admiral Kusan's turn to instruct. He stood on the training field, watching over a group of Marine recruits as they practiced military combat techniques in unison. The sound of synchronized movements echoed across the field. As Zephyr and his group approached, Kusan turned his head and immediately recognized Claudius. His eyes lit up in recognition, but Zephyr quickly gave him a subtle look, signaling to keep quiet. Kusan understood instantly and pretended not to know anything. With a casual smile, Kusan called out, Mr. Zephyr, who do we have here? Zephyr grinned and replied, the Cypher Pol agents has came to engage in some internal discussions with us. This here is Grow, a promising talent from Cypher Pol Zero agents. Why don't you find a few good men to spar with him and see if our Marines can hold their own against the Cypher Pol agents? Kusan wasn't slow to catch on. He immediately realized what was going on. St. Claudius wanted to spar with the Marines under the guise of a Cypher Pol Zero agents member. Sure thing. Kusan replied smoothly. He glanced over the recruits on the field before raising his hand and calling out, Momonga, come here. Claudius's ears perked up at the name. Momonga? He recognized the name immediately. In the future, this man would become a vice admiral in the Navy. While not particularly exceptional among the top ranks, he was solid, definitely no slouch. At this point in time, Momonga was still young, probably not even 20 yet. His body was lean but muscular, the kind of build that marked him as a highly capable fighter. It was no wonder Naval Headquarters had high hopes for him, especially given that he had Zephyr's backing as one of his protégés. Momonga quickly jogged over to Kusn, offering a crisp salute. "Sir." Kusn smiled approvingly. "Today we've got some Cypher Pol Zero agents members here to spar with our Marines. I want you to step up and show them what we've got. Don't embarrass us." Momonga looked a bit surprised but quickly composed himself. He nodded firmly. "Understood, sir. Everything for the sake of justice." Zephyr chuckled from the side. "Of course, this is just a friendly exchange. Don't go too hard, we don't want anyone getting hurt." Although Claudius had insisted there shouldn't be any restrictions, Zephyr couldn't help but feel cautious. After all, this was no ordinary sparring match. If something went wrong and Claudius got seriously injured, well, even as an admiral, Zephyr wouldn't be able to escape the consequences. There was no delay in starting. The training ground was cleared, and soon, Claudius and Momonga were standing face to face. Claudius was pleased with the matchup. Momonga seemed like a solid first opponent, someone who could help him gauge the limits of his current strength. Momonga, on the other hand, was a bit skeptical. Claudius looked very young, barely older than 15 or 16 by his estimation. Is this really a serious opponent? He wondered. The reality was that Claudius had developed rapidly over the past few months, thanks to his disciplined regimen of good food, exercise, and training. But in truth, Claudius was only just about to turn 11. Naval Headquarters, Momonga. The young Marine greeted, introducing himself with a salute. Claudius nodded in response. "Cypher Pol Zero agents, Crow. Let's have a good match." With the formalities out of the way, the atmosphere between them grew tense. Momonga wasn't one to hesitate. As soon as Kusn gave the signal, he shot forward with a burst of speed, aiming to take the initiative. In an instant, he closed the distance between them and delivered a sharp kick toward Claudius's chest. Claudius didn't back down. He didn't use his devil fruit abilities to dodge, instead opting to meet the kick head-on with one of his own. Their legs collided with a loud thud, and both men were forced back a step. Momonga blinked in surprise. He hadn't held back, yet the seemingly younger fighter had managed to match him blow for blow. "This kid's no joke," he thought. Claudius, too, was impressed. The force of Momonga's kick had sent a jolt of pain through his leg. It was clear that, in terms of raw physical strength, Momonga had the upper hand. But not by much, Claudius noted. Given that Momonga had been training with the Marines for 2 years while Claudius had only been at it for half a year, the gap in their abilities didn't seem that large. "I can keep up," Claudius thought confidently. Their thoughts only lasted a split second. The moment both fighters regained their footing, Momonga launched another attack. This time, he disappeared from Claudius's sight in an instant. "Shave." Claudius recognized the move immediately. Sure enough, Momonga appeared behind him in the next moment, his clawed hand reaching for Claudius's shoulder to pin him down. But Claudius was ready. He, too, had mastered the basics of the Marine 6 styles. With a burst of speed, Claudius vanished from Momonga's grasp, appearing a short distance away. Momonga smiled to himself. "You've got the 6 styles too, huh?" He wasn't surprised, though. Despite being known as Marine 6 styles, the techniques were also taught within the Cypher Pol Agents organization. Marines and Cypher Pol Agents often exchanged skills and techniques in training. What Momonga didn't know was that Claudius hadn't learned his 6 styles from the Cypher Pol Agents but from Zephyr himself. To Zephyr, the 6 styles were more than just combat techniques, they were a powerful foundation for physical mastery. Through rigorous training, one could develop superhuman strength and speed, laying the groundwork for mastering hockey and even forging one's unique combat path. Zephyr himself, as well as Garp, had followed that path. So when Claudius asked for something to help him in his training, Zephyr had been more than willing to teach him the 6 styles, along with all the insights he had gained over the years. And judging by Claudius's current performance, he hadn't squandered that opportunity. Claudius dodged Momonga's next attack with a sidestep, but he wasn't done yet. "Finger pistol," he called out, throwing a sharp kick instead of a punch. While it was called finger pistol, Claudius had adapted the move, channeling the force through his heel. Momonga reacted quickly, taking a defensive stance. "Iron body," he declared, hardening his muscles like steel. A metallic clang echoed through the training ground as Claudius's kick struck Momonga's chest. Though the blow was powerful, Momonga held firm, barely moving an inch. His iron body is strong, Claudius thought, pulling back. Momonga, now taking the fight seriously, reached for his sword. Drawing his blade in one swift motion, he shouted, "One sword style, flying squirrel slash." With a quick slash, He sent a powerful arc of energy toward Claudius, a combination of his swordsmanship and a tempest kick technique. Claudius's eyes widened. A flying slash? Though it wasn't a true swordsman slash, it was still impressive for someone so young. The energy was coming fast, and Claudius didn't have time to dodge. Realizing this, Claudius decided to stop holding back. A thin, mist-like vapor appeared around his body, and the slash passed right through him without causing any harm. Momonga, now charging toward Claudius to finish him off, gasped in shock. Logia? He muttered under his breath, realizing the kind of opponent he was dealing with. Logia devil fruits were rare and incredibly powerful, often considered the strongest of the 3 devil fruit types. While he had some skill with Haki, it wasn't enough to deal with a Logia user of Claudius's caliber. With no time to adjust his attack, Momonga barreled straight into Claudius, who stood his ground. Without missing a beat, Claudius raised his hand and grabbed him by the neck. Just as the Momonga was about to summon his Haki to fight back, he suddenly found himself gasping for air. It wasn't the chokehold cutting off his breath, but something far more terrifying. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't inhale. His lungs screamed for oxygen, but the air around him had become unbreathable. Death choke. Claudius murmured softly, his grip steady. Unbeknownst to Momonga, Claudius had released his devil fruit ability, saturating the air around him with nitrogen. With no oxygen left to breathe, Momonga's body began to falter, his strength rapidly draining as his face turned red. Just as it seemed like the end was near, Claudius let go, withdrawing his ability and taking a step back. The suffocating atmosphere vanished, and Momonga collapsed to the ground, panting heavily as he tried to catch his breath. Claudius smiled. Though it might seem unfair. Before Claudius could finish his sentence, Momonga raised a hand, still gasping for air but managing to speak. No. It's fine. I lost fair and square. I didn't anticipate you'd be a Logia user. In a real battle, I'd already be dead. No need to give me an easy out. Chapter 19, The King Engine Ignites. Momonga was straightforward and honest in his defeat. His words left a good impression on Claudius, who nodded and said, "All right, then I'll gladly accept the victory." At the same time, Zephyr smiled and added, "Yes, in battle, no one would question the validity of such a win. It's just that Momonga was too careless, and that's what led to his loss." Momonga nodded regretfully and stepped back. However, Claudius wasn't quite satisfied yet. He stood in the arena, giving a meaningful look to Zephyr. Zephyr, understanding the unspoken message, glanced over at the other marine officers gathered nearby. Spotting the figure he had in mind, he called out, "Commodore Giant, come over and spar with his Cypher Pol Zero Agent's agent, Crow." Claudius followed Zephyr's gaze and saw a strikingly beautiful woman with long, graceful legs stepping out from the group of marines. She had a strong presence that instantly drew attention. "Yes, Teacher Zephyr." Giant responded, bowing her head respectfully before walking toward the center of the training ground. If Momonga was a rising star in the marine ranks, then Giant was on a whole other level. Claudius knew very well that Giant wasn't just any marine. In the future, she would become a vice admiral, but not just any vice admiral, she would be one of the elite, an admiral candidate with the code name Momazagi, Pink Rabbit. An admiral candidate wasn't an ordinary vice admiral. It meant she was someone on par with the likes of Kusn, Sakazuki, and Borsalino, Marine's strongest combatants. The only thing keeping her from the full rank of admiral was a lack of vacancy in the position. Claudius knew that after the battle between Kusn and Sakazuki, where Sakazuki became fleet admiral and Kusn left the Marines, Giant could have stepped up to take one of the vacant admiral positions. But she did not make the cut, as Isho and Aramaki attained the positions instead. Regardless, this didn't take away from Giant's strength. Even now, she had the potential to stand among the strongest, and Claudius was both satisfied and excited to face such an opponent. He knew that against her, he'd have to give it his all. Giant moved quickly, closing the distance between them with long, confident strides. When she stood before him, she introduced herself, "Naval Headquarters, Giant." Claudius nodded and responded, "Cypher Pol Zero Agents, Crow." With their brief introductions over, Kusn signaled for the match to begin. As soon as he did, Giant placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, a rare and famous blade named Konpira, which would become her lifelong companion. With just that motion, a fierce sword aura burst from her, and in the blink of an eye, her hand was cloaked in a pitch-black armament haki that flowed smoothly to her sword's hilt. Claudius observed this and quickly made a judgment. Compared to Momonga, who had only a basic grasp of armament haki, Giant was far more skilled. She wasn't a beginner, she was proficient. This meant his Logia powers, which allowed him to turn into an element, wouldn't be as effective. Giant could use her haki to strike his physical form even if he tried to go intangible. The air around them grew tense. After a brief moment of silence, Giant made her move. The blade of Conquest flashed from its sheath, and before the sword was fully drawn, a sharp slash cut through the air, heading straight for Claudius. This was no mere sword swipe. Unlike Momonga's earlier pseudo-slash, this was a true swordsman's slash, deadly and precise. Claudius didn't dare attempt to evade by going intangible. If he misjudged and Giant caught him off guard like Flying Squirrel had, he wouldn't stand a chance. Instead, he moved swiftly, drawing his short sword, Shinso, and raising it to block. With a metallic clang, Giant's slash struck Shinso. The blade held firm, but the sheer force behind the slash pushed Claudius back 2 steps. Giant smiled slightly, seeing her advantage. She surged forward with incredible speed, whispering, "Rabbit jump." Her movement technique propelled her forward like a swift hare, increasing her speed to a level Claudius hadn't expected. Before he could fully recover from the block, Giant was already in front of him. To his surprise, she didn't strike with her sword. Instead, she coated her leg in armament hockey and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Tempest kick. Giant shouted as her kick connected. Claudius felt the impact explode against his chest. The force lifted him off his feet and sent him flying backward, rolling across the ground several times before coming to a stop. From the sidelines, Nia, Claudius's butler, gasped in shock, instinctively wanting to rush forward. However, Starsea placed a hand on her arm, holding her back. "Your Highness doesn't want his battle interrupted," Starsea said calmly. "Remember, this trip isn't about showing off his status. He came here to temper himself." Nia hesitated but eventually nodded, calming herself down. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Claudius scrambled to his feet, managing to dodge another of Giant's attacks with a hasty roll that lacked any semblance of grace. Yet, for all its inelegance, it worked. Though the move looked clumsy, the lazy donkey roll, as it was often called, had saved countless warriors from death over the ages. Sometimes, practicality outweighed style. The brief respite gave Claudius a moment to breathe, but not for long. No sooner had he gotten to his feet than Giant was upon him again, her sword raised high, ready to bring it down with a force that could split him in half. Claudius steadied himself, bracing for the impact. His devil fruit powers surged, and with a low growl, he raised his hands. As Giant brought Conquest down, her blade stopped short, as if blocked by an invisible force. Giant's eyes widened in surprise. "What is this?" she muttered. Claudius grinned. "An invisible air shield." Before Giant could process what had happened, Claudius released a pulse of compressed nitrogen from around his body, forcing her to leap back, her brow furrowed in caution. "So, this is the same technique you used to subdue Momonga?" Giant asked, still watching him intently. "More or less," Claudius replied cryptically. The air around him shifted again, his body now radiating a different kind of pressure. He had started to compress nitrogen within his body, preparing to use it for enhanced speed and attack power. However, despite the temptation, Claudius refrained from using liquid nitrogen, a far deadlier variant of his abilities. The risk of causing irreversible damage to Giant was too high, and he didn't want to seriously injure her. As his aura intensified, Giant hesitated. Her instincts told her that Claudius was preparing something dangerous. She raised her guard, carefully observing his movements. Suddenly, the sound of Claudius's heartbeat filled the air, loud and rhythmic, like a powerful drum beating steadily. It was so intense that it could be heard from several meters away. Thump, thump, thump. Giant's eyes widened in astonishment. What is that?" Claudius stretched his neck, cracking it on both sides, and smirked. "It seems you're an opponent worth taking seriously." His heartbeat, now akin to the legendary King engine, created an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to magnify his presence. Combined with his words, it gave the impression that he hadn't even been trying up until now, completely fooling Giant. In the next instant, white smoke exploded from Claudius's feet, propelling him forward at an incredible speed. He lunged straight toward Giant, his movements nearly a blur. Chapter 20, Shoot Her, Shinso. "He's fast," Giant thought, eyes widening in surprise as she watched Claudius' movements. His speed had more than doubled from earlier, catching her off guard. At that moment, Giant was fully convinced that Claudius had finally gotten serious. In the blink of an eye, Claudius closed the distance between them, throwing a powerful straight punch aimed at Giant's chest. Reacting quickly, Giant stepped back to avoid a hit, thinking she'd successfully evaded the attack. But just as she prepared to counter, a sharp pain shot through her chest. Despite missing her by a hair, the punch carried an invisible force that struck her hard, sending her flying backward. As Giant was knocked back, realization dawned on her. So this is the power of his Logia devil fruit, she thought, gritting her teeth. Claudius's ability was invisible, colorless, and intangible, making it a serious threat to anyone without strong observation hockey. Claudius hadn't even touched her directly, but his ability to manipulate nitrogen gas had extended the range of his attacks, allowing him to hit from a distance without making physical contact. He showed no mercy, and another burst of white smoke erupted from his feet as he shot forward again, closing the gap almost instantly. Giant found herself on the defensive, struggling to keep up as Claudius launched a series of relentless attacks, using his invisible nitrogen manipulation to disrupt her every move. The pressure he applied was intense, and her momentum from earlier had been completely crushed. Each strike forced her to react quickly, but the unseen nature of his attacks made it nearly impossible to regain control. As she continued to evade, Giant realized something else. The air around her was getting thinner. She could feel the suffocating pressure building up. Claudius was manipulating the air, depriving her of oxygen. If this kept up, she'd be in serious trouble. He's using every advantage he can in close combat. Giant thought, gritting her teeth. The fight had become more challenging than she expected. His powers were more dangerous than she'd anticipated, and his fighting instincts were sharper than she gave him credit for. Determined not to lose, Giant steeled herself. Armament hockey surged across her body, and she took one of Claudius's punches head-on, using the impact to push herself backward and create some distance between them. She landed smoothly, her breathing steady, but her gaze had sharpened. "It seems you're worthy of my full effort," Giant said seriously, her voice carrying a weight of determination. Claudius blinked in surprise. "Wait, I was just pretending to be serious. Now you're saying you're about to get serious?" he thought, feeling a bit uneasy. He knew Giant would become an admiral candidate in the future, so he couldn't underestimate her now. Claudius remained cautious, watching as Giant took a deep breath. "Rabbit," she whispered. Suddenly, the air around Giant shifted. Her aura intensified, and Claudius could feel her strength surge to new heights, more than double what it was before. But what caught him off guard was her sudden transformation. From her head sprouted long rabbit ears, and a fluffy white tail appeared at her back. Her eyes turned a soft peach color, and strange markings adorned her forehead. Claudius blinked in disbelief. "A bunny girl?" he muttered, his voice laced with amusement. Giant's face turned a bright shade of red. She hated using her zone-type devil fruit, the mythical zone, rabbit fruit, for exactly this reason. The rabbit ears and tail made her feel self-conscious, and despite her immense power, she rarely used this form unless absolutely necessary. But seeing Claudius's amused expression only fueled her embarrassment and determination. Without a word, she stomped her feet, launching herself toward Claudius with incredible speed. Her movement was so fast that Claudius could barely register it. "She's ridiculously fast," he thought, struggling to react in time. "Tempest kick," Giant called out, her voice sharp. Before Claudius could defend himself, her foot slammed into his chest. This time, the force was much stronger, and the impact was immediate. Claudius felt a sharp pain radiate through his chest, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His body flew backward, crashing into the wall of the training ground, shattering it on impact. "Ah, Giant's angry," Kuzen remarked casually, watching the scene unfold with a grin. Zephyr, standing nearby, shook his head in mild exasperation but reassured Naya, who looked ready to panic. "Don't worry. Giant isn't cruel. She might be angry, but she knows how to control herself." "Of course. Crow might be in for some pain. He might not be getting out of bed for a few days." Zephyr nodded with a chuckle. Claudius groaned as he lay in the rubble, his whole body aching from the blow. "Damn. All I did was call her a bunny girl. Was that really necessary?" he muttered to himself, wincing from the pain. Despite the pain, Claudius wasn't ready to give up. Struggling to his feet, he pushed the debris away and spotted Giant leaping into the air, preparing to land another devastating attack. "What is this? Is she going to drop out of the sky and crush me?" Claudius quipped, unable to resist a sarcastic comment even in the face of danger. His body reacted instinctively, white smoke trailing from his feet as he rolled out of the way just in time. The spot where he had been lying moments before exploded as Giant landed, her fist crashing down with enough force to create a massive crater. Claudius watched the scene with wide eyes. "She would have turned me into a pancake if that hit me," he thought, shivering at the thought. Giant straightened up, pulling her fist from the ground, her eyes still full of fury. Claudius swallowed nervously. "I thought carnivorous zone fruits were supposed to be the violent ones. How is a rabbit this terrifying?" Taking a deep breath, Giant calmed herself, addressing Claudius with a stern tone. "Since you're an opponent worthy of my full strength, I'll tell you. I'm not just a regular rabbit zone. This is a mythical zone," she said, her voice steady. Before Claudius could respond, Giant's figure blurred again as she launched forward with another punch. Claudius barely had time to react, turning his body to gas as the punch passed through him, avoiding damage. However, Elementalizing his body couldn't save him for long. As soon as Claudius returned to his physical form, Jian was right behind him. Her rabbit paw, now transformed into a furry hand, landed squarely on his shoulder. "I've got you now," Jian whispered, a triumphant smile on her lips. Claudius was shocked. He could feel the pressure of her armament hockey locking onto his physical form. There was no escaping this time. In a flash of desperation, Claudius drew his short sword, Shinso, intending to strike back, but Jian was one step ahead. She grabbed his wrist, forcing the blade away, and pinned him in place. "Any last moves? If not, this battle is mine," Jian said confidently, tightening her grip. Claudius grinned, despite the pain. "Are you sure about that?" "Humphrey, go ahead and try." "I'm not afraid," Jian replied, though she remained on high alert. "Well, I wasn't planning on using this move, but you've hurt my pride a little." "So?" Claudius whispered, his tone soft yet ominous. Jian's grip tightened even more, ready for whatever Claudius had up his sleeve. She wasn't going to let him escape. "Shoot her, Shinso," Claudius murmured, his voice barely audible. In the next instant, a flash of blood-red light filled the space between them. Jian's eyes widened in disbelief as she felt a cold, sharp pain in her abdomen. Shinso had extended, piercing both Claudius and Jian simultaneously. She hadn't anticipated such a reckless move. Shinso, with its unique ability, had struck both of them, and Claudius had used the blade's lengthening power to surprise her. Claudius, now free of her grip, took advantage of the moment. He twisted around, grabbing Jian's wrist and locking her in place. With his other hand, he pressed Shinso's edge lightly against her neck, the blade still dripping with blood. He leaned in, his voice low and slightly strained. "Looks like you forced me to use this. Now, you've lost." Jian stood frozen, shocked by the sudden turn of events. She hadn't expected Claudius to have such a trick up his sleeve. Chapter 21, What a coincidence. On the top floor of Manaford's Naval Headquarters Hospital, in the most advanced ward equipped with the best medical technology, Claudius lay on a hospital bed in a patient gown, looking relaxed. It would be hard to believe that just a few hours ago, he had been fiercely battling Jian in a high-stakes training match, narrowly winning with a risky, self-sacrificing move. The aftermath of that fight had nearly given several bystanders a heart attack, especially those aware of Claudius's true identity. Zephyr himself had almost suffered a heart attack from the shock. After all, Claudius was pretending to be a Cypher Pol Zero agent's recruit. If he were genuinely just a potential agent, even with all his promise, an accidental death during training wouldn't have been the end of the world. Manafort could handle that without too much pressure. But Claudius wasn't just any recruit, he was a celestial dragon. If he were injured, people might grumble, but if he died, it would be an entirely different story. The fallout would be catastrophic. Despite the tension, after Claudius had executed his mutual destruction move and pierced both himself and Jian, he still managed to stand victorious. Zephyr, using his seasoned eyes, could see that though Claudius was seriously injured, it wasn't life-threatening. To avoid exposing Claudius's identity, Zephyr had to restrain Nia, Claudius's panicking butler, as well as Starsea, who had been quietly freaking out. Zephyr's impression of Claudius had shifted over time. When they first met, Zephyr had pegged him as just another spoiled celestial dragon, a troublemaker. But after their encounter in the New World, Zephyr had seen a glimpse of Claudius's potential and had passed down to him valuable training techniques. Now, after seeing Claudius fight again, Zephyr's opinion had changed dramatically. Claudius wasn't just talented, he was fearless and ruthlessly determined. The fact that Claudius was willing to stab himself to ensure victory in what was essentially a sparring match left a deep impression. At that moment, Zephyr realized that Claudius wasn't just a typical celestial dragon. He was the kind of person who had the grit and drive to push through pain, hardship, and limitations. He had both talent and tenacity, a combination Zephyr admired. If Claudius had been a Marine, Zephyr would have groomed him to become a future admiral, maybe even a fleet admiral. It was a shame such potential was locked within the confines of the celestial dragons. By Claudius's bedside, Nia tended to him, offering him tea and keeping him comfortable. Despite the battle he had just endured, Claudius appeared at ease, though there was still a hint of soreness in his movements. However, Nia's expression darkened every time her eyes flicked to the other bed in the room. Under her breath, she muttered curses aimed at its occupant. This was a 3-person ward, the most elite medical facility in Manafort. Normally, only top officers like admirals or the fleet admiral would use it. But in cases of injury, it was also made available to those Marines deemed promising future leaders. Lying on the other bed was none other than Jian, the Commodore who had been defeated by Claudius in their intense sparring match. Despite Claudius winning the bout, Giant's physical condition was far superior to his, thanks to her mythical zone devil fruit abilities, which granted her enhanced vitality and recovery. Even so, Giant had suffered a serious wound from Claudius's Shinso. While zone fruits, especially the mythical ones, were known for their incredible resilience, she was still too injured to be up and about. Thus, Giant had been placed in the same elite ward as Claudius to recuperate. As Naya continued to glare at Giant, the Commodore smirked and said, "Hey, if I didn't feel the ruthlessness you displayed during that fight, I'd think you were just some pampered noble's son, lounging around with your maid fussing over you." Claudius chuckled and replied, "What's wrong, Giant? Are you upset about losing?" Giant's expression turned slightly sour. It was true Claudius hadn't been stronger than her in raw power. In fact, in terms of physical strength and skill, he was slightly weaker. But the fact remained, in the end, he had won. He had shown the resolve to risk everything for victory, and that was something she had to respect, even if it frustrated her. "I'm not someone who can't admit defeat," Giant said after a pause, her voice firm despite the sting of the loss. "Good to hear," Claudius said, a teasing smile on his face. "I wouldn't want to have to stab myself again just to prove my point." As they exchanged words, Claudius reflected on the match. He knew there was still a considerable gap between his strength and Giant's. His victory had been due to his boldness rather than sheer power. He had leveled the playing field with his determination and a willingness to take drastic risks. Based on these two sparring sessions, Claudius had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Compared to the average Marine Commodore, he was undoubtedly stronger. In terms of raw power, he was well above someone like Momonga, but he still had some ground to cover before reaching the level of the top-tier Commodores like Giant. Nevertheless, he wasn't discouraged. He knew that with more training and effort, he would eventually surpass even someone as formidable as Giant. After a brief exchange, Claudius turned his attention away from Giant. As impressive as she was both as a fighter and as a beautiful woman, he found his thoughts drifting toward the man lying in the third bed in their shared ward. That man was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the future revolutionary leader who would one day be considered the world's most dangerous criminal. To Claudius, the coincidence of running into Dragon here felt almost too good to be true. Dragon, the son of marine hero Garp, was a figure surrounded by mystery. At this point, Dragon was still a respected marine with a promising future ahead of him, someone people believed would one day become an admiral, or perhaps even the fleet admiral. His presence in this elite ward was no surprise, given his status and potential. However, it seemed Dragon's injuries weren't too severe, as he was up and about, helping himself to tea and snacks while occasionally chatting with Giant. Claudius had noticed they were on familiar terms, which made sense. Giant had a close relationship with Garp, often referring to him casually as Little Garp. It was no surprise she knew Dragon well, too. Despite sharing the ward, Dragon had only exchanged a few polite words with Claudius, acknowledging him as just another Cypher Pol Zero agent's recruit. He hadn't given Claudius much attention since then. As Dragon quietly read a book, his serious expression gave off a scholarly air. He didn't resemble the man who would one day be the leader of a worldwide revolution. Without the familiar blood-red tattoos on his face courtesy of Garp's infamous slipper discipline, Dragon looked more like an intellectual than a soldier. Claudius, watching Dragon out of the corner of his eye, couldn't help but laugh inwardly. What luck! I was just wondering how I could get closer to this guy, and now we're stuck in the same hospital room. Patient friends, huh? Perfect? Indeed, before coming to Manafort, Claudius had prepared himself for a potential encounter with Dragon, though he hadn't expected it to happen so soon or under such circumstances. Putting thoughts of Giant aside, Claudius shifted his focus to Dragon. He had to make his move carefully, so as not to waste this golden opportunity. Now that Dragon's here, Giant's not my priority anymore. Claudius mused. He turned to his butler and said, Naya, could you grab that book I brought with me? I'd like to read a bit. Naya, quick as always, nodded and asked, which one would you like to read, Mr. Crow? Claudius pretended to think for a moment before replying. How about civil rights? As soon as Claudius said the title, Dragon's eyes flickered with interest. Though he tried to maintain his composure, Claudius noticed his subtle reaction. Naya hurriedly fetched the book from Claudius's bag and handed it to him. Smiling, Claudius opened the book and casually read aloud a famous quote, "The people are the most valuable, society comes second, and the ruler is the least important." Dragon's eyes sharpened at the words, his curiosity clearly piqued. Unable to hold back any longer, Dragon leaned forward slightly and asked, My friend, what book is that you're reading? And where can I find a copy? Claudius smiled inwardly. Hook, line, and sinker. Feigning mild confusion, Claudius looked up at Dragon and replied, Oh, this? It's called Civil Rights, but I doubt you can find it in any stores. Chapter 22, Artistic Dragon raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Claudius's response. Could this really be an original work? The thought surprised him. The few lines he had overheard earlier carried ideas that seemed radical, even rebellious ideas that would be considered dangerous by the world government. The fact that this text wasn't widely available made it even more compelling. Dragon couldn't help but wonder how Claudius had gotten his hands on such a book. It was certainly the kind of work that might be banned, given its subversive nature. And judging by what he'd overheard earlier, Claudius wasn't just an ordinary Cypher Pol Zero agent. His position seemed somewhat unique, especially considering Zephyr's respectful treatment of him. But still, could someone with such a connection to the world government be holding on to this type of literature? Dragon's mind raced with possibilities, but he didn't jump to conclusions. After all, it wasn't every day you encountered a member of Cypher Pol Zero agents in a hospital ward with a book like this. Though curious, he kept his questions light for now. Really? Dragon asked, a hint of regret in his voice, assuming that the book might be a rare or even one-of-a-kind piece. Claudius, noticing Dragon's interest, smiled and said, the book isn't particularly rare for me. If you're interested, feel free to borrow it. With a simple gesture, Claudius nodded to Naya, who promptly fetched the book and handed it to Dragon. Without hesitation, Dragon accepted it. Thank you, my friend. He said sincerely. By the way, I didn't catch your name. Crow, interim member of Cypher Pol Zero agents. Claudius replied with a smile. Interim member? Dragon repeated, finding the title a bit curious. However, he didn't press the matter. It wasn't unusual for someone to be placed in a transitional role within Cypher Pol Zero agents, especially if they had other tasks ahead of them. Perhaps Claudius had some important assignment coming up, or maybe he was still in training. Whatever the case, Dragon decided not to pry too deeply into it just yet. Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon introduced himself in return. Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Dragon, though young, had already risen to the position of Vice Admiral. He was just a few years older than Kusagakure and had been brought into the Marines by his father, Garp, from an early age. At only 20-something, he was already a highly respected figure within the Marines, and many believed he was on track to become an admiral in the future. However, despite his impressive career, Dragon had been feeling more and more disillusioned with the way the Marines and by extension, the world government were functioning. Though he hadn't yet fully defined his own revolutionary ideology, he was in the midst of a personal crisis, seeking answers to the questions that troubled him. That's why the moment he overheard Claudius reciting lines from that book, his curiosity had been piqued. He was searching for something that could guide him or clarify his thoughts, and this book seemed like it might hold the answers he was looking for. Claudius pretended to be surprised at Dragon's introduction. Monkey? As in the son of Vice Admiral Garp? He asked, though he already knew the answer. Dragon waved his hand, looking a little embarrassed. Yeah, that's right. But I'd prefer not to rely on my father's name too much. Claudius chuckled. The son of Garp, huh? I didn't mean any disrespect. It was clear to Dragon that Claudius wasn't trying to curry favor or leverage his connection to Garp, which was refreshing. Over the years, Dragon had encountered many people who tried to get close to him simply because of his father's reputation. But this crow didn't seem to have any such intentions, and Dragon found that oddly comforting. It made him think that perhaps Claudius's own background carried enough weight that he didn't need to rely on external connections. The conversation shifted, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, Dragon dove into the book. As he began reading, his eyes widened with each passing sentence. The ideas within were revolutionary, unlike anything he had encountered before. Concepts like the people being more valuable than the ruler and the government serving the people, not controlling them, struck a deep chord within him. No wonder this book isn't available anywhere, Dragon thought. This kind of ideology would be suppressed immediately. He quickly found himself engrossed in the text, marveling at the boldness of its ideas. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. How can a ruler call themselves a leader without the people's support? True governance is shared by the people. Dragon muttered, echoing lines from the book. It was clear that whoever had written this had a profound understanding of governance and the delicate balance between power and the people. The more Dragon read, the more it resonated with him, as if this text was helping to resolve the confusion that had been weighing on his mind. This book is incredible. Dragon murmured to himself. It contains thoughts I've never even considered before. Curious to know more about the author, Dragon flipped to the front of the book, hoping to find some kind of signature or note from the writer. But after scanning through the pages, he found nothing, no name, no preface, no indication of who had penned this work. How unfortunate. Dragon sighed. I would have loved to read more from this great thinker. As he said this aloud, he didn't bother hiding his disappointment from Claudius or Jian. Jian, having little interest in the topic, remained silent, But Dragon's enthusiasm was evident. Claudius, watching Dragon's reaction, couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. This is going better than expected, he thought. When Dragon finally pulled his eyes away from the book, he turned to Claudius and asked, "What do you think of this work? It's truly remarkable, isn't it?" Claudius hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit awkward. After all, it wasn't exactly polite to openly praise your own work. "I think it's decent. Maybe not perfect, but decent," he replied modestly. Dragon was caught off guard by the humility in Claudius's answer. "Decent? Just decent?" He shook his head in disbelief. "I think you might be underestimating it. The ideas in this book are revolutionary. They challenge the very foundations of society and governance. It's filled with wisdom and insight." He looked back at the book, his brows furrowing in thought. "But it feels incomplete. There's so much more to explore, and the text only scratches the surface of what could be a deeper philosophy." Dragon's mind raced with the possibilities. There had to be more to this philosophy. "Do you happen to have more of this work? A follow-up or continuation?" Claudius shook his head, smiling slightly. "Not yet." "Not yet?" Dragon repeated, his interest clearly piqued. "So, there will be more?" Claudius kept his tone casual, though inwardly he was amused at how quickly Dragon had latched onto his words. Dragon nodded, though the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. "If you ever manage to gather the rest, I would be more than willing to help, in any way I can." Why does this guy sound like a poetic scholar? Claudius thought to himself, trying not to laugh. Dragon's enthusiasm and almost literary tone were starting to amuse him. It was hard to reconcile this refined, thoughtful man with the figure who would one day lead the most feared revolutionary army in the world. Still, Dragon's interest in his ideas was undeniable. He seemed almost desperate for more, which was exactly what Claudius had hoped for. Now, it was time to string him along just a little bit further. "It's not that difficult to write," Claudius said with a shrug. "The ideas are there, but I haven't had time to properly organize everything." Dragon looked genuinely impressed. "You wrote this?" he exclaimed, staring at Claudius with renewed respect. Claudius nodded. "It's just the beginning," he said humbly. "There's much more to be written, but you know how it is, life gets in the way." For a moment, Dragon seemed stunned. The man sitting across from him was the author of the very text that had just blown his mind. The fact that Claudius had written something so profound only added to the mystery surrounding him. "If this is just the beginning, then I can only imagine how impactful the rest will be," Dragon said, his tone full of admiration. "You've already given me so much to think about." Claudius smiled inwardly. "You haven't seen anything yet." Out loud, he replied modestly, "I'm just exploring some ideas. If you'd like, we can discuss them further sometime." Dragon nodded eagerly. "I'd be honored to." Chapter 23, To teach and educate people. Claudius ended up staying at naval headquarters for 7 days, though 6.5 of those were spent in the hospital. By the third day, Jian, the beautiful Commodore who had been injured alongside him, was discharged. She was growing impatient in the high-end ward. There were 3 people sharing the ward: Claudius, Dragon, and Jian, but Jian felt out of place, like an outsider. Claudius and Dragon seemed to hit it off immediately, spending most of their time deep in conversation about ideas that Jian had little interest in. She often found herself rolling her eyes as the two exchanged thoughts, feeling left out and somewhat ignored. Wherever Jian went, she usually attracted attention. After all, she was the Marine's renowned beauty, and admirers followed her everywhere. Even the second-in-command at the officer training camp, a man destined to be an admiral candidate, was practically her biggest fan, visiting her 4 times in the 3 days she spent in the hospital. But here? It seemed Claudius and Dragon barely noticed her. They might exchange a few polite words when they were all resting, but that was it. As if that wasn't enough, Naya, Claudius's butler, didn't hide her disdain for Jian, constantly giving her cold glares, likely blaming her for Claudius's injuries. Feeling humiliated by the cold treatment, Jian had had enough. Her zone fruit ability had already sped up her recovery, and as soon as she was well enough, she signed her discharge papers and left, no longer willing to stay in the ward where she felt so unwelcome. As for Dragon, his injuries had healed days ago, but he deliberately stayed in the ward longer to engage Claudius in more philosophical discussions. Dragon was at a crossroads in his life, and though he had a budding sense of rebellion, he still hadn't fully formed his ideas. The things Claudius talked about resonated with him in a way that few other things had. Though Dragon already had strong opinions about the injustices in the world, Claudius had access to ideas and philosophies far beyond what Dragon had been exposed to. Claudius, having come from an era of information and diverse political thought, was familiar with theories and movements that had no counterpart in Dragon's time. Even if Claudius wasn't a master of these philosophies, they were more than enough to open Dragon's eyes to new possibilities. By the end of the 7 days, Dragon had developed a deep respect for Claudius, not for his strength, but for his ideas and his way of thinking. Just as Claudius and Dragon were wrapping up one of their discussions, an unexpected visitor arrived at the ward. It was none other than Garp, Vice Admiral of the Marines and one of its strongest combatants. His arms were crossed, and his nose was tilted up arrogantly as he sat on Dragon's bed, clearly there to reprimand his son. "You idiot. What kind of injury do you have? You should have been discharged from the hospital 5 days ago. But here you are, loafing around for another 5 days. What are you trying to do, dodge your duties as a Vice Admiral? How am I supposed to face the world if my son acts like this? You're getting out of this hospital today, whether you like it or not. There's a mission waiting for you." As Garp said this, he glanced over at Claudius on the other bed, deliberately avoiding mentioning the specifics of the mission. It wasn't that Garp was worried Claudius might leak the information. After all, Claudius was Celestial Dragon, a position that came with access to far more classified details. No, Garp didn't want to risk Claudius showing too much interest in the mission and deciding to tag along. The last thing Garp wanted was to babysit a Celestial Dragon on a dangerous operation. There was also another reason for Garp's reluctance, his long-standing disdain for the Celestial Dragons. After the God Valley incident, Garp's contempt for the world nobles had only deepened. While Zephyr Admiral had vouched for Claudius, saying he was different from other Celestial Dragons, Garp wasn't quick to change his mind. At best, he thought Claudius was a decent fighter tough enough to stab himself to defeat Giant. "I'm not going," Dragon said bluntly, rejecting his father's proposal without hesitation. "I'm not the only Vice Admiral in the Marines. Someone else can take care of it. You seem to have plenty of free time, so why don't you handle it yourself and leave me out of it?" Garp's temper flared, and he slammed his hand against the bed. "Do you even know what's going on in the New World right now? Golden Lion Shiki just took down Okaku. Now's the perfect chance to hunt Okaku down and lock him up in Impel Down. This is a big deal, and you're sitting here slacking off? You've got to come with me. Let's catch him together." Hearing this, Claudius's curiosity was piqued. He knew of Golden Lion Shiki, but Okaku wasn't a name he was too familiar with. He knew that Okaku had once been part of the Rocks Pirates, just like Shiki, but the details of his story were murky. Judging by Garp's reaction, Okaku must have been one of his old rivals. "I've got more important things to do than that," Dragon said, clearly irritated. What could be more important than upholding justice as a Marine? More important than wiping out evil? Garp demanded, his frustration growing. "Okaku is already weakened by Shiki. You don't need me for this, you can handle it on your own. This is a trivial matter for me. What's important right now is that I'm at a critical point in my life, figuring out my beliefs. I'm finally starting to see through the confusion I've been feeling. That's far more important to me than chasing some pirate. You idiot. I'm your father," Garp shouted, his patience wearing thin. Watching the heated argument, Claudius couldn't help but reflect on Garp's skills as a mentor. Garp was strong, legendary, even he had power, fame, and experience. But in one area, he struggled immensely, raising the next generation. Marine had two prominent figures when it came to training future leaders. One was Zephyr, who was practically the headmaster of the Marines. He had trained many of the Navy's top officers, including the future admirals. He was a respected teacher who produced disciplined, formidable Marines. Then there was Garp. Garp was a different story. His intentions were good, and he genuinely wanted to raise great Marines, but the results spoke for themselves. He had raised his own son, Dragon, to become the world's most notorious criminal. Strike one. Then, after realizing he'd botched his son's path, Garp turned his attention to Ace, Roger's son, hoping to mold him into a top Marine. That didn't go so well either. Ace ended up becoming Whitebeard's adopted son and a pirate through and through. Strike two. Lastly, there was his grandson, Luffy. Garp had tried to raise Luffy to be a strong Marine, but the boy had also gone off to become a pirate, charging headlong toward the same rebellious path as his father and brother. Strike three. If it weren't for Garp's incredible reputation and accomplishments, Claudius figured the world government would have come after him, maybe even demoting or punishing him for being a terrible influence. Now, watching Garp and Dragon argue, Claudius could clearly see why Garp's mentorship hadn't panned out. Garp was too overbearing. He wanted his son and grandson to follow the paths he had laid out for them, never really considering their desires. No wonder they had all rebelled. It was time for Claudius to intervene. If he didn't step in, Garp and Dragon might end up in a full-blown argument, and Garp could easily find out that the real reason Dragon didn't want to leave the hospital was because of Claudius's discussions with him. Claudius didn't want to end up being the scapegoat for their fight. Also, if Garp and Dragon started brawling here, Claudius didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. His injuries still weren't fully healed, after all. Dragon. Claudius said, trying to calm the situation. Don't be too quick to dismiss your father's suggestion. There's value in theory, but you also need practice. You need to see the world with your own eyes, experience it. That's how you refine your ideas. Vice Admiral Garp's mission might be the perfect opportunity for you to do just that. Dragon paused, turning to listen as Claudius continued. The conversations we've had, ideas are important, but they need to be tested against reality. You might find new inspiration, or see things from a different perspective while out there. Consider it part of your journey. Dragon hesitated. He respected Claudius's opinions, and it was true that he had learned a lot from their talks. After a moment, he finally nodded. Fine, I'll go with you, then. Garp was a bit stunned at the moment. He knew just how stubborn his son was, how could he not? Yet, watching Claudius sway his son's resolve with just a few words left Garp genuinely surprised. As a result, his impression of Claudius shifted slightly. It seems. Maybe Zephyr was right. This Claudius might be different from the usual spoiled, arrogant celestial dragons. Garp thought to himself. After Dragon agreed to Garp's mission, he turned and looked at Claudius with a smile. Mr. Crow and I hit it off right away. We'll be parting ways for now, but who knows when we'll get to meet again. Why don't we exchange contact information? If I find myself confused in the future, I might reach out to have a chat. Naturally, Claudius wouldn't refuse such an offer. He nodded and called out, Naya. Naya knew what to do. She immediately took out a phone transponder snail from her bag and handed it to Dragon. The two exchanged signals, ensuring they'd be able to communicate in the future. With that settled, Dragon followed Garp to begin the formal discharge procedures. As they walked down the corridor of the Marine Hospital, Dragon remained silent for a while before finally speaking up. Who is that Mr. Crow? I get the feeling he's more than just a Cypher Pol Zero agent's agent, right? Garp glanced at Dragon with a complicated expression. After a moment, he shook his head and said, if he didn't tell you himself, then it's not my place to say anymore. Chapter 24, Sabati Archipelago. After Dragon left, Claudius didn't bother staying at the Marine Hospital. He wasn't a Marine, so there was no need for any formal discharge procedures. Once he packed up his belongings, he left Naval Headquarters, Maniford. Before he departed, he had one last meeting with Admiral Zephyr. What surprised him, however, was the unexpected appearance of Marine's so-called Flower of Giant, who showed up at the port just to see him off. The reason? Claudius had managed to defeat her during a sparring session on the training grounds. Out of respect for a worthy opponent, she felt it was only right to personally bid him farewell. She also made it clear that she wouldn't lose next time due to a mistake like she did before, and warned Claudius to stay sharp. Looking at the proud and stubborn flower of the Marines, Claudius couldn't help but smirk. Next time? Compete with me again? If there's a next time, I'll have you flat on your back, not in battle, but in bed, showing you all the ways I can break you down until you're begging for mercy. But, of course, those were just the dirty thoughts running through Claudius's mind. Putting aside such fantasies, he was confident that if there really were a next time, he would be able to face Giant head-on with his own growing strength. Why was he so sure? Because Claudius had already received something crucial from Zephyr, something he'd been aiming for since the beginning. Zephyr had handed over a detailed manual on hockey cultivation and training methods. When it came to hockey mastery, there were two individuals in the Marine who were absolute experts. The first was the man Claudius had targeted, Zephyr himself. Zephyr, known as the Admiral Who Doesn't Kill, had earned his second moniker, Black Arm, due to his proficiency in armament hockey. His mastery in armament hockey was unparalleled, and it was through this skill, rather than any devil fruit ability, that Zephyr climbed to the rank of Marine Admiral. His powerful Conqueror's hockey was an extension of his life experience, and while Claudius hadn't even awakened his Conqueror's hockey yet, Zephyr's manual provided insight that was invaluable for future training. The other Marine expert who could match or even surpass Zephyr in hockey mastery was none other than the hero of the Marines and Dragon's father, Vice Admiral Garp. Despite holding the rank of Vice Admiral, Garp's strength was on par with, or even above, the Admiral's. He was the unchallenged powerhouse of the Marine. So why didn't Claudius go to Garp for hockey training? The reason was simple: Garp wasn't exactly known for being the most diligent or articulate instructor, at least not when it came to teaching others. In contrast, Zephyr's manual was filled with detailed explanations. He had poured in all his experiences and insights, even adding personal advice tailored to Claudius's abilities and potential based on their interactions over the past few days. It was clear that Zephyr truly cared about Claudius, whether due to his passion for teaching or a genuine respect for Claudius's status as a celestial dragon. Regardless of the reason, Zephyr had spared no effort in helping him. Thus, Claudius was more than willing to view Zephyr as a true mentor. "I'll find a way to repay Zephyr someday," Claudius murmured to himself as he stood on the deck of the ship, watching Manfred slowly recede into the distance. He glanced down at the manual filled with Zephyr's wisdom and insights, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Zephyr's generosity had genuinely touched him, so much so that Claudius was determined to protect the man's family, no matter what. "Starsea!" Claudius called out. Starsea, who had been standing nearby during Claudius's time at Manfred, immediately stepped forward and responded softly, "Your Highness, what are your orders?" "Once we return to Mary-Ejo's, I want you to transfer some of our best operatives from Cypher Pol Zero agents and have them positioned around Zephyr's family. Don't reveal their identities, just have them act as friends or acquaintances. If any danger approaches Zephyr's family, I want our agents to protect them at all costs." "Understood?" Claudius instructed. Although Starsea didn't fully understand why Claudius wanted to make such an arrangement, she nodded and accepted the task without question. While Starsea remained puzzled, Claudius knew exactly why he was taking this precaution. Better to be safe than sorry. Claudius wasn't one to meddle unnecessarily, but after benefiting so much from Zephyr's guidance, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. There were simply too many uncertainties in this world. Sending a few skilled agents as a safety net was the most straightforward and effective measure he could take. It should be enough. Right? Claudius mused to himself. The idea of anyone daring to harm a Marine Admiral's family was almost unheard of. But Claudius wasn't taking any chances. Even if it were an improbable scenario, he believed his intervention could make all the difference. The journey from Manfred to Sabaody Archipelago wasn't far. It took less than half a day to reach their destination. Claudius had no intention of heading back to Mary-Ejo's right away. Since he was already out and about, he decided to visit Sabaody Archipelago and see what it had to offer. After all, Sabaody was a well-known island, marking the end of the first half of the Grand Line and serving as the gateway to the New World. On this island, just about anything could happen. You could see the lofty and arrogant celestial dragons. You could see downtrodden slaves at the bottom of the hierarchy. You could witness marine officers enforcing justice or encounter pirates causing mayhem. Here, on this chaotic island, you might even stumble across legendary figures like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, or the future pirate king himself, Roger. These giants of the seas often stopped by Sabaody because there was no other direct route to the New World. The only alternative was to circle around the calm belt. The Sabaody Archipelago was a true melting pot, a place where predators and prey lurked in the shadows, hidden in plain sight. But for Claudius, the island didn't pose much danger. Sabaody was directly under the jurisdiction of the celestial dragons. In essence, it was their playground, their fiefdom. It was close to both Marineford and the Holy Land Mary-Ejo's. Should trouble arise, reinforcements from either the Cypher Pol Agents organization or the Marine headquarters could arrive almost instantaneously. So long as Claudius didn't run into some reckless fool like Luffy, someone who would attack a celestial dragon without a second thought, he had no reason to worry. And people like Luffy were few and far between. Claudius was confident he wouldn't be so unlucky. While most pirates had to enter Sabaody through the Lawless Zone's port, Claudius's status allowed him to sail directly to the luxurious port reserved for celestial dragons. After disembarking, Claudius decided to conceal his identity at least a little. He didn't need to go to great lengths to disguise himself, but opted not to flaunt his status. He kept his entourage small, bringing only Starsea, his butler Naya, and a few hidden guards. Without the typical celestial dragon attire, the obnoxious bubble hood, or a procession of slaves, he didn't stand out too much. Most people would just assume he was a wealthy noble visiting the island. Given how many nobles frequented Sabaody in hopes of currying favor with the celestial dragons, Claudius's appearance was anything but conspicuous. As he strolled through Sabaody Archipelago, he took in the sights with curious eyes, observing the island's layout and unique atmosphere. Apart from the lawless zones, the rest of the island was surprisingly orderly. The scenery was beautiful, the climate pleasant. It truly was an ideal place for leisure and relaxation. No wonder so many celestial dragons liked to visit. From what he could tell at the port, a few of his celestial dragon brethren were already on the island. But Claudius had no intention of meeting up with them or exchanging pleasantries. He preferred to explore the island on his own terms. "Your Highness, I've compiled a list of interesting spots and information about Sabaody Archipelago. Please take a look and decide where you'd like to go," Naya said, handing Claudius some papers. Claudius glanced through the information. He wasn't interested in soap bubble parks or sightseeing spots. Specialty shops and scenic views didn't catch his eye either. In the end, he settled on one destination, the auction house in the illegal zone. He smiled and said, "Let's go check out this auction." The moment the words left his mouth, Stasse's expression turned a bit apprehensive. Your Highness, that auction isn't exactly legitimate. It deals in some rather shady, gray area businesses. And more importantly, it's located in the lawless zone. It's dangerous there. Sabati's illegal zone was still chaotic at this time. The auctions there weren't particularly well regulated, and the slave trade wasn't as refined as it would be in the future. Claudius figured that later on, when his big cousin, Don Quixote da Flamengo, eventually extended his influence into Sabati, he would formalize and dominate the slave trade market, turning it into a more structured employment agency. But for now, these auctions were still a hodgepodge of activities selling everything from slaves to rare treasures. Claudius wanted to take a look, just to see if there was anything of value. It's fine. With you around, Starsea, what could possibly go wrong? Is there anyone out there who dared to harm me? Claudius said with a grin. Starsea sighed in resignation, smiling wryly as she replied, I'll certainly do everything in my power to protect your highness. But if we encounter a situation I can't handle, please don't hesitate to reveal your true identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, I promise. Claudius nodded with a light-hearted smile. With that, they made their way to the illegal zone of the Sabati archipelago. Chapter 25, Demon Blade, Shindo. After stepping into the lawless zone, Claudius could feel the chaotic energy that permeated the area. However, with Starsea accompanying him and a few discreet guards trailing behind, no one dared to provoke him. Truth be told, the chaos in the lawless zone rarely affected those who appeared to be well off or of noble descent, like Claudius. Most of the violence and crime targeted people who were destitute and alone, those whose deaths would go unnoticed. People like Claudius, who exuded the aura of a noble, were seen more as potential patrons in the eyes of the scum of this area. After all, the lower rungs of society depended on these wealthy individuals for their income. And since nobles were not to be trifled with lightly, trouble tended to steer clear of them. There was no hassle when they entered the auction house. Starsea handled negotiations with the auctioneer, and it wasn't long before Claudius and his group were led to the front row of the venue. Though Claudius didn't explicitly reveal his identity as a celestial dragon, he was seated right behind the reserved area for them, in the second row, just shy of the most prominent seats in the house. He glanced at the two celestial dragons occupying those seats ahead of him. They seemed young, probably no more than their 20s. Claudius couldn't immediately recognize who they were just from seeing their backs, but he could already tell that they were of the same mold as his predecessor, typical celestial dragons, wasteful and utterly useless. Understanding their nature, Claudius had no interest in introducing himself or exchanging pleasantries. Instead, he simply sat back in his seat and waited for the auction to begin, paying no attention to the chatter between the two celestial dragons in front of him, who seemed to be boasting about their slave purchases. With nothing better to do, Claudius closed his eyes and began to reflect on his interactions with Dragon over the past few days. Had he made any real impact? Yes, definitely. Through sheer persistence and rhetoric, Claudius had at least planted some seeds of doubt and introspection within Dragon. But expecting to fully rewrite Dragon's future would be naive. First and foremost, Dragon was a strong-willed individual. While he might acknowledge some of Claudius's points in the short term, someone like him wouldn't be easily swayed. Claudius could sense that Dragon was more interested in testing his own beliefs against Claudius's arguments rather than blindly accepting them. He was absorbing the conversation, seeking common ground while still maintaining his own distinct ideals. But for now, this was enough. All Claudius wanted was to establish a rapport, a foundation of friendship. If he could guide Dragon in the future, he would. If not, at least there would be some room for negotiation instead of immediate hostility. Just having a space for dialogue was sufficient for now. Thinking that he probably wouldn't see Dragon again for a while, Claudius let out a quiet sigh and put those thoughts aside. He focused on resting and quietly waited for the auction to begin. Soon enough, the auction hall filled up, and the auctioneer wasted no time starting the event. Claudius had never participated in an auction before, but he had heard plenty about their typical routines. As expected, the initial items were rather mundane and uninteresting. Claudius paid no attention to the early bids for treasures and slaves, finding nothing remarkable among them. The same held true for the two celestial dragons in front of him. They didn't bother bidding on anything either. The ones truly engaged were the nobles seated further back, eagerly vying for things Claudius couldn't care less about. The gap in wealth and power is obvious. The nobles in this world aren't as sophisticated as I'd imagined. Celestial dragons really are on another level. Claudius mused. Just as he began to question if he'd come to the wrong place, the auction finally presented something of interest. The first major highlight of the night was a giant slave, towering and muscular. The giant had a rough yet dignified air about him, giving off the aura of a seasoned warrior. His arms and legs were bound with thick chains, and a massive slave collar encircled his neck. The moment the giant appeared, Claudius noticed the two celestial dragons ahead of him perk up with interest. From what Claudius knew, aside from rare mermaid slaves, giants were among the most valuable slaves in the market, with a starting price of 50 million baileys. For most ordinary nobles, this was an astronomical sum. But for celestial dragons? It was a trivial amount. Even lower-tier celestial dragons like Claudius received a monthly allowance of 500 million baileys just as pocket money. And with the world government and countless wealthy merchants constantly fawning over them, celestial dragons rarely had to spend their own money on luxuries or treasures. Instead, merchants and officials would scramble to present these items as gifts. There was no way they would dare to ask the celestial dragons to pay for anything themselves. As a result, Claudius had barely touched his monthly allowance in the past 6 months, saving up a substantial fortune that he intended to use as seed money for his future endeavors. But for most celestial dragons, their biggest monthly expense was probably their extravagant spending sprees on Sabati Archipelago, and this auction was likely one of the prime outlets for them to blow their funds. Sure enough, Claudius had no interest in acquiring the giant slave. But the two celestial dragons in front of him were more than eager. They started the bidding war at 100 million baileys. Despite the other nobles being wealthy, none dared to compete with the celestial dragons. The two young men seemed to get into a heated argument, raising the bid repeatedly until the price soared to nearly 200 million baileys. Eventually, one of them conceded, clearly upset. The auction continued, showcasing various intriguing items like brawny fishermen slaves and rare treasures, keeping Claudius entertained. The celestial dragons in front, however, did not bid on anything else. It wasn't until a devil fruit was brought onto the stage that Claudius's eyes lit up. With a smile, he gestured to Naya to raise his paddle. 150 million baileys, for the first bid. Any other takers? The auctioneer called out, trying to stir up more enthusiasm. This devil fruit is a rare Logia type. Even if the price were doubled, it would still be an excellent deal. Claudius paid no attention to the auctioneer's words. He was genuinely interested in this devil fruit because it was the swamp fruit, a Logia-type fruit often regarded as the weakest of its kind. This fruit wasn't sought after because of its lackluster abilities and the fact that it did little to enhance the user's appearance. But even so, it was still a Logia-type, making it inherently valuable. The fruit had potential in the right hands. And if Claudius couldn't find someone suitable to eat it, he could always give it to the marine science team once they acquired the brilliant scientist, Vegapunk. In time, they'd develop the technology to transfer devil fruit abilities into objects. At the very least, this fruit could be turned into a tool, effectively creating a piece of equipment with a storage capacity similar to a bag of holding. If nothing else, it could even be used to set up someone Claudius didn't like, perhaps in a manner reminiscent of how he had been dealt in the past. Becoming a celestial dragon for the past 6 months had rubbed off on Claudius in some ways. He wasn't above using underhanded tactics now. Logia devil fruits, no matter how trash they seemed, were still worth hundreds of millions. They were valuable and rare, so why not grab it? Without revealing his identity as a celestial dragon, Claudius's bids weren't met with any special treatment. But after a few rounds, he secured the swamp fruit for a final bid of 300 million baileys. The win revitalized his interest in the auction. He leaned forward slightly, eager to see what would come up next. Soon, the next item made its appearance, a beautiful, ominous sword. Ladies and gentlemen, please feast your eyes on this extraordinary blade, one of the 21 great grade swords. This is the famed demon blade, Shindo. The auctioneer's voice boomed with excitement. This blade was acquired at a high price from the black market. But be warned, it's not just any famous sword. Shindo is a cursed blade. According to legend, it was forged by a notorious pirate blacksmith centuries ago. The blade has been used to commit countless atrocities, becoming imbued with a dark, malevolent aura. However, as the years have passed, the curse seems to have weakened. We believe it's time for this demon blade to be reborn, and we are seeking the one destined to wield it here tonight. The auctioneer's fervor was palpable as he introduced the sword. Claudius's gaze settled on the blade. At first glance, it looked exquisite. The scabbard was crafted from ebony wood, deep black with subtle golden patterns that gave it an elegant, almost mystical aura. A few dark green gemstones adorned the sheath, enhancing its beauty without seeming ostentatious. The handle, wrapped tightly in blood-red threads, exuded a low-key sense of luxury. Even from a distance, Claudius could feel the faint, lingering malevolence emanating from the blade. This truly is one of the 21 great grade swords. A top-tier weapon. Claudius murmured, his interest growing. He'd already made up his mind he had to get his hands on it. Seeing the look in Claudius's eyes, the butler Naya hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Your Highness, this sword may look magnificent, but it's a cursed blade. They say cursed swords bring misfortune to their wielders. Are you sure? Ha 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 ha, what's there to be afraid of? Claudius interrupted with a hearty laugh. I refuse to believe that a sword, no matter how cursed, can be my undoing. The starting price for Demon Blade Shindo was set at an impressive 300 million baileys. Claudius didn't bid immediately but instead observed the room, assessing his potential competition. Initially, a few of the wealthier nobles entered the bidding, and the price quickly rose to 400 million baileys. However, before long, the celestial dragon who had previously bid for the giant slave joined in. With a single bid, he raised the price by another 50 million baileys, clearly showing his intent to claim the blade. The rest of the attendees, intimidated by the involvement of a celestial dragon, soon fell silent, unwilling to risk offending such a powerful entity. But just as Claudius was about to make his move, a new voice suddenly called out from the back of the auction hall. 500 million baileys. Claudius turned, his gaze locking onto a strikingly handsome, middle-aged man seated in the last row. The man's presence radiated confidence and composure, his aura distinct from the rest of the audience. At first glance, Claudius was taken aback by how good-looking the man was. But on closer inspection, he realized something even more shocking. Silvers really? Claudius muttered to himself, eyes widening in recognition. Chapter 26, I'm a celestial dragon too. Claudius wasn't the only one who recognized Rayleigh. If the legendary swordsman hadn't spoken up, sitting quietly in the last row, it was likely no one would have noticed him at all. But as soon as Rayleigh placed his bid against a celestial dragon, he attracted the attention of everyone present. Rayleigh wasn't just some random nobody, he was the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Years ago, his name might not have been as widely known, but after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the Roger Pirates, though defeated by the world government, had become a major force, gaining a spot on the government's blacklist. In recent years, the Roger Pirates had been constantly pursued by marine hero Garp and had clashed frequently with other powerful pirate crews, such as Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Their infamy had grown, and Rayleigh, once just a skilled swordsman, was now widely known as Silver Rayleigh. At this point in time, he hadn't yet earned the epithet Dark King, but his reputation as a formidable pirate was well established. His bounty was set at 1.2 billion baileys, a testament to his notoriety. To put things in perspective, the bounties of prominent figures like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the future emperors like Big Mom and Kaido hadn't yet skyrocketed to the 4 billion mark. Whitebeard's bounty, for instance, was around 2 billion baileys, bolstered by his participation in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. The others, like Kaido, were hovering around the 1 billion range. So Rayleigh's bounty, during this period, was considered extremely high, full of prestige. Isn't that the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates? It's Silver Rayleigh. No wonder he dared to bid against a celestial dragon. Should we inform the Marines? Manafort isn't far from here. While Claudius was still processing his surprise, he noticed more details about the group surrounding Rayleigh. Sitting next to Rayleigh was a man with an unremarkable appearance but an overwhelmingly commanding presence. Just from the way he sat there, one could feel the aura of authority and dominance radiating off him. He was casually holding a half-empty bottle of cheap booze, dressed in a standard pirate captain's coat and hat, looking a bit drunk. Despite his rough appearance, the intensity in his gaze and the weight of his presence were unmistakable. There was no doubt about it, this man was none other than Gul D. Roger, the future pirate king who would one day trigger the Great Pirate Era. Didn't they say to keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble? We're almost done coating the ship. We're too close to Manafort. I really don't want to run into that troublesome guy, Garp. Roger muttered helplessly, clearly frustrated by Rayleigh's antics. Rayleigh, however, wasn't the least bit concerned by Roger's complaints. He merely laughed and replied, "But that blade is truly a masterpiece. You know how I make a living, right? How could I pass up a blade like that?" Roger glanced at the unassuming western sword hanging from Rayleigh's waist and sighed. "I get it. You're always on the lookout for quality swords." "Exactly. I'm a swordsman after all. When I see a blade of this caliber, it's only natural I want to buy it, right?" Rayleigh responded with a grin. Before Roger could continue arguing, a burly man with sunglasses and a ponytail interjected with a playful smirk, "Captain Roger, Rayleigh's already drawn attention. You're just wasting your breath trying to talk sense into him. We should wrap up here and leave as soon as possible. Who knows, someone might have already alerted the Marines by now." Roger scratched his head in irritation. "Damn it, Gaben, you just love egging him on, don't you? If Garp does show up, we'll leave you behind. We'll be waiting for you at Fishman Island." "Ha ha ha ha, I've got no problem with that. But I think Garp wouldn't bother with me, he'd be more interested in chasing after you, Captain." Gaben laughed heartily. Watching this scene, Claudius was astounded. It wasn't just Rayleigh, Roger himself was here, as well as the elusive Scopper Gaben. They were practically parading around Sabiti Archipelago. Who would have thought that the Roger pirates were hiding out here on Sabiti? If Garp found out, I bet he'd drag Dragon along just to raise hell in the New World. Claudius thought, a grin forming on his lips. While Claudius was absorbed in these thoughts, the celestial dragon seated in front of him seemed to take offense at the way Rayleigh and his companions ignored his status. Fortunately, he didn't escalate the situation. Instead, he called out again, raising the bid to 600 million Baileys. Claudius couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. The behavior of these lower-level celestial dragons always embarrassed him. Instead of participating in a proper auction, where financial power determined the winner, they resorted to flaunting their status and attempting to intimidate others. It was pathetic. And considering who Rayleigh and his group were, these tactics would have no effect. They wouldn't back down just because a celestial dragon tried to throw his weight around. If anything, it just made the celestial dragon look even more foolish. Sure enough, Rayleigh casually raised the bid by another 50 million Baileys, completely unperturbed. Just as I thought, the Roger pirates aren't exactly swimming in wealth. Claudius mused. The Roger pirates, after all, were notorious for not engaging in traditional trade or business ventures. Any funds they had likely came from looting and pillaging. No way they could casually toss out hundreds of millions of Baileys without blinking. Most of their money probably came from plundering other pirates or wealthy merchant caravans. If Claudius remembered correctly, there were even rumors of the Roger pirates toppling entire nations. 700 million. The celestial dragon in front of Claudius shouted furiously, glaring in Rayleigh's direction. Who do you think you are, daring to compete with me, Saint Rothschild? Do you know who I am? Claudius sighed inwardly. This was precisely why he hated revealing his status as a celestial dragon outside Mage's. It was just embarrassing. The Rothschild family was a perfect example of this. No sense of true nobility, no understanding of propriety. They behaved like spoiled brats, trying to bully people with their status in a place where money spoke louder than titles. And Rayleigh? He'd rather snap his sword than bend to the will of a celestial dragon. Knowing he had to step in to maintain some semblance of dignity for his kind, Claudius glanced at Nia and nodded. Understanding immediately, Nia ignored Rothschild's angry outburst and calmly raised the paddle. 800 million Baileys. The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone had already been on the edge of their seats, watching a fierce bidding war between a celestial dragon and the Roger pirates. But now, another heavyweight had jumped into the fray? Who was this audacious bidder who dared to raise the stakes without hesitation? Who would ignore both the celestial dragons and the Roger pirates and confidently place such a high bid? The attention of the entire auction hall shifted to Claudius and his group. Even Roger and Rayleigh looked over curiously, wondering who had entered the fray. Saint Rothschild, caught completely off guard, turned around with a furious glare. Who the hell are you? How dare you? But before he could finish, Claudius raised his hand and casually flicked his fingers. A small, invisible surge of nitrogen gas struck Rothschild squarely across the face, producing a crisp slap sound. Though it didn't cause any visible harm, it left Rothschild stunned. Not just Rothschild, everyone in the room was left speechless. The Roger pirates had at least played by the rules of the auction house. But who was this man who dared strike a celestial dragon, and in the face no less? Rothschild, my dear cousin, I don't need you telling me what to do. Claudius said calmly from his seat, not even bothering to stand. His voice carried an undertone of disdain, as if Rothschild were no more than an insignificant pest. Rothschild, finally realizing who it was that had hit him, grew even more incensed. Claudius. You bastard. You dare strike me? Even my own father has never laid a hand on me. Well, consider it a favor. I'm educating you on behalf of your father. This is an auction, not some social gathering where you can throw your weight around. Either place your bid or shut up and go home. Claudius's words were sharp and unyielding, his tone brooking no argument. The Don Quixote family, to which Claudius belonged, was notorious even among the celestial dragons for their eccentric and unpredictable nature. Not long ago, a member of the Don Quixote family had even descended to the lower world to live among commoners. If Claudius kept this up, it wouldn't be surprising for him to develop an even wilder reputation within Mage's. Claudius' temper was well known among the celestial dragons, and slapping around fellow celestial dragons was nothing new for him. As long as he didn't cause any permanent injuries or deaths, no one would bother to step in. Disputes among the celestial dragons often played out this way, petty rivalries escalating into physical altercations that were later resolved or swept under the rug. The most critical factor here was the family background. And in this regard, the Don Quixote family was far more influential than the Rothschild family. Among the 19 celestial dragon families, the Don Quixotes were in the top tier, while the Rothschilds languished in the bottom ranks. Rothschild knew this well. He wasn't so foolish as to escalate a conflict he couldn't win. Trembling with rage, he jabbed his finger at Claudius several times before finally huffing in frustration. Without another word, he turned around, gathered his entourage, and stormed out of the auction house, utterly humiliated. The other onlookers finally put two and two together. No wonder the man had dared to bid against both the Roger pirates and another celestial dragon. He was one of them, an even higher status celestial dragon. The realization settled in, and the room's atmosphere shifted. People began murmuring amongst themselves, some with admiration and others with relief that they hadn't gotten involved. Who would have thought? He's a celestial dragon too. And not just any celestial dragon. He's got a bigger presence than Rothschild. Did you see that? He didn't even flinch when he slapped Rothschild. I didn't know there were such gutsy celestial dragons. Meanwhile, another celestial dragon who had been sitting beside Rothschild glanced uneasily at Claudius before turning to look at the exit. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to follow Rothschild out of the auction hall. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with Claudius, he was somewhat friendly with Rothschild. Sitting next to him, competing for slaves, and coming to the auction together wasn't a coincidence. Besides, they already won the bid for the giant slave earlier. Staying now would just add more awkwardness to the situation. After all, he didn't want to provoke the notorious oddballs of the Don Quixote family and risk getting slapped in front of everyone. There was no honor in that. With the two of them gone, Claudius relaxed, his mood much improved. He glanced over at the Roger pirates, then gave Rayleigh an apologetic smile, as if to say, sorry for the trouble caused by that idiot earlier. This caught both Rayleigh and Roger off guard. Well, who would have thought there'd be a celestial dragon like him? Quite the amusing fellow. Roger said with a chuckle, finding the entire situation more entertaining than anything else. Rayleigh looked back at Claudius, an unreadable expression on his face. Then, with a small sigh, he slumped back in his seat and placed his hand on his chin, appearing contemplative. What's wrong? You're not going to continue bidding? Roger asked, confused. You liked the sword, didn't you? Rayleigh glanced at Roger and smiled wryly. That guy named Claudius did us a favor by shutting down that troublesome Rothschild. If I keep bidding, it'd make me look petty. I'm not shameless enough to ignore that. Let's just leave it at that. Chapter 27, Shinso confronts Rayleigh. With Rayleigh the handsome, troublemaker out of the picture, no one else dared to challenge Claudius for the Demon Blade Shindo. Why, you ask? Well, it was simple, no one in their right mind would dare. The fact that Claudius managed to win a renowned sword ranked among the 21 great-grade swords at a minor auction like this was already a pleasant surprise. After all, the swords in this category were coveted treasures, weapons that could only be wielded by true masters of the blade. The only reason Shindo was even up for auction was because it was a cursed blade, an item most people avoided. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended up in such a lackluster place. As soon as it resurfaced, swordsmen of great renown would have gone to great lengths to claim it. That was also why Shindo had never risen to the level of the 12 supreme grade blades, despite its quality. Its sinister nature held it back. If it had been forged without its malevolent aura, it might have climbed even higher, perhaps even becoming something akin to the first-generation Kaitetsu, whose terrifying reputation overshadowed its status as a cursed blade. Rayleigh, as a veteran swordsman, could see through to Shindo's true potential. But even he, despite his keen eye, knew it wasn't worth getting entangled with the celestial dragons over it. He understood that Shindo's reputation didn't match its capabilities. That was why he had risked drawing attention to himself by bidding against celestial dragons. Now, though, Shindo had ended up in the hands of another celestial dragon. Rayleigh felt a pang of regret. He doubted any celestial dragon would ever put the blade to proper use. More likely, it would be treated as a mere trinket, left to gather dust. He couldn't imagine any celestial dragon wielding a cursed blade in battle. More than likely, it would become a status symbol, a sign of wealth and power rather than skill and strength. After the auction concluded, Claudius had Starsea arrange for the transport of his newly acquired items, including the Logia-type swamp fruit and the Demon Blade Shindo. He then continued exploring Sabati Archipelago at a leisurely pace. He didn't worry in the slightest that someone might try to rob him of his purchases. This was Sabati Archipelago, after all, an island practically under the control of the celestial dragons. If anyone dared to act against him, an admiral would descend upon them faster than they could even blink. Starsea, having spent more time with Claudius recently, had become familiar with his personality and quirks. She was no longer as reserved as when they first met. Smiling, she commented, "I thought you might end up buying a few slaves, Your Highness, but instead, you went for a devil fruit and a cursed blade." The devil fruit was particularly surprising. Celestial dragons generally viewed devil fruits as mere playthings, not worth their time. Buying one at an auction wasn't something she'd seen before. Claudius laughed. What can I say? I'm a man of refined tastes. Sometimes, you just have to buy what catches your eye. Spending over 1 billion Baileys on a whim? It's good to be rich and willful, I guess. Starsea thought silently, but she didn't voice her thoughts. Instead, she continued to chat with Claudius as they strolled through the area. Your Highness, if we go any further, we'll reach the illegal port. It's not exactly the safest place. Maybe we should head back? Starsea suggested gently. She was right, the port in the illegal zone was one of the most dangerous spots on the entire island. It was like a backdoor exit. If things got too heated on Saturday, people often fled through this port to make a quick escape. Claudius nodded thoughtfully. Maybe you're right. Let's turn back. He had been somewhat tempted to take a look at the famed Oro Jackson, the ship that would one day carry Roger and his crew across the Grand Line. But then he thought better of it. If Roger and his crew were this brazen, parking their ship out in the open, it would only be a matter of time before Garp showed up to exchange old friend greetings with Roger. No need to get involved in such matters now. There'd be plenty of time to visit Sabaody again in the future. He might even choose this island as his first base of operations. It was conveniently located, a crucial hub with easy access to New World, and more importantly, it was close to Mary Ejo's, allowing him to maneuver efficiently. Just as Claudius turned to leave, he heard an all too familiar arrogant voice echoing from a small hill in the distance. Claudius frowned. What's that idiot up to now? The arrogant voice belonged to none other than Saint Rothschild, the fool Claudius had slapped earlier at the auction. Curious, Claudius gestured for his group to follow him up the hill to get a better view. What he saw left him incredulous. Rothschild was sitting atop a large fishman slave, glaring down at a group of people surrounded by his entourage. And those people just so happened to be members of the Roger Pirates. Saint Rothschild was ordering his servants around like a wannabe general, boasting that none of the pirates would leave Sabaody alive. He promised to capture every last one of them and haul them back to Mary Ejo's as slaves. Is this guy out of his mind? Claudius thought, genuinely stunned. Picking a fight with Roger's crew? This is a whole new level of stupidity. Unable to vent his frustration on Claudius earlier, Rothschild had turned his ire toward the Roger Pirates, whom he blamed for sparking the initial conflict. He thought capturing them would restore his dignity as a celestial dragon. Rothschild sneered down at the pirates, completely unaware of the impending danger. On your knees, all of you. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you keep your lives, he said, voice dripping with arrogance. Roger and his crew stood silently, not making a move. To Claudius, it was clear they were contemplating whether to wipe the floor with his fool or just leave. But to Rothschild, their silence was a sign of fear and submission. His smug smile widened. See? They're scared stiff. They know they can't afford to anger me. On the other side, Rayleigh glanced at Roger. What's the plan, Captain? Just kill them, grunted Douglas Bullet, the hulking newcomer of the Roger Pirates. Douglas Bullet was a fierce addition to the crew. Though he was one of the junior members, his strength was undeniable. He was a former soldier who had gone rogue after being betrayed by his commanding officer. After decimating the forces that had wronged him, he had been marked as a highly dangerous criminal by the world government. Eventually, he ended up joining Roger's crew. His style was brutal and direct. For someone like Bullet, killing a celestial dragon was just another day at the office. After all, with the bounties on their heads, they were already condemned men. What difference did one more crime make? However, Roger shook his head. There's no need to kill him. But we can't just walk away, either. Let's rough him up a bit enough to make him wish he was dead. The world government can heal him up later. As long as he's not dead, it'll blow over. Rayleigh chuckled at Roger's confident tone. Typical Roger, brimming with bravado even when discussing breaking a celestial dragon. But Roger was right. As long as they didn't kill Rothschild, they wouldn't stir up as much trouble. They could still carry on with their journey. Let me handle this one, Rayleigh offered, stepping forward. He didn't even bother drawing his sword. Using his blade on trash like Rothschild would be a disgrace. With a single step, Rayleigh closed the distance. He moved with such speed that it seemed almost casual. He didn't need to go all out. Crippling a celestial dragon hardly required his full strength. But just as Rayleigh was about to deliver his blow, something happened. A flash of steel, faster than the eye could see, shot out from a distant hill. Shoot to kill, Shinso, Claudius murmured softly. A silver light zipped across the air, targeting Rayleigh with pinpoint accuracy. The sword extended impossibly fast, its blade glinting in the sunlight as it aimed for Rayleigh's chest. Rayleigh's eyes widened in surprise. Even with his enhanced vision and observation hockey, the speed of the blade caught him off guard. It wasn't a slash, it was as if the entire blade had been shot straight at him, the tip hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Damn! Rayleigh grunted, channeling armament hockey into his hand. He caught the blade just before it could pierce his skin. The force of the strike pushed him back several steps, his feet digging deep furrows into the ground. Claudius, witnessing the scene, was momentarily stunned. He had fully expected Rayleigh to dodge, never imagining he would try to catch Shinso with his bare hands. But before Rayleigh could fully comprehend the situation, Claudius' thoughts commanded Shinso, and in an instant, the blade retracted back to its original form, resting peacefully in its scabbard. Rayleigh stared at his empty hands, feeling a bit awkward. He had just attempted to catch the strange, flying blade, but before he even realized what was happening, it had already vanished. Did he really fail to catch it? If Claudius could hear what Rayleigh was thinking, he might have laughed out loud. Seriously? Did Rayleigh actually think he could just snatch Shinso out of his hands? This wasn't some ordinary weapon, this was like a piece of bound gear from a game. Did Rayleigh really believe he could simply take it away? He was definitely overestimating himself. Chapter 28, a little low? After Rayleigh's attack was blocked, he didn't make another move. Instead, he looked up at Claudius and his group on the hill, his expression a mixture of confusion and surprise. He couldn't quite understand why Claudius had stepped in to stop him. Wasn't this the same guy who slapped another celestial dragon earlier? By all logic, there shouldn't be any good blood between the two, so why defend him now? You're the guy from the auction house, aren't you? Crow, right? What's going on here? Rayleigh asked, his eyes narrowing. Claudius. Don Quixote Claudius. Claudius corrected him with a soft smile. So you are a celestial dragon? Rayleigh said, grinning. Makes sense. Only someone like you would dare to hit another celestial dragon. Claudius chuckled. And weren't you about to hit him too? It looks like the title of celestial dragon doesn't mean much to you. At this point, Roger, who had been quietly observing the exchange, burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. We're pirates. Obeying laws isn't exactly our thing. Whether we hit your celestial dragons or not, the Marines will come after us anyway. If we lay a hand on them, it won't make much of a difference. We've already got plenty of heat on us, and it's not like we have a fixed base of operations. Catching us won't be easy. Roger said, still laughing heartily. Fair enough. Claudius nodded. That logic holds up. But you see, I happened to witness the whole thing. And as a celestial dragon, I can't just stand by and watch you bully Rothschild like that. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, his surprise evident. Didn't you just bully him yourself not too long ago? Claudius glanced at Rayleigh, then calmly explained, that's different. I'm a celestial dragon. How I handle him is an internal affair. But you guys? You're pirates. If you attack him and the world sees, it'll be a disgrace to all celestial dragons. And if our reputation is tarnished, that includes me. So, of course, I have to step in. Rayleigh blinked in understanding and nodded slightly. Before he could respond, Rothschild, still furious, jumped into the conversation. Claudius, you bastard. Don't meddle in my affairs. Do you think these filthy pirates can actually bully me? I have twice as many servants as they do. Rothschild spat, pointing an accusing finger at Claudius. What an idiot. Claudius muttered under his breath, utterly unimpressed. Roger, meanwhile, was laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. Ha 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 ha. Exactly, what an idiot. I always thought all celestial dragons were like him, but I didn't expect someone like you among them. Roger said, wiping a tear from his eye. But just as his laughter subsided, an intense pressure began radiating from him. It was a force so powerful it seemed to distort the very air around them. Claudius felt the pressure settle heavily on his chest, as if an invisible weight was pressing down on him. Starsea, standing beside Claudius, gasped in shock, her eyes wide. Conqueror's hockey. That's Conqueror's hockey. Claudius wasn't particularly surprised. After all, this was Goldie Roger, the man who would eventually become the Pirate King. Of course, he would possess the legendary Conqueror's hockey. Still, the force wasn't directly aimed at Claudius, and even Nia, his butler, only felt a slight strain from the pressure. However, on Rothschild's side, things weren't so easy. Roger's hockey swept through the area, causing all of Rothschild's servants to collapse unconscious, leaving him standing there alone and utterly bewildered. What did you just do? Rothschild stammered in fear. Claudius shook his head in frustration. While there were certainly powerful figures among the celestial dragons, idiots like Rothschild made Claudius wonder how long he could survive being associated with such incompetence. See now. Your servants are useless. Get out of here already. Claudius snapped at Rothschild. Rothschild, sensing that the tides had completely turned against him, no longer had the arrogance from earlier. With Claudius berating him and Roger's overwhelming power looming over him, He hastily ran towards Claudius, leaving his unconscious servants behind. Claudius turned to the Roger pirates and said calmly, "You've settled your score. No one is stopping you now. Why haven't you left yet? Unless you're thinking of following me back to Mary Ejo's?" Roger, still intrigued by Claudius, studied him with curious eyes. While he had crossed paths with celestial dragons before, especially during the God Valley incident, he had never met one like Claudius. This one was different. After a brief silence, Roger grinned and suddenly asked, "You know, being a celestial dragon seems pretty boring. Why don't you come with us? The world's a big place, and we're setting out to find its end. It'll be an adventure like no other. What do you say?" For a moment, Claudius was taken aback. Did Roger just invite him, one of the celestial dragons, to join his pirate crew? Was he serious? Not only was Claudius stunned, but so was everyone else around them. Rayleigh quickly snapped out of it and scolded Roger, "Roger, are you out of your mind? If he gets on our ship, we'll never be able to escape. The world government and Marines would hunt us down like never before." Rayleigh had a point. If Claudius joined the Roger pirates, the world government would undoubtedly label it as a kidnapping, and the Marines would stop at nothing to destroy the crew. Plus, if word got out that a celestial dragon had become a pirate, it would be an enormous blow to the world government's prestige. Roger rubbed the back of his head with an awkward smile, realizing his mistake, while Claudius finally snapped back to reality. Did he want to join Roger's crew? If he weren't a celestial dragon, living a cushy life in Mary Ejo's, he might have seriously considered it. If he were just some random guy living in City, he'd probably be begging Roger for a spot on the ship right now. The chance to see the end of the world and uncover its secrets? It was a tempting thought, but the reality was, Claudius was a celestial dragon. He had power, status, and a life of luxury awaiting him. Joining the Roger pirates was a fool's errand. So Claudius remained silent, and Roger, realizing how absurd his offer had been, let the moment pass. The tension in the air became awkward, and the group fell into silence. It was at that moment that Copper Jabez spoke up. "Captain, someone probably called the Marines after the scene at the auction house. If we don't leave soon, things might get troublesome." Roger blinked as if suddenly reminded of their situation. "Ah, right. I've got a feeling Garp's already on his way here." With that, the Roger pirates made a quick decision to leave the island before the Marines arrived. But before they left, Roger called back to Claudius with a grin. "Hey, what I said earlier still stands. If you ever get tired of being a celestial dragon, come find us." Before Roger could finish, Rayleigh clamped a hand over his mouth, muttering, "Enough with that already. If this guy actually takes you up on that, we'll be in way over our heads." And just like that, the infamous Roger pirates left City, though Claudius couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. The whole encounter felt off. This was the future pirate king? Why did he seem so casual? Still, Claudius knew one thing for sure. Despite how strange the encounter had been, Roger and his crew were not to be underestimated. Today, things had gone oddly smoothly, but that didn't mean future encounters would be so harmless. These men were dangerous, no doubt about it. Just as Claudius was lost in thought, his butler Naya received a phone call. After answering a few questions, she approached Claudius with a serious expression. "Your Highness, there's been an incident at Mary Ejo's." Claudius frowned. "What kind of incident?" "The homing family has returned, but they were stopped at the port. There seems to be some kind of dispute," Naya explained. After a moment of thought, Claudius remembered. Ah, yes. It had been nearly 3 months. The homing family, after realizing they couldn't make it in North Blue, had come crawling back, hoping to reclaim their status as celestial dragons. But this was ridiculous. They had left voluntarily, throwing away their noble title. And now they wanted back in? As if the position of celestial dragon was a revolving door. What's more, they left everything behind when they ran off. How do they expect Lancelot, who's been managing things for the past 3 months, to just step aside now that they're back? Claudius thought, shaking his head in exasperation. This was no small matter. The homing family was essentially trying to re-enter Mary Ejo's as if nothing had happened, expecting to pick up where they left off. But among the celestial dragons, their departure had already branded them as traitors. Coming back now wasn't going to be as simple as they thought. Claudius sighed. Do they think the other celestial dragons will just welcome them back with open arms? After a brief pause, he made his decision. Let's head back to Mary Ejo's and see what's going on. Chapter 29. Aftermath. Claudius turned around and prepared to leave, deciding it was best to distance himself from the scene before things got worse. His group quickly followed him, while Rothschild, now left alone and leaderless, stood looking lost and confused. His servants were all knocked out cold from the earlier events. After seeing what had transpired, he finally understood there were people in this world who didn't care about his status as a celestial dragon. Fear crept into his heart. Realizing he'd be safer sticking with Claudius, he shamelessly decided to tag along. "Wait for me. Claudius, wait up!" Rothschild yelled, waddling after them as fast as his short legs would allow. Claudius heard him, but he didn't bother to turn around or acknowledge him. He couldn't care less. If Rothschild wanted to follow them, fine. One more didn't make a difference. The Sabati archipelago wasn't far from Mareijos on the Red Line, and before long, Claudius and his crew arrived at the port of Mareijos. By this time, Rothschild seemed to have had a change of heart. Not only was he no longer resentful over the slap Claudius had given him earlier, but he also stuck to Claudius like glue, pestering him with questions. "Is devil fruit delicious? You can't swim anymore, right? Doesn't that feel weird? I heard you just came back from naval headquarters. What were you doing there? Was it fun? Who were those pirates back on the island? Why weren't they afraid of us celestial dragons?" Claudius, preoccupied with his own thoughts, grew increasingly irritated by Rothschild's incessant chatter. Finally, he snapped. "Can you shut up for a second, you idiot? Don't you have your own ship back on Sabeti? Your servants are still there, right? What are you doing following me?" Rothschild, seemingly oblivious to Claudius's growing annoyance, simply shrugged. It was as if the earlier slap had knocked some sense into him or knocked it out, perhaps. He certainly didn't seem to care about being insulted now. "Those guys are so boring. I only went to Sabati because things were too dull here in Mareijos. But you seem to be having a lot more fun," Rothschild said casually. Claudius looked at him in disbelief. "I slapped you, called you an idiot, and insulted you in front of everyone. Don't you feel the least bit angry? You're a celestial dragon, aren't you?" Rothschild rubbed his face, contemplating for a moment. "You know, my father never hit me, and no one's ever called me an idiot before. But maybe that's why I find you interesting. You're not like the rest of us. I remember you being different before, too. I'm curious what happened to you?" Claudius stared at him in disbelief, thinking, is this guy for real? Does he actually have Stockholm Syndrome? With a sigh of frustration, Claudius shot Rothschild a disgusted look. "Can you just leave me alone? I'm not interested in talking to you." "Why not? Aren't we both celestial dragons?" Rothschild asked innocently. "You're of no use to me. Unless you're willing to be my subordinate, I've got nothing to say to you," Claudius replied coldly. He figured that would be enough to get Rothschild off his back. After all, who in their right mind would willingly become someone else's subordinate, especially a fellow celestial dragon? But to his shock, Rothschild immediately responded, "Fine, I'll be your subordinate." Claudius froze for a moment, utterly stunned. "Rothschild, you're more than 10 years older than me, and you're a celestial dragon. Have some dignity." There was no way Claudius could casually accept someone like Rothschild as his lackey. Not only was he a fellow celestial dragon, but Claudius was also trying to keep a low profile. Drawing unnecessary attention by taking in Rothschild as a subordinate would only create more problems back at Mareijos. He didn't need the extra scrutiny right now. Moreover, Rothschild was a total liability. If Claudius accepted him, he'd likely have to clean up after Rothschild's messes, and the last thing he needed was to be dragged into even more trouble. Still, the situation wasn't without its advantages. Claudius realized that Rothschild might be useful later. As he moved up the ranks within Mareijos, there would come a time when having someone like Rothschild in his corner might prove beneficial. He just needed to bide his time. With that thought in mind, Claudius softened his tone slightly, no longer treating Rothschild with the same disgust. Before long, their ship docked at the port of Mareijos. As they disembarked, Claudius noticed a commotion nearby. A large group of celestial dragons was arguing with a few lower-ranking officials. Claudius squinted, recognizing one of the figures in the crowd. It was his cousin Doflamingo, whom he hadn't seen in 3 months. Ignoring Rothschild, who was still struggling to get off the ship, Claudius quickly made his way over to where the argument was taking place. "You can't just come back now, Homing. You left for North Blue on your own. You've been stripped of your celestial dragon status." One of the celestial dragons shouted angrily. Homing looked worn and defeated, his face lined with stress. "I understand that," he pleaded, "but at least let my 2 sons stay in Mareijos." Standing beside him were Doflamingo and Rosinante, both of them dirty and disheveled. It was clear they hadn't had an easy time during their absence. Claudius couldn't spot Homing's wife anywhere. Perhaps she had passed away in North Blue, or maybe she was still on the ship. Either way, it didn't look good. The celestial dragons refused Homing's request. They weren't about to let Doflamingo and Rosinante stay, fearing that the boys would grow up harboring resentment for how their father had been treated. Just as the argument was reaching a boiling point, Claudius finally arrived. "Doffy, why are you back?" he called out. At the sound of his voice, Doflamingo's aggressive demeanor crumbled. The moment he saw his cousin, tears welled up in his eyes. All the anger and frustration he had been holding back came rushing out. "Cousin!" Doflamingo cried, running toward Claudius with a loud wail. "I've had such a miserable time." Without hesitation, Claudius embraced Doflamingo, allowing the boy to cry and wipe his tears on him. Despite the dirt and grime, Claudius didn't push him away. He listened as Doflamingo poured out his grievances, how he had fallen from the privileged life of a celestial dragon to being persecuted and bullied by the very people he once looked down upon. He even shared how his mother had passed away due to the hardships they had endured. As Claudius listened, he began to understand the situation more clearly. During their journey to North Blue, Doflamingo's mother had fallen ill. After they settled down, their identity as former celestial dragons was exposed. The once untouchable masses had quickly turned into a vengeful mob, looting their wealth and tormenting them. Doflamingo's mother hadn't survived the ordeal. In the end, Homing had no choice but to return to marry Ijos with his sons, abandoning their failed attempt at living outside the protected bubble of the celestial dragons. Claudius did some quick math. In the 3 months since they'd left, they had likely only spent about a week in North Blue before fleeing back. And in that short time, they had been utterly broken by the harsh realities of the outside world. It made Claudius rethink his own situation. He needed to be cautious about any future steps. Claudius glanced at Doflamingo and Rosinante, feeling a pang of sympathy for the two boys. Not only were they dealing with their mother's death and their father's failed ambitions, but now they had to carry the burden of his grand proclamations as well. No wonder, in the future, celestial dragons would still refuse to let Doflamingo and Rosinante return, even after Homing's death. Claudius had always wondered why the Don Quixote family had been so thoroughly rejected. But now it made sense now. Even if he died, the stigma he left behind would prevent Doflamingo and Rosinante from ever being accepted back into Mary Ijos. Homing, clearly overwhelmed by frustration, dragged his sons away without another word. As they passed by, he glanced at Claudius, his expression filled with helplessness and defeat. He tugged Doflamingo along, and the boy reluctantly let go of Claudius, his tear-streaked face still looking back at his cousin. Claudius sighed deeply as he watched them walk away. He quickly instructed his butler, Naya, to gather all the money they had on hand. Stepping forward, he shoved the small pouch of Bailey into Doflamingo's arms. "Doffy, this is all I can do for you right now. Use the money to take care of yourselves. I'll send someone to help you in secret once things calm down. Just live well, all right?" Doflamingo looked up at his cousin, his eyes filled with gratitude. He nodded, wanting to say something more, but before he could speak, Homing tugged him away again, pulling him and Rosinante back toward their ship. Chapter 30, Doffy, you are my brother. See Circle Calendar, mid-1496. It had been 5 years since the Doflamingo Homing family caused a stir by trying to return to Mary Ijos. According to the original course of events, by 1493, Doflamingo would have grown tired of watching his father, Homing, continuously fail, blaming him entirely for their family's downfall. In his frustration, Doflamingo would have killed his father in North Blue, severed his head, and brought it back to Mary Ijos, hoping this act would allow him to reclaim his place among the celestial dragons. But things had played out differently, thanks to Claudius's involvement. Over the past few years, many aspects of the situation had changed. For one, Claudius had secretly sent people to look after Homing and his family. The man had once done him some small favors. Claudius didn't want to see him meet such a tragic end, nor did he want his unlucky cousin, Doflamingo, to be driven to the point of murdering his own father and falling into an irredeemable darkness. Thanks to Claudius's quiet interventions, the Doflamingo family managed to live somewhat decently in North Blue. While they weren't living in luxury, they were at least able to eat meat 3 times a day. In fact, if it weren't for Homing's stubborn pride, the family wouldn't have struggled so much. Celestial dragons like Claudius had been helping them in secret, but Homing, being the hard-headed fool he was, refused to fully accept the assistance. Claudius could only offer them small amounts of money and send people to deal with minor problems from behind the scenes. Beyond that, there wasn't much he could do. Homing, having no real skills to make a living, spent his days doing menial jobs in the local town with his sons, scraping by with the little money they earned. Meanwhile, Claudius had grown. He was now a young man at the age of 17, and the last traces of his boyish features had long since faded. His appearance had undergone significant changes over the past 5 years. First, his height had shot up. He was now over 2.5 meters tall, with no signs of slowing down. It wouldn't be surprising if he reached the standard admiral height of 3 meters before his 20s. His physique had developed well too. His muscles were strong but not bulky, well-defined and athletic. He was neither fat nor too lean, his body was well-proportioned. Claudius had always been a handsome boy, and over time, his features had matured. While he still bore a resemblance to the Doflamingo of later years, he lacked that sinister, devilish aura. Instead, he radiated a sense of confidence, strength, and warmth. As for the person he was currently sparring with on the deck of a luxurious ship flying the world government's flag, it was none other than the beautiful Starsea, a rising star in Cypher Pole Zero agents. In the past few years, Starsea had aligned herself closely with Claudius. Though she was already quite capable on her own, being a part of Cypher Pole Zero agents and handling several significant missions, her relationship with Claudius had elevated her status even further. She had become one of his trusted confidants. Originally, Claudius hadn't intended to bring Starsea under his wing so quickly, but she seemed to recognize that Claudius was a different kind of celestial dragon, one with a future worth betting on. Over time, she positioned herself squarely in his camp, and now, she was practically part of his inner circle. On the deck, Starsea launched a swift attack, her fingers coated in hockey, brushing past Claudius's short blonde hair, narrowly missing his ear. Before she could follow up, Claudius grabbed her arm with a firm grip, the sound of bones creaking under pressure. Despite the pain, Starsea managed to free herself by kicking Claudius in the chest, but as she landed and tried to regain her footing, she saw Claudius grinning at her. "Too late," Claudius said with a smirk. In the next moment, Starsea felt an invisible force strike her in the chest, sending her flying off the deck and crashing into the sea below. Claudius laughed, shaking off the combat stance. Not far away, his butler, Naya, rushed forward with a black mink coat, draping it over his shoulders as she asked with concern, "Your Highness, are you all right? She kicked you pretty hard just now." Claudius chuckled, "I'm fine, just a little sore." As if on cue, Starsea climbed back onto the deck, soaked from head to toe, looking like a wet cat. With a pout, she complained, "Your Highness, I'm a woman, you know. Can't you go easy on me?" "Ha ha ha. I believe in equality, Starsea. No special treatment just because you're a woman." Claudius teased, still grinning. Starsea glared at him as she rolled up her wet sleeves, revealing her arm, which now sported 5 dark bruises in the shape of Claudius's fingers. She winced as she rubbed the sore spot. "Your armament hockey has gotten seriously strong, Your Highness. Even with hockey and iron body, I still got hurt. If I were anyone else, my arm would have snapped." Claudius raised his arm, flexing his fingers as a layer of black armament hockey coated his skin. He nodded in satisfaction. "I've gotten the hang of armament hockey and observation hockey, but I've heard there's a higher level to armament hockey." Starsea nodded, explaining, "Yes, armament hockey has 3 stages. The first is coating using hockey to enhance your attacks, like when you grabbed me just now, even though you're a Logia-type devil fruit user. The second is hardening, where you cover parts of your body in hockey for enhanced defense and attack. The third is emitting hockey, allowing you to strike from a distance, like what you just did." Claudius already knew most of this, but he smiled and said, "It takes time to fully master hockey. What I used just now wasn't armament hockey, though. I'm still not at that level. It was one of my abilities." "Ah yes, the Vitality Bomb," Starsea said with a smile. Claudius nodded. Just as he was about to continue the conversation, Naya pointed out, "Your Highness, we're almost there." Cornillo Island. Cornillo Island, a famous hot spring island in the New World, was a popular tourist destination. It wasn't too far from the Red Line, a quick 7 or 8 day sail on a fast ship. But Claudius hadn't come for a vacation. He was here to meet an old friend. That friend was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, son of Vice Admiral Garp. Claudius hadn't seen Dragon since they parted ways in the hospital at Maniford, but they had stayed in touch through phone calls. Over time, they had become genuine friends. Earlier that year, a major event had shaken the naval headquarters. Dragon, who had been in line for a promotion to Admiral, had suddenly resigned from the Marines, much to the shock of the higher-ups. Despite the efforts of Sengoku and Zephyr to change his mind, Dragon had walked away from it all, and shortly after, he disappeared. Claudius hadn't heard from him in a while, but about 2 weeks ago, Dragon had reached out, asking him to meet on Cornillo Island for an important discussion. Claudius, intrigued by what Dragon might have to say, had agreed to the meeting, which is why he was now in this part of the New World. As they approached the island, Claudius smiled. "Finally, after so long at sea, we're here. I wonder what Dragon wants to talk about this time." Before Claudius could say more, the phone worm on the table rang. Expecting it to be Dragon, he reached over and picked it up. To his surprise, it was Doflamingo. Claudius grinned and asked, "Doffy? What's going on? Need some help? You know your cousin's always here for you." There was a pause on the other end. Then Doflamingo's voice came through, quieter than usual. "Cousin. I ate a devil fruit." Claudius's smile faded slightly. He sighed, "Aunt? I'm leaving home. I can't stand it anymore. I'm done with father and Rosinante. I need to get away from this life. This isn't who I am." Claudius wasn't surprised. He knew that Doflamingo's personality didn't mesh well with the humble life Homing and Rosinante were content with. He had been waiting for this moment. "So, what's next for you? Need my help?" Claudius asked gently. "You're really going to support me?" Doflamingo asked, sounding surprised. He had expected his cousin to try to talk him out of it or offer some kind of advice. But Claudius wasn't questioning him at all. "Doffy, you're my brother. No matter what you decide, I'll support you," Claudius said with a soft smile. Chapter 31, Planso. "What if I said I wanted to take revenge on Mary Ijos?" Doflamingo's voice came hesitantly through the phone. He paused for a moment, as if waiting for Claudius's response, but before Claudius could answer, he quickly added, "Of course, not revenge on you, cousin. I know you've always treated me well. If it weren't for your support over the years, I probably wouldn't have made it this far. And if my father hadn't stubbornly refused your kindness, we wouldn't have ended up living in such a miserable state." Claudius didn't hesitate. Doflamingo wanting revenge on Mary Ijos made sense to him. After all, Claudius himself had plans to turn Mary Ijos upside down when the time was right. He wasn't planning on staying a celestial dragon forever. A few years ago, he'd been too young, still figuring things out. Back then, Claudius lacked the strength and influence to make any real moves. But now, things were different. He might not be at the peak of his power yet, but he was more than capable of holding his own in this vast ocean. If he were in the Navy, he figured he could easily hold the rank of Vice Admiral by now. His age was no longer a limitation, and he was beginning to think it was time to start laying the groundwork, recruiting allies, building up his own forces. Claudius knew it would be a long process before he had enough power to pull off what he was planning, but that was fine. He was still young, and there was plenty of time. Now, with Doflamingo at a breaking point with his family and ready to strike out on his own, things were aligning in Claudius's favor. Doflamingo needed time to rise to power, to establish himself. Perhaps, by the time Doflamingo succeeded, he would be a valuable ally in Claudius's own plans. So, rather than stopping him, Claudius fully intended to support him. Their bond had grown stronger over the years, and Doflamingo essentially saw Claudius as the only family member who truly understood him. Sure, Doflamingo might want to carve his own path for a while, aiming to create his empire, but Claudius was confident. When Doflamingo eventually realized he needed more, there was a high chance he would fall under Claudius's banner completely. This was the perfect time for investment. "I've already told you, Doffy," Claudius said with a smile, "you're my brother, the person I trust most. You know you're my only family. So, whatever you decide to do, even if it's taking revenge on Mary Ijos, I'll support you. In fact, I wouldn't mind seeing those pompous fools taken down a peg myself. Maybe our timing will be perfect? The only family." Doflamingo whispered to himself. His eyes reddened. Despite his resolve to strike out on his own, he was still just a 13-year-old boy. His mother had passed away. His father had dragged their family from the heights of privilege to the depths of despair. His younger brother, Rosinante, didn't understand him at all, holding on to naive ideals and fantasies that Doflamingo found insufferable. If he were to count the people who truly understood him, only his cousin Claudius came to mind. Now, hearing Claudius call him his only family stirred something deep within Doflamingo's heart. Though he still had his father and brother, none of them were like Claudius. Claudius was the only one who really understood him, the only one who was truly family. If Claudius had known what Doflamingo was thinking, he might have felt a pang of guilt. It was true that he had some thoughts of using Doflamingo for his own purposes, but it was also true that, aside from that, Doflamingo really was his only family. Claudius didn't consider Homing or Rosinante as family. In his eyes, they were more like burdens or nuisances. "I knew it, cousin. I knew you'd support me," Doflamingo said, his voice filled with excitement. "Let's turn this world upside down together, the two of us." "Ha ha ha, exactly." Claudius laughed. "We'll turn this world on its head." After a moment, Claudius's tone shifted as he asked, "So, what's your plan? What do you need from me? Just tell me, Doffy." Doflamingo paused for a second, then said, somewhat shyly, "Cousin, do you know about hockey?" "Huh? Of course I do. You should know I've always been interested in that sort of thing. Claudius replied. Good. Something strange happened recently. While I was fighting a mob that was bullying Rosinette, I suddenly awakened this power called Conqueror's Haki. Because of that, a few people approached me. They seem to think I have the potential to be a king. They've pledged their loyalty to me, calling me young master. With them by my side, I'm ready to make my move. As Doflamingo explained, Claudius felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had spent years honing his skills, pushing himself to the limit, but he hadn't managed to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Meanwhile, his cousin, after suffering in North Blue, had accidentally unlocked it and, on top of that, had people lining up to pledge their allegiance to him. Claudius couldn't help but compare their experiences. He had worked so hard to earn every bit of power, even managing to recruit Starsea into his circle. But Doflamingo, despite his miserable circumstances, had managed to awaken Conqueror's Haki and gain followers just like that. Claudius thought with a wry smile. Why is no one falling over themselves to be my follower? Then he remembered Rothschild, the celestial dragon who had begged to be his subordinate back on Sabati Archipelago. Claudius had turned him down, of course. Maybe he shouldn't have been so quick to refuse? Doflamingo really does have the protagonist's template if only he wasn't a villain, Claudius thought with amusement. Born into a celestial dragon family, cast down into hardship, and now rising through sheer force of will. And now, he's awakened Conqueror's Haki. Claudius sighed inwardly. In a different world, Doflamingo could have easily been the main character of some epic saga. He even has me behind him, like some powerful mentor figure. Damn, the kid's got it all. Cousin? Cousin, are you still there? Doflamingo's voice interrupted Claudius's thoughts. Ah, yeah, sorry. Just lost in thought for a moment. Claudius said, brushing it off. So, what's your next move? I'm going to form the Don Quixote family. I'll start by taking control of the area where we've been living. I'll become the biggest power in the region's underground, and from there, I'll keep growing. Doflamingo explained. His voice was filled with determination, and it was clear he'd been thinking about this for a long time. Claudius listened carefully. Everything was pretty much as he'd expected. Doflamingo was planning to build his own crew, get involved in the underworld, expand his influence, and eventually take on the world government. There were a lot of holes in Doflamingo's plan, but Claudius knew those would get filled in over time. As Doflamingo gained experience, he would grow stronger, smarter, and eventually become the infamous Heavenly Demon. Once Doflamingo finished laying out his plan, Claudius asked, So, how can I help you? What do you need from me? There was a brief silence on the other end before Doflamingo spoke, sounding a bit embarrassed. Well, I was hoping you could lend me some money, cousin. Just to get started. Claudius blinked in surprise. All Doflamingo wanted was a loan? Given how difficult life had been for him in North Blue, Claudius had expected him to ask for something bigger. His heart went out to his cousin. It was clear how much Doflamingo had suffered. Feeling a surge of brotherly affection, Claudius spoke generously. We're brothers, Doffy. You don't need to borrow anything from me. When you left Mary Ejos, you gave me all your slaves. Think of this as me returning the favor. I'll send you 1 billion Baileys to start. Is that enough? If you need more, don't hesitate to ask. 1 billion? Doflamingo stammered. Having lived in poverty for so long, he had lost touch with the value of money. For years, he'd been scraping by, barely able to earn enough to survive. Now, his cousin was offering him 1 billion Baileys as if it were nothing. It was more than he could have imagined. Moved to tears, Doflamingo said emotionally, Cousin, you're the best. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I'll make something great of myself, and I'll repay your trust. Ha ha ha, you're part of the Don Quixote family, Doffy. I know you'll rise to become someone important. Work hard, and if you ever need anything else, just let me know. As long as I can help, I will. Claudius said with a hearty laugh. After exchanging a few more words, the call ended. Claudius put the receiver down and gazed out toward the island that was now in clear view. Finally, the wheels are in motion. The figures of this era are slowly starting to move. I can't afford to lag behind. Claudius muttered to himself, a sense of anticipation swelling in his chest. Naya, standing nearby, heard his words and asked, Your Highness, what are you thinking about? Ha ha ha, nothing too serious. Just feeling a bit reflective. Claudius replied with a grin. Meanwhile, at the port of Cornello Island, Dragon had just stepped off a small boat. He turned to glance toward the horizon and noticed a larger ship flying the world government's flag approaching the dock. That's probably him. Dragon said quietly, watching the ship draw closer. It's been years since we last met. I wonder if Mr. Crow has changed. And if you'll agree with my ideas. Instead of leaving, Dragon stayed at the harbor, waiting for the ship to dock, curious to see if the man he had invited Claudius was indeed on board. At the same time, in the Holy Land of Mary-Ejos, the headquarters of the world government, the 5 elders were gathered together, deep in discussion. The tides of the era were shifting, and by 1496, the tremors of change had already begun to be felt around the world. Chapter 32, Meeting Dragon in a hot spring hotel on Cornello Island. Claudius and Dragon were soaking in the hot spring, steam rising around them as they relaxed. Claudius had a feeling Dragon was planning something big, so to avoid unwanted attention, he had instructed his butler Naya to book the entire hotel for them. With no one else around, they could speak freely without fear of being overheard. Dragon leaned back in the hot water, his expression much more relaxed than before. With a sigh of relief, he said, "It's been years since we've seen each other, Mr. Crow. You've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you. If it weren't for Miss Naya by your side, I would have walked right past you." Claudius smiled and replied, "You've changed a lot too. And that tattoo on your face. What's the story behind it?" He gestured toward the lines now etched across Dragon's face. When Claudius had met him at naval headquarters a few years ago, Dragon hadn't had that tattoo. Now, it seemed like a permanent fixture, sparking Claudius's curiosity. "This?" Dragon touched his cheek lightly, then smiled. "A mark of my resolve, I suppose." Seeing that Dragon didn't want to go into more detail, Claudius didn't push him further. After all, what if it was the result of a smack from Garp? That would be a bit awkward to explain. Changing the subject, Claudius asked, "I heard you resigned from your position as Vice Admiral earlier this year. That caught me by surprise. From what I remember, you were on track for promotion to Admiral. Why give up such a promising career? With your skills and reputation, even the position of Fleet Admiral wasn't out of reach for you. So, why leave?" Dragon leaned his head back against the stones of the hot spring, smiling softly. "Paths diverge, and sometimes, they can't be reconciled. After all these years, I realized I could never fully align myself with Marine's sense of justice. There was an insurmountable gap between us." "What do you mean by that?" Claudius asked, sinking deeper into the soothing waters. "The justice Marine fights for isn't the justice I believe in," Dragon said, his voice calm but tinged with regret. "If I had stayed, it would have only led to more conflict and bitterness. So, I chose to leave while I still could." Claudius nodded slowly. He had half expected this, knowing Dragon's nature. Dragon waited a moment, clearly expecting Claudius to ask more, but when the latter simply sat back and enjoyed the hot spring, saying nothing, Dragon's patience began to wane. "Mr. Crow, aren't you going to ask me what I'm planning next?" Dragon said with a sigh, sounding both amused and exasperated. Claudius blinked as if suddenly realizing what Dragon wanted and asked, "Oh right, Dragon, what's your plan? Can you be a little more sincere?" Dragon replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. The truth was that, over the years, Dragon had come to view Claudius as a close friend, someone who might share his vision for the world. He had hoped Claudius would be more invested in this conversation, given their similar ideals. But for now, it seemed like he'd have to be the one to push the topic forward. Claudius chuckled and leaned in slightly, giving Dragon his full attention. "All right, Dragon. So, what's your plan now that you've left Marine? And why did you want to meet me here?" Dragon's expression grew serious as he replied, "I'm going to strike out on my own. I've thought it over for a long time, and now I'm ready to make my move. That's why I invited you here. I'd like you to join me." "Join you?" Claudius raised an eyebrow, his expression a mixture of curiosity and amusement. He was starting to understand where this was going. It's like Roger back on Sabati. He hardly knew me, yet he invited me to join his crew. And now here's Dragon, doing the same thing, assuming I'll say yes without even considering the possibility of me turning him down. "Yes, join me," Dragon repeated earnestly. "You and I, we share some differences in our views, but we also have many common ideals. I still remember what you said to me in Manafort, that question you posed, 'What do you think justice is?' It resonated deeply with me. Since then, I've traveled the world, seen the suffering in countless nations, and realized what I need to do. So, I'm asking you, Mr. Crow, to walk this path with me." Claudius listened closely, but couldn't help but feel a bit wary. "Walk with you? Where exactly are you going?" Dragon hesitated for a moment, weighing his next words carefully. Then, he sighed, deciding to reveal his true intentions. "I want to dedicate my life to changing this world. It's rotten, Claudius. The corruption has spread too deep. I believe it's time to give this world a brighter future." Claudius stared at him for a moment before chuckling. "You still talk like that, huh? Dressing up rebellion with fancy words." Just call it what it is, Dragon. You want to start a revolution. Dragon couldn't help but laugh as well. You're right, Mr. Crow. I am being a bit hypocritical with my words. Yes, I want to start a revolution. A revolution against who, exactly? Claudius asked, though he had a feeling he already knew the answer. The biggest oppressors of all. Dragon said, his tone growing serious. The celestial dragons. You should know better than anyone how corrupt and out of touch they are. They treat everyone like dirt, like slaves, while they sit on their thrones in merry Ijos. For 800 years, they've ruled with cruelty and arrogance. I can't stand by and watch them destroy more lives. My mission is to take them down. I want to free the world from their chains. Dragon's words hung in the air, heavy with purpose. Claudius sat quietly, absorbing it all. After a long silence, Claudius finally spoke. Dragon, you know I live in merry Ijos, right? You know who I am. And you're still telling me this? Claudius asked softly, his tone almost playful. Dragon nodded, his confidence unwavering. I know you work for Cypher Pulse Zero agents. I know Cypher Pulse Zero agents is the shield of the celestial dragons, answering directly to them. Then why are you so willing to tell me all of this? Claudius asked, genuinely curious. I'll admit, I was hesitant at first. Dragon said, a small smile on his lips. I've been wrestling with this decision for months. But in the end, I decided to trust you. Everything in life can be faked, except for one thing: your convictions. I believe in your convictions, Claudius. I'm convinced you'll join me. You? Claudius raised an eyebrow, now fully understanding what Dragon was implying. Yes, to show you that I'm serious about this, I've already started gathering like-minded individuals. Together, we've formed a revolutionary army. We're united by the same goal, to overthrow the celestial dragons and reshape this world. Claudius smiled slightly, impressed by Dragon's sincerity and the risks he had taken by revealing this much. You've laid all your cards on the table. But I'm afraid I can't join you, Dragon. Dragon blinked, caught off guard. He had expected some resistance, but not a flat-out refusal. You haven't even heard my full plan. Why reject me so quickly? Claudius shook his head. Dragon, it's not about the plan. It's about something much more fundamental. I can't join you because... Because what? Dragon frowned, sensing something off. A nagging feeling of dread crept over him. Claudius paused, then smiled softly. The reason I can't join you, Dragon, is because I'm not actually a member of Cypher Pulse Zero agents. Huh? Dragon stared at him, confused. Isn't that better? If you're not Cypher Pulse Zero agents, then... Claudius raised a hand to stop him. Listen. While it's true I'm not part of Cypher Pulse Zero agents, if you're really going to go down this path, then... The two of us are destined to be enemies. Enemies? Dragon repeated, his voice dropping as realization dawned on him. His body, still submerged in the hot spring, tensed as he whispered, You're... That's right. Claudius said, his voice calm but filled with a strange weight. I'm one of those corrupt, cruel celestial dragons you're talking about. Dragon's world seemed to stop. He froze, his mind racing. You're a celestial dragon? Claudius nodded, smiling faintly. That's right. My full name is Don Quixote Claudius. I'm a member of the Don Quixote family, one of the original 19 celestial dragon clans. Dragon's jaw tightened, his mind reeling from the revelation. He'd come here, exposed his deepest secrets, and now he realized he'd been talking about revolution with a celestial dragon. Chapter 33, Insider? Just moments ago, Dragon had solemnly declared he would devote his life to overthrowing the celestial dragons, only to find out his best friend was one of them. Did he just spill the beans to the worst possible person? If Claudius went back now and asked Cypher Pulse Zero agents to do a thorough investigation, the fledgling revolutionary army would be squashed before it even had a chance to grow. Dragon's mind was in chaos. He realized that if he didn't eliminate Claudius right here, the secret would be exposed. But killing him would be an extreme gamble, a case of mutual destruction. When they first met at the port, Dragon had already sensed that Claudius was no slouch. While Claudius wasn't quite on Dragon's level, he was formidable. Plus, Claudius had people with him. If Dragon couldn't eliminate all of them, there'd be no hiding the fact that he had killed a celestial dragon. Once word got out that Dragon had killed a celestial dragon, it would be over for him and his movement. The revolutionary army was too small to withstand the full might of the world government. Its only fate would be total annihilation. Even though he was Garp's son, committing the crime of killing a celestial dragon meant certain death. No one could save him from that. That's why Dragon was losing it. He had considered many outcomes before coming here. Even if Claudius had turned out to be a high-ranking Cypher Pulse Zero agent's agent, Dragon believed he could still persuade him, because he had faith in the power of ideals. But no matter how he had strategized, he hadn't anticipated this Claudius was one of the celestial dragons. What kind of cruel joke was this? Why so glum? Claudius teased, amused by Dragon's despondent expression. Dragon, looking like he had just surfaced from a hot spring, sighed deeply. How can I not be? I gave up my promising future in the Marines to follow my ideals, to build something greater, and now it's all going to be ruined at your hands. Arg. Why does it have to end at my hands? Claudius asked with a grin. I've laid my cards on the table. You're a celestial dragon. Do you think you'll let me go now? Dragon replied wearily. You haven't considered killing me here? Ending this? Claudius asked, still smiling. I did. Just for a moment. But it doesn't make sense, does it? Besides, I saw you as a friend, someone who shared my vision. And now, you expect me to kill you? Dragon shook his head. Claudius chuckled. Exactly. You see me as a friend, and don't I see you as one too? So what? Dragon said, still at a loss. Didn't you say just now that thoughts don't lie? Claudius raised an eyebrow, teasing him. Dragon paused, frowning as he thought. Yeah, thoughts don't lie. But you, a celestial dragon, think like this? What are you trying to do, Claudius? What do you really want? Ha 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 ha. It's simple, I want to shake things up. To change the world. Claudius said, laughing. Before Dragon could respond, Claudius continued, honestly, if you hadn't come to find me, I would have come looking for you. Ever since you left the Marines, I knew you had something big on your mind. I was planning to recruit you, but it seems you've already found your own path. We don't have to walk it together, but that doesn't mean we're enemies. You want to rebel too? Dragon asked, bewildered. The idea of a celestial dragon starting a revolution was just too wild to comprehend. Rebel? No. Don't lump me in with rough rebels like you. I'm a celestial dragon, I can't rebel against myself, can I? That would be idiotic. Claudius said matter-of-factly. Then what are you trying to do? Dragon asked, a little frustrated but increasingly curious. Your approach is from the bottom up, you call it rebellion. Mine is from the top down. I call it reform. See the difference? Claudius said with a smirk. Dragon blinked in surprise. Then, realization dawned on him. You want to seize power? Take control of Mage's and the world government, and then reshape it according to your ideas? More or less. Claudius nodded. Dragon was stunned, and then he muttered to himself, it makes sense. Given your position, that's the most logical path for you. I didn't expect a celestial dragon with such ambitions. If I were in your shoes, I don't think I could do what you're doing. He stared at Claudius, shaking his head in disbelief. You really are something else, Claudius. Claudius rolled his eyes internally. This wasn't about ambition or heroism. If the world government weren't destined to collapse, he wouldn't be wasting his time on this. Being a carefree celestial dragon was much more appealing. This was just self-preservation. Not some grand vision. After a moment of reflection, Dragon asked, so why are you telling me all this? As a friend, you've been honest with me. It's only fair I be honest with you. From a practical standpoint, I think there's room for cooperation between us. Claudius replied with a smile. Dragon fell silent, pondering the implications. After a long pause, he said, yes, there is. You can work from the top, I'll work from the bottom. Together, we might be able to accomplish something incredible. Aren't you worried I'm just using you? Claudius asked, still smiling. Dragon met Claudius's gaze and smiled back. Do I really have a choice? Besides, thoughts don't lie. I believe you. Then let's work together. Claudius said with a grin. In Claudius's eyes, the celestial dragons were still relatively united and powerful, despite some internal squabbles. This stability, while beneficial to most of the celestial dragons, was inconvenient for someone like Claudius, who had other plans. It made it harder for him to maneuver and limited his room to grow. Breaking this stable status quo from within was difficult. But with Dragon, someone outside the system, Claudius could find opportunities to disrupt things. Dragon could be the tool Claudius needed to shake up the game. For example, if Claudius wanted to secure his rightful place as the head of the Don Quixote family, he could leak the whereabouts of someone like Lancelot, a highly secretive celestial dragon, to Dragon. Dragon could arrange for a ruthless pirate to take care of Lancelot, clearing the way for Claudius to assume power. Once he rose to a higher position, the snowball effect would kick in. Nobody would suspect that the Revolutionary Army had a man inside Mage's, right? The potential benefits were immense. Dragon, too, saw the advantages. Claudius's cooperation was invaluable, essentially having a spy in the heart of Mary Ejos. It was an opportunity too good to pass up. As Dragon pieced it all together, he suddenly burst out laughing. "What's so funny?" Claudius asked curiously. "Just a few minutes ago, I thought meeting you, a celestial dragon, would be the end of me. But now I see it clearly, this was meant to happen. It's fate," Dragon said, laughing heartily. Claudius shook his head. "Now I see why your son turned out to be such a dramatic guy. He clearly got it from you." "What son? Stop making stuff up. I'm still single, no wife, no kid," Dragon retorted indignantly. In the end, despite the unexpected twists, both Claudius and Dragon walked away with something valuable from their meeting. It was, in every sense, a win-win situation. After a bit more conversation, Dragon asked, "So, what's your next move, Claudius?" "I need reliable people to work for me. There's no shortage of talent in Mary Ejos, but I just don't trust them. Right now, I'm looking for people I can depend on," Claudius explained. "That makes sense. Better to have someone with less skill but complete loyalty," Dragon agreed. "Was there anything else you wanted to discuss?" Claudius asked. "Not really. The Revolutionary Army is still in its early stages. We need time to grow and gather strength. I have a feeling that someday soon, the world will change dramatically. We need to be ready for that," Dragon replied. "All right then. If that's the case, I'm heading out," Claudius said, nodding. Chapter 34, The Ruthless Admiral, Sengoku. At the Holy Land Mary Ejos, on the top floor of the World Government Headquarters, the 5 elders were gathered, discussing pressing matters. The 5 elders were the true power behind the world government. Above them was a figure known only as Imu. An enigmatic individual whose existence even most of the celestial dragons were unaware of. Imu rarely intervened, only appearing when it was necessary to extinguish certain threats, to erase individuals or ideas deemed too dangerous. So, unless it was an existential crisis for the world government, most decisions were handled by the 5 elders themselves. These 5 men were the highest authority within the celestial dragons, often referred to as the supreme celestial dragons. The 5 elders of today, though not as old and frail as they would appear in later decades, were still no longer in their prime. The intel has come in. 6 months ago, the Roger pirates had another encounter with the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. The bearded elder began with a grim expression. "But what's troubling is the presence of the Wanakuni samurai on Whitebeard's ship. Kazuki Oden has indeed joined them. We were right about the Roger pirates." The bald elder sighed in frustration. First Douglas Bullet leaves the Roger pirates, and now they've gained another powerhouse. It's like they're playing a game we can't win. That's not the real issue here. The elder with the sword cut in. The problem is that Roger's crew has been scouring the seas, seeking the world's secrets. They're after the final island, Raftpool. Normally, this wouldn't concern us much since even if they found the historical poneglyphs, they wouldn't be able to read them. But now, with Kazuki Oden aboard, that changes everything. He could be capable of deciphering the ancient text. Then we must prioritize capturing the Roger pirates," said the elder with blonde hair calmly. "We've already ramped up our efforts, but unlike Whitebeard, Shiki, or Big Mom, Roger doesn't have a fixed base or territory. They're always on the move. Finding them in the vast ocean is like finding a needle in a haystack," said the curly-haired elder gravely. "And they don't just stay in the New World. They're all over the globe. Last we heard, they were spotted in the first half of the Grand Line, but we have no idea what they were searching for," added the bearded elder. "What else could it be? They're clearly after more poneglyphs," the bald elder replied with a deep frown. In fact, the Roger pirates were currently in Water 7, but not for anything related to the poneglyphs. They were there to commission a ship from the legendary shipwright, Tom. Contrary to what Claudius had thought, the famous Oro Jackson hadn't been built yet, and that's what Roger and his crew were in Water 7 to get their new, faster ship. The world government's fear of the Roger pirates had only grown over the last 6 months. With the addition of Kazuki Oden, who could potentially read the poneglyphs, the 5 elders had been pressuring the Marines to intensify their efforts to capture them. But the Roger pirates were not only trying to stay ahead of the world government. There was a deeper, more personal reason behind their urgency. Roger himself was suffering from a terminal illness. While they had found a doctor at Twin Capes who could temporarily suppress his symptoms, Roger's time was running out. The crew needed a faster ship to complete their journey before it was too late. To make matters worse, it seems there are other groups trying to uncover the truth of what happened 800 years ago. Scholars and other scattered forces across the seas are digging for ancient documents, some of which might include the poneglyphs. The blonde elder said grimly. The Marines have been sent out to deal with them multiple times, but we still haven't been able to identify exactly where they're coming from. The bearded elder sighed. Roger's crew is trouble enough. Now we've got these scholars sniffing around too. This is getting out of hand. Could it be Ohara? The bald elder asked after a pause. After all, Ohara is the most renowned center for archaeological study. They might have the knowledge to decipher these ancient texts. I've considered that possibility as well. The blonde elder responded. But at this point, it's only suspicion. Ohara is an esteemed hub of history and culture. Moving against them without concrete proof could cause a significant backlash. The truth was, they couldn't afford to act recklessly when it came to Ohara. The island had a prestigious reputation, and any rash actions taken without evidence would undoubtedly stir up problems, not only within the academic community but possibly across nations that valued Ohara's historical contributions. While they suspected that Ohara scholars might be behind the recent archaeological expeditions, the five elders were hesitant to jump to conclusions. Ohara had been peacefully coexisting with the world government for centuries, and they believed it was unlikely that the island scholars would jeopardize that relationship. After all, the government had been funding Ohara's research generously, allowing them to delve into ancient history and culture. But the five elders were underestimating the current generation of Ohara scholars. Unbeknownst to them, those scholars were more determined than ever to uncover the truth about the Void Century, an act that would eventually pit them directly against the world government. This is a delicate situation. We need to be cautious. I've assigned Cypher Pol 9 agents as Chief Spandine to investigate. Though he's not the strongest or the most upstanding individual, he's diligent. I'm confident he'll bring us satisfactory results. The blonde elder added. Spandine was, of course, the father of Spandam, who would later go on to become the infamous leader of Cypher Pol 9 agents. Claudius had encountered Spandine before, and he knew exactly what kind of person he was, a sycophantic, cowardly man who would practically grovel before the celestial dragons. But despite his lackluster personality, Spandine was surprisingly competent when it came to investigative work. He would indeed uncover the truth behind Ohara, setting the stage for its eventual destruction. However, expecting Spandine to find the ancient weapons? That was a long shot. Even the five elders didn't hold much hope in that regard. The bald elder suddenly spoke up, breaking the flow of conversation. What about the other matter? You didn't just put Spandine on this case. What about the ancient weapons? Any updates? The blonde elder shook his head. No, nothing substantial. Finding an ancient weapon is no easy task. I've merely told Spandine to test the waters. If he manages to uncover something, great. If not, there's no rush. Well, since the ancient weapons are tied to the historical texts, it makes sense to let him handle both tasks. The bald elder said with a nod. Spandine's reputation wasn't great, but at least in this instance, he would succeed in exposing Ohara. Claudius knew all too well what kind of chaos Spandine's investigation would cause in the years to come. The Ohara tragedy was fast approaching, though no one knew it yet. So, moving on to today's main issue. The bald elder said, pointing at a map on the table. What do you think of Sengoku's proposal? The map showed an island, Cornillo Island, one of the famous hot spring islands in the New World. Coincidentally, this was where Claudius and Dragon were currently located. Is the intel solid? Asked the bearded elder. It's been confirmed by Cypher Pol 0 agents. The bald elder replied. The remnants of Captain John's pirate crew have been hiding out there. Then, justice must be carried out. The fleet from naval headquarters has been stationed nearby for a while now, correct? Said the curly-haired elder. The phrase carry out justice in this context meant only one thing: a buster call. Cornillo Island was about to be wiped off the map. Captain John had once been a member of the infamous Rocks Pirates, before they were disbanded after the Battle of God Valley. After that, John went solo, but in recent years, he had been driven into a corner by Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki had been on a rampage, recruiting or destroying anyone who might oppose him, trying to recreate the fearsome Rocks pirates of old. So far, Shiki had crushed rival pirates like Okaku and Silver Axe. Now, he was gunning for Captain John, who had narrowly escaped one of Shiki's attacks. But John was not one to give up easily. He had hidden a vast treasure across the world, and if he managed to regroup and recover, he could easily return to power in a short time. But Admiral Sengoku wasn't about to let that happen. He had weighed the options and decided that the only way to deal with Captain John was to obliterate him and his crew. A buster call would ensure that no one, including John, could escape. Sengoku, often seen as calm and collected, was ruthless when it came to justice. He always chose the most efficient path, even if it was brutal. His cold logic would later be seen in the destruction of Ohara, and even during the Manaford War, where he was willing to sacrifice the entire naval headquarters to crush Whitebeard's forces. Sengoku wasn't just ruthless toward his enemies, he was willing to put everything on the line to protect the world government's interests, even if it meant heavy losses for the Marines themselves. Chapter 35, Did a celestial dragon just get hit with a buster call? In the waters near Cornello Island in the New World, a massive marine fleet was gathered. Sengoku, the marine admiral, stood on the deck of a colossal warship, his expression unreadable as he seemed to be waiting for news. Behind him stood Borsalino, the future biggest slacker in the Marines, though now a Marine Vice Admiral. Since Dragon left, Borsalino had become a top candidate for the position of Admiral. Despite his incredible potential, his lazy and indifferent attitude was a major flaw. The only person capable of keeping him in line was Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku. Borsalino said casually, the longer we wait, the more likely it is the remnants of the John pirates will realize something's up. And not just them. Shiki's flying pirates are scouring the seas too. It won't be long before Golden Lion Shiki himself shows up. That could complicate things. Sengoku kept his gaze on the horizon and replied, we wait. Borsalino raised an eyebrow. What exactly are we waiting for? Waiting for peace of mind. Sengoku muttered, clearly conflicted. Though Sengoku had proposed the buster call to the five elders, it wasn't a decision he had taken lightly. It was the rational choice, but it weighed heavily on his conscience. Part of him hoped the five elders would reject the proposal. But if they approved it, well, he wouldn't hesitate to carry it out. What Sengoku didn't know was that on this very island, not only was Claudius a celestial dragon present, but so was Dragon, the son of his good friend, Garp. If Sengoku had known that, he certainly would have thought twice before pulling the trigger on the buster call. Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, Sengoku's transponder snail began to ring. After a brief conversation, Sengoku's face turned cold, his decision made. He ended the call and spoke without turning to Borsalino. Return to your warship. Prepare for battle. Sengoku ordered. Borsalino sighed, his eyes briefly narrowing. Without another word, he transformed into golden light and zipped toward his warship. At the same time, Sengoku pulled out a golden transponder snail from his pocket. With a single press, the snail emitted a high-pitched screech. In response, the 10 massive warships of the Marine Fleet began to spread out, encircling Cornello Island. The buster call had officially begun. Unaware of the chaos that was about to unfold, Claudius and Dragon were relaxing on the island. Initially, Claudius had planned to leave after chatting with Dragon, but Dragon had convinced him to stay a bit longer, saying it would be hard to meet again after this. Dragon wanted Claudius's advice on how best to grow the revolutionary army. Claudius, having nothing urgent on his plate, agreed. He decided to spend a few more days on the island, resting while discussing Dragon's plans. In hindsight, maybe leaving earlier would have been better, as they were now about to be caught in the middle of a full-blown buster call. Elsewhere on the island, Starsea was out shopping near the port with Naya. The streets were oddly quiet. Naya, don't you think the island has been emptier these past 2 days? Starsea asked, glancing around. It's much quieter than when we first arrived. Naya looked around at the sparsely populated port. You're right. There are far fewer ships arriving. I wonder what's going on. This island relies almost entirely on tourism to keep the local economy alive. If fewer ships are coming, maybe the weather's bad out at sea, affecting the routes? Starsea mused, but something felt off. In the unpredictable seas of the New World, odd weather patterns could halt travel for days. But this situation was starting to feel unusual, even for the New World. As they talked, Naya suddenly pointed toward the water, her eyes wide. Isn't that a marine ship? Starsea turned to look. Yes, those are marine ships. 3 of them. And that huge one in the middle is an admiral-class ship. Only an admiral can command one of those. Before she could finish her thought, the 3 marine warships suddenly unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. The sky filled with black dots, as shells arced toward the island. As a seasoned Cypher Pol Zero agent, Starsea's eyes widened in horror. Naya, run. Get back to His Highness. The Marines are attacking. The port, which had been relatively calm moments ago, was obliterated by the first volley of cannon fire. The anchored ships were completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. They've destroyed the port. Starsea muttered, fear creeping into her voice. They're cutting off our escape routes. Without wasting another moment, Starsea grabbed Naya's hand, and the two of them ran back toward the hot spring hotel where Claudius and Dragon were staying. Back at the hotel, Claudius and Dragon had been startled by the thunderous booms of the bombardment. They rushed to the window to see what was happening. The hotel, built on the side of a mountain, gave them a clear view of the marine warships shelling the port. Is that the Marines? Dragon said in disbelief. He had expected pirates or some other threat, but the sight of marine ships bombarding the port shocked him. What the hell are they doing? Why are they attacking the port? Claudius asked, just as confused. The bombardment continued, with the warships gradually expanding their range, blasting away at the coastline. Suddenly, Dragon's eyes widened in realization. It's a buster call. That's Marine's buster call. As a former Vice Admiral of the Marines, and nearly an Admiral candidate, Dragon recognized the pattern of attack immediately. The indiscriminate, devastating bombardment was unmistakable. A buster call? Claudius echoed, stunned. Dragon quickly explained, a buster call is an extreme measure authorized only by the highest-ranking Marine officers. It involves an admiral leading 5 vice admirals and 10 warships, all loaded with elite troops. Once it's triggered, the island and everyone on it will be annihilated. Nothing survives a buster call. Everyone and everything deemed a threat to the world government gets wiped out. Of course, Claudius knew what a buster call was. He was just shocked that he, a celestial dragon, had gotten caught in one. In his memories, buster calls had only been launched a few times, once against Douglas Bullet, again at O'Hara, another time at Anai's lobby, and then later again for Bullet after his escape. But here he was, a celestial dragon, randomly hit with one? This was beyond absurd. Are you kidding me? I'm a celestial dragon. Am I going to be the first celestial dragon to get wiped out by a buster call? Claudius cursed under his breath. Dragon, deep in thought, added, there must be some dangerous criminals hiding on this island. The world government wouldn't issue a buster call without a serious reason. Whoever it is must have been deemed a grave threat. Claudius shot him a glance and said sarcastically, could it be that some traitor from your revolutionary army got found out? Aren't you the grave threat here? Dragon rolled his eyes. As long as you haven't sold me out, I'm still clean. I'm the former Vice Admiral of the Marines. No way they'd hit me with a buster call. If I had sold you out, do you think I'd still be standing here, waiting for the buster call with you? Claudius snapped back. Despite the looming danger, the two didn't seem overly concerned. They bantered back and forth as if a buster call wasn't about to flatten the entire island. The truth was, buster calls didn't have a perfect track record. Despite their destructive power, they hadn't always lived up to their reputation. Except for O'Hara and the battle with Bullet, most buster calls hadn't delivered the crushing results the Marines had hoped for. That lackluster history made Claudius feel a little less worried. After all, as long as he wasn't blown to bits right away, he was still a celestial dragon. Once the Marines landed and realized who he was, he'd be fine. As for Dragon, he was in a similar mindset. As long as his revolutionary ties weren't exposed, the Marines would have no reason to go after him. He still had enough credibility within the Marine ranks to avoid becoming a target. While Claudius and Dragon strategized how to deal with the situation, elsewhere on the island, in a hidden cave, a group of ragged pirates gathered around their leader Captain John's remnants. They had known they were exposed the moment the Marine fleet arrived. Now, gathered around their wounded captain, they were scrambling to find a way off the island. If Claudius had been there, he would have been surprised to see a familiar face among John's crew, none other than a young crocodile. The future warlord of the sea was still in his teens, a mere rookie pirate. Claudius had always thought Crocodile began his career after Roger's execution, but that wasn't the case. Crocodile had been in the game for years, even joining Captain John's crew after the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates. Crocodile had been part of John's crew ever since, gaining valuable experience in the harsh world of piracy. After Captain John met his end, Crocodile would eventually strike out on his own, famously challenging Whitebeard and later joining the 7 warlords of the sea. He was one of the oldest and most experienced pirates among the warlords, having been in the game long before some of the other notorious names made their mark. Chapter 36, Hot-Blooded. At this time, Crocodile was far from becoming the ruthless desert king that the world would come to fear. He had only recently set out to sea, and somehow, he'd gotten his hands on the Logia-type sand fruit. Captain John, recognizing the potential in him, had taken Crocodile under his wing, grooming him to be a future right-hand man. Captain John wasn't wrong in his judgment. Crocodile had immense potential. A Logia-type devil fruit user, especially in a crew full of seasoned pirates, was a major asset. If trained properly, Crocodile could have become John's most trusted lieutenant. But right now, the immediate concern was escaping the Marines. John had bigger problems than nurturing Crocodile, and Crocodile's future as his second-in-command was suddenly uncertain. "Captain, let's fight them head-on," Crocodile said, full of youthful energy. Captain John looked at his crew and then, with a fierce grin, declared, "Yeah, we can't let those Marine dogs think they've got us cornered. Even if we die, we'll go down biting. Fight to the death." Crocodile, fired up by John's words, shouted, "Yes, Captain. Let's show them we're not to be trifled with." But John wasn't about to charge into a suicidal battle. He was a cunning man, and he'd long anticipated that they might be forced into a situation like this. He had already made preparations for a secret escape route. "Of course, we won't just throw our lives away," John said in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with a calculating light. "There's a secret port on this island. We can use a submarine I've hidden there to make our escape." John was always careful to leave himself an out. In every situation, he made sure he had an escape plan. Here, on this island, was no different. But the submarine was too small to carry everyone. His plan was simple: leave a group of his men behind to act as a distraction while he slipped away with a few chosen ones. One of the younger crew members perked up. "A secret port?" "As expected of the captain," he said, impressed. "Of course," John continued, keeping his voice steady. "But we can't just flee without a fight. That would make us look weak. Here's the plan: I'll take a few of you to the submarine while the rest stay behind to hold off the Marines. Once their warships are close enough, we'll attack them from the submarine, cause some chaos, and grab one of their ships to break through their blockade. Afterward, we'll head to East Blue, where I've got a stash of treasure buried. With that treasure, we can rebuild the crew and come back stronger." John's plan sounded inspiring, but it was full of holes. If anyone had stopped to think about it for a moment, they would have realized that most of them were being set up to be cannon fodder. Claudius, if he were here, would have seen through the scheme immediately. John was setting his crew up as decoys while he made his own escape. As for the treasure in East Blue, there might have been something there, but more likely than not, John was just spinning tales to keep his crew motivated. Even Crocodile, who would later become a master of manipulation himself, didn't pick up on the deception. At this point in his life, he was still a hot-blooded teenager, full of idealism and loyalty to his captain. Perhaps it was this very betrayal that would later shape Crocodile into the ruthless and untrusting man he would become. Maybe it was Captain John's betrayal that taught Crocodile not to place his faith in others. "In that case, let me lead the charge," Crocodile declared, eager to prove himself. Captain John blinked in surprise. He hadn't planned on sending Crocodile to his death just yet. Crocodile had too much potential. John had intended to take him along on the submarine and let the others die, buying them time. But here was Crocodile, volunteering to lead the suicide mission. John tried to stop him. "No, Crocodile, you should come with me. I need you at the submarine." But before John could finish, Crocodile thumped his chest and said, "Captain, do you think I'm weak? I'm a Logia-type devil fruit user. It's my job to be at the front lines. I'll draw the Marines' attention and buy you time. Just be sure to move quickly on your end." John was at a loss. Crocodile's words made sense. Logia users were notoriously hard to kill, and if anyone could buy them time, it would be him. And if John objected too much, the rest of the crew might start to get suspicious. He couldn't afford to reveal his true intentions now. "Since you're so eager, I can't argue with that," John finally said, patting Crocodile on the shoulder. "Once you've dealt with those Marines, I'll make you my first mate." Crocodile's eyes lit up at the promise. "You got it, Captain. I'll do you proud." With that, Crocodile rallied a group of the John pirates' remaining men and led them out of the cave, determined to face the Marines head-on. As soon as they left, John let out a sigh of relief. "All right, let's get to the submarine," he muttered to the few remaining men he had chosen to accompany him. Back at the Hot Spring Hotel, Claudius and his group were gathered in the main room. Naya was looking around in confusion. "Your Highness, where is Mr. Dragon?" Claudius answered casually. He said he didn't want the Marines to harm too many civilians, so he's gone to help evacuate people. Naya was about to ask more questions when Starsea entered the room, holding a transponder snail. "Did you get through?" Claudius asked, glancing at her. "No luck," Starsea replied with a frustrated shake of her head. "The entire island's transponder snail signals have been cut off. I tried contacting Marine headquarters, but they're using encrypted lines. I can't access them." Claudius had anticipated this. When the buster call started, he had immediately ordered Starsea to try to contact the world government to let them know that a celestial dragon was on the island. If they knew he was here, they would definitely call off the bombardment. But as expected, the Marines had cut off all communication in the area as soon as the buster call was initiated. It made sense. Even if they were targeting the remnants of the John pirates, wiping out an entire island, especially a civilian hot spring resort, would be a huge scandal. The Marines didn't want any word of this getting out. Afterward, they could easily blame the destruction on natural disasters. Cornello Island was, after all, a volcanic island. Once the mission was over, they could have someone like a KNU trigger a volcanic eruption to bury the truth, quite literally. "Well, if we can't contact them, we'll just have to sit tight and wait for the Marines to land. Once they see who I am, they won't dare continue this nonsense," Claudius said with a sigh. While a buster call sounded like the end of the world, Claudius wasn't too worried. As long as he wasn't killed outright by the shelling, his status as a celestial dragon would protect him once the Marines realized who they were dealing with. The warship's cannons couldn't hit every part of the island, and the hot spring hotel, nestled on the mountainside, hadn't been affected yet. He figured the bombardment was just to soften the island up before the real operation began. Marines would eventually come ashore to clean up. As expected, before long, Claudius spotted the marine warships approaching the coastline. Soon after, he saw groups of marine soldiers disembarking from the ships, led by officers. Starsea, peering through a telescope, lowered it and said quickly, "It's Admiral Sengoku. I saw him getting off the ship." "Sengoku, huh?" Claudius murmured. "He really likes to throw around buster calls, doesn't he?" While Claudius watched the Marines, something else caught his eye. A group of rugged-looking men suddenly charged down the mountainside nearby, heading straight for the Marines. It was obvious from their appearance that these were pirates, likely the remnants of Captain John's crew, now making a desperate attempt to fight back. At first, Claudius didn't pay them much mind. He didn't really care who these pirates were or what crime had earned them a buster call. But then, his eyes landed on one particular figure leading the charge, a young man who seemed oddly familiar. "Wait. Is that?" Claudius squinted. "No way, I must be mistaken. That guy looks way too young. He shouldn't have even gone to sea yet." Just as Claudius was questioning his own eyes, a burst of yellow sand appeared from the battlefield. A small sandstorm whipped up, tearing through the Marines who had just landed. Claudius's jaw dropped in shock. "Holy crap, it is Crocodile!" he exclaimed, recognizing the young pirate now. What the hell did he do to get the Marines to pull a buster call on him? Among the group of pirates, Crocodile was still relatively weak compared to the more seasoned crew members, but the flash of his devil fruit powers was unmistakable. His abilities, even in their undeveloped state, were already dangerous enough to wreak havoc on the Marines. In a matter of moments, Claudius saw a Marine rear admiral go down, slashed and thrown by the sheer force of the pirates' attack. "Wow, that's brutal. These aren't your run-of-the-mill pirates, huh?" Claudius muttered to himself. Makes sense, though. Crocodile wouldn't join just any weak crew. If he's on board, they've got to be pretty strong. Claudius observed the battle for a few more seconds, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Then, a grin spread across his face. Well. Looks like fate has brought you to me, Crocodile. Claudius said to himself, chuckling. You're still so young, caught up with pirates like this? What a waste of talent. With that, Claudius's form shimmered, turning into a gust of wind as he vanished from the rooftop. Your Highness. Nya called out in a panic as she saw Claudius disappear. Chapter 37, Capture. Nya stood there, completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, everyone had agreed to stay put, wait for the Marines to land, reveal their identity, and then make a quick exit. And now, in the blink of an eye, His Highness had enthusiastically transformed into wind and vanished? At that moment, Starsea spoke up, trying to calm Nya. Don't worry. His Highness isn't weak. He probably sensed something interesting. He won't do anything too dangerous. Let's just wait for the Marines here. Meanwhile, Crocodile, full of energy and bravado, was about to charge the Marines head-on and show them what he was made of. But suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past him, scattering his body into countless particles of yellow sand, sent whirling into the air. It took Crocodile a moment to pull himself back together, reforming his body. When he did, he noticed someone standing a short distance away. His first instinct was to think this was a Marine, but on closer inspection, this person looked more like a noble. Crocodile didn't care. He raised his hand, forming a blade from yellow sand, and without a word, launched it at the stranger, intending to cut him down. Claudius smiled, amused by Crocodile's immediate aggression. This guy's really fierce attacks first without even asking a question. He thought to himself. The sandy blade sliced through Claudius's body, but he remained unharmed. Seeing this, Crocodile's eyes widened in surprise. Logia? He muttered. Claudius laughed. Ha ha ha, yep. Logia, just like you, kid. Humphrey. Crocodile snorted. Even among Logia users, there's a difference in strength. You're not Marine, so why are you stopping me? If it were a lesser opponent, Crocodile wouldn't have bothered with any conversation, would have just killed them. But being proud of his Logia abilities, and now facing another Logia user, his curiosity was piqued. I'm here to save your life. Do you even know what you're up against? Claudius asked with a grin. What else? Just some hypocritical Marines pretending to be righteous, right? Crocodile said dismissively. No, not quite. You are facing Marines, yes, but this is a buster call. If you rush out now, it won't end well for you. Claudius explained with a laugh. With your strength, you'd be walking straight into death. Buster call? Crocodile repeated, confused. Seeing that Crocodile had no idea what he was really facing, Claudius filled him in on what a buster call entailed. When he was done, he added, So you understand now. Sengoku, an admiral from Marine Headquarters, is on this island. Your little tricks won't pose any threat to him. If you charge out there, you're just signing your own death warrant. Just as Claudius finished speaking, a flash of golden light appeared on the distant coastline. Both Claudius and Crocodile turned their attention toward it. They watched as a massive golden Buddha, a manifestation of Sengoku's devil fruit power, unleashed a shockwave from its palm, obliterating a group of pirates trying to approach the warship, turning them into nothing more than scattered flesh and debris. See that? Claudius said, pointing toward the scene. That's an admiral, one of the Marine's strongest fighters. Your small body would be reduced to ashes in seconds. Crocodile stood there, speechless. He had heard stories of buster calls and admirals, but seeing it in person shook him. Still, he wasn't willing to give up so easily. Our Captain John won't go down without a fight. Crocodile shouted, still clinging to hope. He'll strike from the submarine soon, and we'll hit the Marines from both sides. Wait, why am I telling you this? Get out of here. Captain John? That explains the buster call. His name alone would be enough to justify it. But a submarine, attacking from both sides? You're dreaming, Crocodile. Claudius thought to himself. Before Claudius could respond, Crocodile raised his hand and sent another sandy blade flying toward him. This time, the sand was infused with armament hockey, adding more force to the attack. Idiot. Claudius said calmly. You've been duped by your captain. He's never coming to save you. He's abandoned you. With those words, Claudius reached for the sword at his waist. Instead of dodging the incoming sand blade, he stood his ground, raising his weapon. The two clashing forces of armament hockey met, and with a deft movement, Claudius deflected the sand blade with minimal effort. The sword Claudius wielded wasn't just any blade, it was the demon sword Shindo, which he had acquired from the Sabati archipelago years ago. Don't talk nonsense. Captain John isn't that kind of person. Crocodile yelled, enraged, and lunged at Claudius, intent on turning him into a desiccated corpse. As Crocodile reached out, yellow sand began to pour from his hand, aiming to drain the life from Claudius's body. But Claudius wasn't having it. Damn, Crocodile. How did you go from being so cunning in the future to being this naive now? Can't you see you're being played? Claudius thought. Realizing that words weren't going to get through, Claudius decided it was time to end this. His expression turned serious as the full force of his devil fruit power erupted. A cold mist began to swirl around him, and he extended his arm toward Crocodile. Eternal frost. Claudius muttered. A white mist shot from his arm, engulfing Crocodile. Crocodile tried to retreat, but it was too late. His arm was caught in the mist, and a sudden, bone-chilling cold spread through it. Moments later, Crocodile's arm was completely numb. He staggered back, barely avoiding the rest of the mist. When he glanced down at his arm, it was covered in a layer of frost. With a light touch, the arm crumbled into dust. What? What kind of power is this? Is it some kind of ice logia? Are you Kuzen? Crocodile stammered in shock. Claudius didn't bother answering. He knew Crocodile could regenerate his arm with his sand powers, and indeed, within seconds, Crocodile had reformed his limb using yellow sand. No, my name is Claudius, he said with a grin. And I'm here to save you, kid. You and I are destined to meet, so how about you stop wasting your time with this pirate nonsense and come work for me instead? Trust me, being my subordinate has a lot more potential than being stuck in some pirate crew. Crocodile scowled. Don't underestimate me, he roared, summoning two large sand whips that lashed out at Claudius from both sides. At this point, Claudius had had enough. He wasn't going to keep playing around. While Crocodile's powers were impressive, he was still inexperienced. Claudius knew every trick in Crocodile's playbook, but Crocodile didn't know anything about him. Letting the sand whips strike him, Claudius didn't even flinch. The attacks bounced off an invisible barrier, leaving him unharmed. Crocodile's momentary triumph faded into confusion as he realized his attack had failed. Before Crocodile could react, Claudius drew a plain-looking short sword from his side. Shoot him, Shinso, Claudius said softly. In a flash, Crocodile felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Blood spattered across his vision, and he instinctively shut his eyes. Not good. Crocodile thought, panicking. Before he could open his eyes again, he felt a hand clamp around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Now you're done. Crocodile thought triumphantly. Once I drain him, it'll be over. But something was wrong. Instead of drawing the life from Claudius, Crocodile felt a crushing pressure in his lungs. Something was being forced into his nose and throat, cutting off his air supply. He gasped, trying to cough, but the choking sensation overwhelmed him. The choke of death. Claudius said quietly. Forced coma. Crocodile's world began to blur as the lack of oxygen took its toll. His body went limp, and he slipped into unconsciousness. In truth, Claudius wasn't that much stronger than Crocodile at this point in time. The key difference was that Claudius knew all of Crocodile's techniques, while Crocodile knew nothing about his. It was no wonder that Crocodile, still inexperienced, had been bested so quickly. Well, isn't this convenient? Claudius said with a satisfied grin, holding Crocodile's unconscious body. I was just wondering where I could find someone with potential, and here I stumble across both Dragon and Crocodile on the same day. What luck! In truth, if Claudius hadn't interfered, Crocodile would never have been caught by the Marines. He would have used his abilities to slip away underground and escape unscathed. Only later would Crocodile realize he had been betrayed by Captain John, someone he once trusted. This betrayal twisted his personality, pushing him to go out to sea on his own. His first claim to fame would come from hunting down and killing Captain John, the very man who betrayed him. From there, Crocodile would go from being just another rookie pirate to a rising star on the seas. His journey would be marked by significant events. First, he would cross paths with Douglas Bullet. Although the outcome of that fight remained unknown, it would be a key moment in his rise. After lying low for a few years, he would re-emerge to clash with Whitebeard, a battle that would cement his reputation. His fame would eventually catch the attention of the world government, leading to their invitation for him to join the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. The rest, as they say, is history. Ultimately, his fall from grace would come at the hands of Luffy, who would beat him down and send him to the underwater prison Impel Down. But right now, things were taking a different turn. Claudius had found Crocodile early young, inexperienced, and full of potential. And now that Claudius had him in his grasp, Crocodile's destiny was sure to change in ways neither of them could foresee. Chapter 38, Celestial Dragon's Hoof. Inside the Hot Spring Hotel, Admiral Sengoku sat facing Claudius and his entourage, clearly a bit on edge. It wasn't every day that a situation like this cropped up, and he was visibly unsettled by the implications. St. Claudius, my deepest apologies. The Navy had no idea you were vacationing on this island. The buster call was purely a tactical decision. Sengoku began, his voice carrying a slight tremor. He knew what was at stake here. On the surface, it was about wiping out the remnants of the John pirates. However, Claudius, a celestial dragon, was present, something no one had expected. The issue wasn't that Claudius had been harmed in any way he hadn't, but if this escalated, it could be viewed as a conspiracy. If word got out that a buster call was launched in an area where a celestial dragon was present, it could be seen as an act of treason. Even though the order was sanctioned by the 5 elders, if the celestial dragons in Mage O's wanted someone to take the fall, not even the 5 elders could protect Sengoku. Worse still, the entire Marine Command might have to face the consequences. After all, one of the Marines' primary duties was to protect the celestial dragons. To have a buster call potentially harm one? That would be catastrophic. But Claudius, much to Sengoku's relief, wasn't planning on blowing things out of proportion. He smiled and said, "No need to apologize, Sengoku. If anything, this was my fault for being too unpredictable. I ended up causing the Marines quite a bit of trouble." Sengoku exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Claudius wasn't making this into a big deal. "I'm grateful for your understanding, St. Claudius. If I recall correctly, your buster call this time was targeting the John pirates, correct?" Claudius asked thoughtfully. "Yes, that's right. Kizaru and the others are currently searching for them." Sengoku responded, a little surprised at the question, but he saw no reason to withhold any information. "In that case, I should tell you something I just learned. Captain John and some of his crew have escaped the island in a submarine," Claudius said calmly. "Submarine?" Sengoku's eyes widened slightly. He furrowed his brow and asked, "May I ask where you got this information, Your Highness?" Claudius gave a light chuckle and gestured towards Crocodile, who was sitting in the corner of the room, shackled in sea-stone cuffs, his expression one of deep frustration. "I got it from him. He used to be one of Captain John's close confidants. Lucky for me, I caught him before he could escape." "Used to be is right." Crocodile growled angrily. "That bastard John used me as a pawn. I was ready to risk it all for him, but he just ran without so much as a warning. While you were the one at fault." The bitterness in Crocodile's voice was palpable. He had once been loyal to Captain John, but realizing he had been abandoned without a second thought had turned that loyalty into rage. "Sengoku," Claudius continued, "it's clear this kid's not lying." Sengoku eyed Crocodile for a moment, taking in the scene. Claudius hadn't hidden Crocodile's identity, nor could he. The Marine was already aware of Crocodile as a rising figure in John's crew. He was even on their watch list due to his Logia Devil Fruit abilities. Claudius didn't bother with subterfuge. There was no need. Sengoku already knew. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku pulled out his dendenmushi and made a call. "Kyuzen," he said after a few seconds of conversation, "freeze the surrounding waters. We've got reliable intel John's trying to escape in a submarine." He hung up the phone, his expression firm. Without Claudia's tip, John might have gotten away. But now? Not a chance. Aokiji's ability to freeze the sea made it impossible for submarines of this era to escape. They couldn't dive deep enough or move fast enough to evade his ice. "Thank you, Saint Claudius," Sengoku said, bowing his head slightly. "I'll make sure to report this to the five elders." Claudius nodded, then smiled. "So, about this buster call?" Sengoku chuckled, a little ruefully. "Well, there's no choice now. We'll have to abort it. I think this is the first time in history that a buster call has been called off mid-action." "Really?" Claudius raised an eyebrow. "This was your first time using the buster call?" "Yes," Sengoku admitted. "The buster call is a drastic measure, after all. If it weren't for the elusive nature of John and his crew, I wouldn't have used it in the first place. And if it weren't for your tip, we might have failed to catch them anyway." Claudius found this somewhat amusing. He'd always imagined Sengoku as the kind of man who'd used the buster call multiple times, especially given his cold reputation. After all, Claudius knew that Sengoku had authorized the destruction of Ohara without batting an eye. Yet here he was, admitting it was his first time calling for such a strike. Technically, a buster call couldn't be stopped once initiated, but Claudius' position as a celestial dragon overruled that. His mere presence was enough to cancel the entire operation. Sengoku, however, wasn't just calling it off for Claudius' sake. Now that they knew John was escaping via submarine, the focus was on capturing him. Killing innocents on the island would do nothing to achieve that. So, halting the buster call not only appeased Claudius but also helped the Marines avoid unnecessary bloodshed. At least now, Sengoku could rest easier knowing they hadn't caused undue harm. "I suppose Dragon will have a better opinion of me after this," Claudius mused to himself. He'd noticed Dragon earlier, secretly helping civilians caught in the chaos. Claudius, however, had done one better. He had stopped the buster call entirely. While others might not grasp the full implications of what had just happened, Daurag would undoubtedly understand and remember Claudius' intervention. Of course, Claudius had no intention of mentioning his encounter with Dragon. That particular meeting would be a secret he intended to bury in history. After all, if anyone discovered in the future that he had met Dragon who will lead a revolution, things could become very complicated. "So, what's the plan for John's crew?" Claudius asked after a moment's thought. Sengoku smiled faintly. "Normally, if we caught them, we'd send them to impel down. But given the scale of this operation, the orders from above are clear: total extermination. The aim of the buster call was to completely wipe out the John pirates. Even if they were captured, execution was the only option. There was no room for leniency this time." "Really?" Claudius raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to Crocodile. "In that case, Admiral Sengoku, this kid here. I don't think he's completely rotten yet. He's crossed paths with me, and, well, I promised him his life if he gave up the information. I'm not one to go back on my word. So, how about letting him go?" Before Sengoku could respond, Crocodile spat angrily. "Claudius, you're full of it. I'm not some snitch. I'm no traitor." Before he could finish, Starsea shot out her leg and kicked Crocodile in the back, sending him sprawling to the floor. "How dare you speak so rudely to His Highness?" she said coldly. Sengoku looked uncomfortable but tried to remain diplomatic. "Your Highness, I understand your intentions, but this boy is still a pirate. A dangerous one at that. He may be young, but he's a Logia devil fruit user. Letting him go wouldn't be wise, especially given the orders we've received to completely eliminate the John pirates." Claudius understood Sengoku's hesitation. He imagined it was tough for Sengoku to let a pirate go, even if a celestial dragon was asking. Claudius smiled inwardly, knowing full well that if he weren't a celestial dragon, Sengoku would have crushed Crocodile without a second thought. "So, if he weren't a pirate, you'd let him go, right?" Claudius asked, leaning in slightly. Crocodile's response was immediate and defiant. "Don't even think about it. I'm a pirate, through and through. Kill me if you want, but I'll never abandon my freedom." "Your Highness," Sengoku said with a resigned sigh, "as you can see, he's made his choice. Even if I wanted to, I can't let him go. The boy has no intention of leaving his life of piracy." Claudius smiled slyly. "Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. You seem to forget who I am. If he won't switch careers willingly, I can convince him." Naya stepped forward. "What do you require, Your Highness?" "Bring me the celestial dragon's hoof," Claudius said, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. As soon as those words left his mouth, Crocodile's expression twisted in confusion. He didn't quite understand what Claudius meant, but Sengoku's face darkened. "Your Highness, surely you don't mean..." Sengoku began, but Claudius waved him off casually. "I'm just being practical, Sengoku. If this kid doesn't want to abandon his pirate ways, then I'll give him a little incentive to reconsider his career path." Claudius replied smoothly. Naya gave a quick bow and turned to leave the room, ready to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Crocodile, still ignorant of what was about to happen, glared up from the floor. "You can kill me, Claudius, but don't think for a second that you can humiliate me into submission." Crocodile barked defiantly. Starsea rolled her eyes and nudged him with her foot. "You really don't know when to shut up, do you?" Sengoku sighed heavily, realizing there was little he could do to stop what was coming. "It seems your Highness truly has everything planned out. Fine, if you're so determined, I won't interfere." Claudius' smile widened as he looked at Crocodile. "Oh, you'll learn soon enough. Sometimes, it just takes a little push in the right direction." The door opened again, and Naya returned, carrying a metal branding iron in the shape of the infamous celestial dragon's hoof, the symbol burned into the flesh of slaves owned by the celestial dragons. Crocodile's eyes widened as the realization finally hit him. You can't be serious." Crocodile muttered, his voice shaking with both disbelief and rage. Claudius leaned in, his voice low and menacing. "Oh, I'm very serious. Either you accept a new path in life, or you bear the mark of the celestial dragon. It's your choice." As the gravity of the situation dawned on Crocodile, Sengoku watched in silence. Claudius had laid out his terms, and there was no escaping them now. Chapter 39, Am I a Slave Now? Naya stepped out to complete her tasks, while Crocodile sat huddled in the corner, his expression vacant, clearly trying to process what was happening. Meanwhile, Claudius and Admiral Sengoku continued their conversation in high spirits, almost as if nothing out of the ordinary was taking place. Before long, Sengoku received a report from Kusagakure. John's submarine had been apprehended, and Kizaru and Sakazuki were on their way to support the operation. At that moment, Sengoku felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Kusagakure, Sakazuki, and Kizaru working together, John and his crew wouldn't stand a chance. They were young but undeniably powerful. John's fate was sealed. This was probably the first real conversation Sengoku had ever had with Claudius. They'd crossed paths before, but any interactions were mostly formal or through Zephyr, who had a better relationship with Claudius. Zephyr had often spoken of how different Claudius was from the typical celestial dragons, but now, after their exchange, Sengoku was beginning to understand what Zephyr meant. Claudius wasn't just physically strong for a celestial dragon, he was sharp, well-spoken, and far from the spoiled, entitled aristocrat Sengoku had expected. In their interaction, Claudius could have easily used his status to force Sengoku into bending the rules to protect Crocodile. But instead, he chose a more nuanced approach, one that allowed Sengoku to save face while still achieving his own goals. In that moment, Sengoku couldn't help but think, what a shame Claudius is a celestial dragon. If he had been a marine, with proper training, Claudius could have become as remarkable as Kusagakure, Sakazuki, or Kizaru. Just as Sengoku was reflecting on this, the door opened and Naya returned, holding a red-hot branding iron in his hand. The sight of it caused Sengoku to let out a resigned chuckle. "Zephyr told me you weren't like the other celestial dragons, Claudius, but I didn't expect to witness something like this today." Naya respectfully handed the branding iron to Claudius, who took it with a mischievous smile. "Well, Admiral Sengoku, even I have my celestial dragon moments. After all, a bit of cruelty runs in our blood." Sengoku smiled wryly. "I wouldn't call this cruelty, Your Highness. If anything, you're simply guiding others onto the right path." Claudius laughed. "Who would have thought? The Marine Admiral just called one of my acts a good deed. Maybe I should do more good in the future." Sengoku could only shake his head with a helpless smile. There really wasn't much he could say. Claudius turned to Starsea. "Hold him still and get his back ready. From now on, he belongs to me. Let's see if he still wants to be a pirate after this." Starsea complied without hesitation, stepping forward and pressing Crocodile to the ground. With swift, practiced movements, she tore his clothes apart, exposing his muscular back. Crocodile, sensing the gravity of the situation, began to struggle, but the sea stone cuffs sapped his strength, leaving him powerless. Starsea, a skilled fighter herself, easily pinned him down. Crocodile's arms were locked in place, leaving him no choice but to shout in frustration. "What the hell are you doing, Claudius? Let me go!" Crocodile yelled, his voice laced with panic. Claudius strolled over, the branding iron in hand, and grinned. "Relax, kid. I'm saving your life. After today, you're no longer a pirate." Your bounty will be wiped clean, and you'll have a fresh start. You should be thanking me." In his mind, Claudius couldn't help but find the situation amusing. This is Crocodile, one of the future 7 warlords. And now, I get to brand him with the mark of a celestial dragon. Let me go. You can't do this. Crocodile's voice trembled with terror. Sure, the promise of having his bounty erased sounded nice, but something about this whole situation felt wrong. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was stepping into an even deeper trap. Naya, standing by, said, "You should know what's happening, Crocodile. His Highness is about to mark you with the celestial dragon's hoof. Once it's branded onto you, there's no removing it. From that point forward, you'll belong to him. For life. Of course, there are perks. Most people won't dare to touch you as long as you're under His Highness' protection. But if you disobey, well, we'll make sure you understand what it means to wish for death." Crocodile's face contorted in rage and disbelief. "A slave? You think I'll become a slave? I'd rather die here than live with that brand on me. Crocodile will never be anyone's slave. In time, you'll come to accept this, maybe even embrace it. I'm not like the other celestial dragons. I don't just collect slaves for fun. You'll still have your freedom, to some degree. Even Admiral Sengoku here can testify that I'm a reasonable man." "Reasonable?" Crocodile spat, trying to struggle free. "Go to hell. Relax," Claudius said, his voice calm but firm. "This is all for your own good." With those words, Claudius pressed the searing hot brand onto Crocodile's back. A sickening sizzle filled the room as the mark of the Don Quixote family, the celestial dragon's hoof, burned into his skin. Crocodile let out a scream of pure agony. "Claudius! You bastard! I swear, I'll make you pay for this." Claudius casually pulled the branding iron away, handing it back to Naya. Crocodile lay on the ground, his body drenched in sweat, his muscles twitching from the excruciating pain. The brand, still fresh and red on his back, marked him as property of the Don Quixote family. He glanced at Naya, who promptly took the branding iron away. "Make sure he's treated. We saved his life, no point in letting him die from infection or something trivial." Starsea nodded and began to drag the weakened Crocodile out of the room. As they left, Sengoku, who had been watching the entire scene, spoke up with a slight frown. "Your Highness, are you sure Crocodile won't try to harm you in the future? I don't think he's the type to submit easily." Claudius smiled confidently. "That's the fun part. I don't need him to submit right away. I didn't mark him just to turn him into a mindless slave. I see potential in him. He'll either come around and be useful to me, or he'll keep fighting. Either way, I win. If John could win him over, why can't I?" Sengoku shook his head slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Well, if you're that confident, I won't argue. Now that the situation with John is under control, I should go see how things are progressing. Once we've finished with the John pirates, I'll personally escort you back to Mary Ejo's." Claudius chuckled. "Looks like I have no choice but to accept. After all, your Marines blew up my ship when you launched the Buster Call. Can't exactly swim back, can I?" Sengoku grinned, though it was tinged with embarrassment. "We'll make sure you're taken care of, Your Highness." After Sengoku left, Naya approached Claudius. "Your Highness, should we really return with the Marines? Weren't we planning to travel a bit more and scout for new talent?" Claudius smiled. "Don't worry, Naya. We've already had an unexpected windfall. Crocodile has plenty of potential. We'll be fine." Naya frowned slightly, still skeptical. "Him? I'm not sure. He doesn't seem very cooperative." Claudius laughed heartily. "Trust me, Naya. Give him time. We can work on his IQ later." Chapter 40, Golden Lion. Not far from Cornello Island, a massive ship hovered high in the sky, one that would make any experienced pirate or marine tremble in recognition. If anyone saw the distinctive flag it flew, they'd immediately exclaim, "Golden Lion." Yes, this airship was none other than the flagship of Golden Lion Shiki's infamous fleet. Over the past few years, Shiki had become one of the most notorious pirates, his reputation soaring to unparalleled heights. "Captain, no, Admiral. We've cracked the Marines' communication signals from Cornello Island and intercepted critical intel." A pirate, dressed in shabby but practical clothing, rushed to Shiki's side, his voice excited yet filled with awe. Shiki's sharp eyes lit up, and a powerful, almost tangible pressure radiated from him. This wasn't just his conqueror's hockey, it was the natural aura of a man who had stood at the pinnacle of the pirate world for decades. His very presence screamed dominance and command. After all, who was Shiki? He was the Golden Lion, a pirate whose name had made even the strongest heroes retreat in fear. His pride and aura were overwhelming, even when not consciously unleashed. The sheer force of it nearly made the young pirate kneel on the spot. "Oh? Finally cracked it, huh? What are those bastards up to? Who's leading the operation? Is it connected to that old dog John? Shiki asked, his voice carrying a commanding edge. The young pirate swallowed hard, steadying himself under the weight of Shiki's presence. He couldn't help but feel that with a leader like this, the Golden Lion fleet could one day rival the glory of the Rocks pirates, perhaps even dominate the seas like never before. He quickly pushed those thoughts aside and got to the point. Yes, Captain, it's related to John. The Marines completed their mission and are preparing to return to base. The fleet's being led by none other than Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku? Shiki's eyes widened briefly before a wicked, confident smile spread across his face. Jai ha 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 ha. Sengoku? In the New World? Well, isn't this my lucky day? The reason why Golden Lion Shiki was feared across the seas wasn't just his ruthlessness, it was the overwhelming power of his devil fruit. His float fruit ability made him a menace in naval battles. At this moment, not even Whitebeard, the so-called strongest man in the world, had as much influence as Shiki. Some even believed Shiki's fruit was the strongest Paramsha devil fruit in existence. When it came to sea warfare, Shiki's dominance of the skies gave him an insurmountable edge. He didn't need to engage in a direct battle with Sengoku. All he had to do was drop heavy objects from the sky onto the marine fleet, crushing their ships one by one. And Sengoku? Even as a user of the legendary zone-type devil fruit, he was still bound by the sea's curse. Once his ship went under, even Sengoku would be powerless to stop Shiki's onslaught. Normally, the whereabouts of marine admirals like Sengoku were kept top secret. The New World was vast, and the odds of running into Sengoku on a random day were slim. But now, Shiki felt like fate had handed him a golden opportunity. He had originally come to hunt down Captain John, who had slipped through his fingers. But if he could destroy Sengoku and the marine fleet, it would be a devastating blow to the world government, one that could shake the seas to their core. Jai ha 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 ha. Today's the day Marine learns who really rules the New World. Shiki laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Prepare for battle. Sengoku is mine, and so is that traitor John. Let's wipe them out. The young pirate, barely able to contain his excitement at Shiki's bold declaration, saluted enthusiastically. Yes, Captain. No, Admiral Shiki. I'll relay your orders at once. With Shiki's command, the massive airship began to accelerate, powered by Shiki's abilities. Meanwhile, Sengoku and his fleet sailed onward, completely unaware that one of the most feared predators of the sea was closing in on them. Unbeknownst to them, Golden Lion Shiki had set his sights on them, ready to launch a full-scale assault. The John pirates were already finished. John himself was nothing more than a corpse. Sengoku hadn't even bothered asking him about the so-called legendary treasure. John's demise had been swift and unceremonious. But Shiki? Shiki was hunting for blood. On one of the warships, Claudius and his group were making the best of their situation, now traveling under the protection of the Marines after their ship had been destroyed. Though the buster call was unprecedentedly halted, the mission was still a complete success. The John pirates have been completely eradicated. The 5 elders are pleased with our efforts. Sengoku said with a satisfied smile. And, of course, your highness played a key role in this. Without your assistance, John might have managed to slip away. Claudius, reclining in a chair, smiled casually. Is that so? I never thought I'd be the subject of praise from the 5 elders. What did they have to say? They commended you briefly. Of course, John's death and the success of the mission will be in tomorrow's papers at the latest. I wouldn't be surprised if your name shows up in the headlines as well. Sengoku replied with a grin. In the past, Claudius would have shied away from such attention. Back then, he was just another celestial dragon, using his noble title to intimidate and manipulate. The last thing he wanted was to be in the public eye, where unwanted attention could cause complications. But now things were different. Claudius had plans, ambitions. And for those plans to succeed, he needed subordinates, people who would work for him. He couldn't do everything alone. But attracting the right people wasn't easy, especially when they saw him only as a spoiled, entitled celestial dragon. The likes of Crocodile, for example, weren't impressed by noble titles. Claudius had gotten lucky with Crocodile, but he couldn't rely on luck every time. If he wanted to recruit powerful individuals, he needed something more, something that inspired respect. Reputation. Without it, Claudius was just another noble. But with a reputation for power and ambition, people might begin to see him as a figure worth following. Just as Claudius was about to respond, the sound of cannon fire echoed across the ship. The sharp blare of alarms followed immediately after, filling the air with tension. Sengoku's relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant. His face turned serious as the alarm blared, a sound that only went off when the fleet encountered a powerful enemy. Given that this was a buster call fleet, and Sengoku himself was present, that could only mean one thing: They had run into one of the most dangerous adversaries on the seas. Your Highness, it seems we may be in trouble. Please, stay safe. I'm going to investigate, Sengoku said, his voice urgent. Before Claudius could respond, a deafening crash echoed outside. He turned to look out the window and saw a massive sailing ship fall from the sky, crashing into the sea nearby and sending waves crashing against the warships. What the hell? Claudius muttered. Sengoku froze in place for a moment, his face darkening with realization. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, damn it. It's him. Golden Lion Shiki. High in the sky, a figure floated above the fleet, his presence unmistakable, his aura commanding. His long golden hair blew in the wind, a cigar hanging loosely from his lips. He wore a golden coat draped over his shoulders, exuding the swagger of a man who had ruled the seas for decades. Two famous swords hung from his waist, and before he even spoke, his overwhelming aura blanketed the entire fleet. Jai ha 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 ha. Sengoku. My old friend. Long time no see. Why don't you come out and say hello? Shiki's voice boomed across the battlefield as he hovered in the air, his laughter echoing through the sky. Sengoku stepped out from the cabin, his expression tense but composed. His body radiated authority and power, the very image of justice incarnate. He stared up at Shiki, his eyes narrowing. Golden Lion, don't get too full of yourself. Shiki laughed maniacally. Jai ha ha ha. I was right. Sengoku, you're here. This is perfect. Today's the day I send you to the bottom of the sea. Claudius leaned out of the window, gazing up at the figure floating above the fleet. Even he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. So that's Golden Lion Shiki. He murmured to himself. No wonder they call him one of the pirate overlords. His presence alone is worlds apart from someone like John. Chapter 41, Golden Lion takes on 4? Looking at the confident Golden Lion Shiki hovering in the sky, Sengoku felt utterly exasperated. Damn it, did I forget to check the almanac before heading out this time? First, they nearly wiped out the celestial dragons on Cornello Island with a buster call. Then, if not for Claudius's timely reminder, the mission to eliminate Captain John would have likely failed. And just when Sengoku thought things had finally settled down, they bumped into Golden Lion Shiki on their way back. Of all the people on the sea, the ones Sengoku most dreaded fighting were Shiki and Whitebeard. It wasn't that they were necessarily stronger than other pirates like Roger or Kaido, but fighting them at sea was an absolute nightmare. Shiki ruled the skies with his floating powers, while Whitebeard could summon tsunamis with a single punch. Neither fight was one you wanted to have on the open ocean. In contrast, Sengoku wouldn't be nearly as worried about running into Roger, Kaido, or Big Mom. But here, in the open waters, facing someone like Shiki, Sengoku knew he was in for a tough battle. And to make matters worse, they had a celestial dragon on board. If Claudius got killed during the fight, even if Sengoku managed to defeat Shiki, it wouldn't matter, there would be hell to pay when he got back to headquarters. That thought alone filled Sengoku with frustration. Though he felt the weight of the situation, Sengoku Admiral didn't let it show. He met Shiki's arrogance head-on, shouting, "You think you're going to kill me here, Shiki? You really believe your own hype too much. You shouldn't have come. This time, you're not leaving. I've already reserved a nice, comfy cell for you and Impel Down." Jahahaha. Sengoku, your bark's gotten louder since we last met. Shiki cackled, unsheathing his famous twin sabers, Koga Arashi and Hidden Sound Village, the weapons that had accompanied him through countless battles. Without any more chatter, Shiki swung his blades downward, slicing the air itself. The violent slash tore through the sky, a sharp force bearing down on Sengoku and his warship, as if Shiki intended to cleave both in two. But Sengoku wasn't one to panic. If Shiki were easy to handle, he wouldn't be ruling the skies. Just as the slash was about to strike, Sengoku's body swelled up, his form transforming into a towering golden Buddha over 5 meters tall. With a powerful growl, Sengoku raised his hand, releasing a shockwave that met Shiki's slash in midair. The energy from the shockwave and the slash collided, dispersing in a blast of power. But Sengoku didn't stop there, his shockwave continued, shooting upward toward Shiki. Shiki didn't flinch. With a sneer, he covered his free hand in armament haki, punching the air and neutralizing Sengoku's shockwave. Jahahaha. Not bad, Sengoku. Shiki laughed, his voice carrying through the wind. Meanwhile, in the cabin below deck, Claudius watched the battle in awe. It was his first time seeing such a high-level clash, and the sheer intensity was overwhelming. This was nothing like reading about it in mangas back in his old life. This was raw, terrifying power, and it was exhilarating to witness. So that's the power of the mythical zone, huh? Admiral-level strength is really something else. And Shiki's armament haki, it's the 3rd stage, the external release. I used to think Shiki's haki wasn't anything special, But it looks like the steering wheel stuck in his head really does start to affect him later on. Claudius's thoughts were racing as he analyzed the fight. Back in the sky, Shiki snorted as he waved his hand, and from out of nowhere, a massive sailing ship came crashing down toward Sengoku's warship. Shiki, using his float fruit model, Flying Human Devil Fruit, had lifted the ship into the sky earlier, and now he hurled it as a weapon. These are the ships from the pirates I've killed. You love catching pirates so much, Sengoku? Well, here, have some. Shiki taunted, sending the ship plummeting down. On a nearby warship, another figure couldn't stay silent any longer. Tall, strong, and filled with fiery rage, this marine was none other than Vice Admiral Sakazuki, known as the Marine Mad Dog. Great eruption. Sakazuki roared, thrusting his fist upward. A massive blast of magma shot into the sky, obliterating the falling ship in an instant, turning it into a rain of smoldering debris. But Sakazuki wasn't finished. His magma fist continued its ascent, now barreling toward Shiki, who was still laughing in midair. Bring it on. Shiki yelled, unsheathing his second saber and sending a powerful slash toward the magma fist. The slash cleaved Sakazuki's attack in two, redirecting the molten magma away from him. However, the two halves of the magma attack didn't just vanish, they changed trajectory and hurtled toward another warship. Sakazuki's face twisted in shock. Awakening. He's awakened his devil fruit powers. Surprised? I'm the Golden Lion. Shiki grinned, brimming with confidence. Before the magma could destroy the ship, a cold blast of freezing energy shot through the air. Two enormous ice pillars rose from the sea, catching the magma in mid-flight and freezing it solid before the magma could hit the warship. The frozen chunks of magma fell harmlessly into the ocean below. Shiki's smile faded slightly as he recognized the new player. That little brat Kuzan is here too? This could be troublesome. With Kuzan on the battlefield, the sea was no longer a guaranteed advantage for Shiki. The Marine Admiral could freeze the ocean, making it harder for Shiki to exploit the terrain. Shiki had come here with the goal of sinking the Marine fleet, but now that seemed far less likely. Just as Shiki pondered his next move, a blinding golden light streaked through the sky, hurtling straight toward him. Shiki moved to dodge, but the light transformed into the form of a man none other than Borsalino, the future Marine Admiral Kizaru. Ever felt what it's like to be kicked at the speed of light? Borsalino quipped as his foot shot toward Shiki. Shiki, with his wealth of battle experience, didn't fall for Borsalino's theatrics. He caught Borsalino's ankle midair, smirking as he said, "A bit too soon to try kicking me, kid." As Shiki raised his blade to sever Borsalino's leg, Sengoku's voice boomed from below. "Now! Everyone, attack!" Sengoku, Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Borsalino all surged forward, using Moonwalk to launch themselves into the air. They closed in on Shiki, attempting to surround him. Borsalino, managing to pull his leg free, drew his Sky Cloud sword and slashed at Shiki. But Shiki still wore a smile on his face, unbothered by the Marines' combined assault. With a slight movement of his fingers, Shiki summoned iron pillars from one of the floating ships. The iron beams shot toward the Marines with incredible speed, imbued with his own haki, cutting through the air like missiles. "Fighting me in the air, Sengoku? You've got some nerve." Shiki laughed. Sakazuki charged in first, his body transforming into magma. But even with his quick reflexes, several of the iron pillars struck him, forcing him to shift into his elemental form just in time. If not for his quick thinking, the haki-infused iron would have severely injured him. "Iron Lion!" Shiki roared, and the iron pillars merged into a massive iron beast, enveloping Sakazuki. The Iron Lion then plummeted toward the sea, with Sakazuki trapped inside. Sakazuki, being a devil fruit user, was in serious danger of being drowned. Kuzan, recognizing the threat, immediately halted his attack on Shiki. He fired a wave of freezing energy toward the ocean, creating a massive ice sheet just as the Iron Lion hit the frozen surface. The impact caused the Iron Lion to melt into a pool of molten iron, but Sakazuki re-emerged, standing tall on the ice. Still, even on solid ground, Sakazuki knew he couldn't keep up with a sky battle. Gritting his teeth, he stayed back, ready to apply pressure from below. Meanwhile, Claudius watched the aerial battle from the warship's cabin, feeling a mix of awe and excitement. Incredible. One man is holding off an admiral and 3 vice admirals, all without breaking a sweat. No wonder Shiki's one of the strongest pirates out there. He's as powerful as Whitebeard in his prime. Naya nervously urged, "Your Highness, we should escape while the Marines are holding him off. This place is too dangerous." Claudius, however, wasn't interested in running. "Escape? Where to? Kuzan's already frozen the sea, there's no moving the ship now. And besides, how often do you get to see a fight like this up close? I'm not about to run away with my tail between my legs." Claudius said with a grin, His eyes locked on the chaotic battlefield in the sky. Naya, still on edge, tried again. But your highness, Claudius waved her off, his excitement undiminished. Relax. This is a rare opportunity. How often do you get to witness the Golden Lion take on an admiral and 3 vice-admirals? And besides, I doubt there's a safer place on this frozen sea than right here. Naya bit her lip, realizing that Claudius had made up his mind. Still, she couldn't shake the anxiety gnawing at her. At that moment, another figure entered the room. It was Starsea, looking equally concerned but more composed. Your Highness, I've already contacted Naval Headquarters and Cypher Pol Zero agents. They're mobilizing to send reinforcements as quickly as possible. Help is on the way. Claudius chuckled, waving dismissively. Help? At this rate, by the time they get here, it'll be too late. We'll either have won or, well, we'll be fish food. There's no point in pinning our hopes on anyone coming to the rescue. Chapter 42, King of the World. Watching the battle from inside the cabin didn't seem to satisfy Claudius anymore. After observing for a while, he made the decision to head to the deck for a closer view of the action. Your Highness, isn't that too dangerous? I may not know much about naval warfare, but even I know that Golden Lion Shiki is one of the world's top pirates. Right now, even Sengoku Admiral is struggling against him. Naya said anxiously, trying to dissuade him. Ha ha ha, what are you so afraid of? Claudius laughed casually. Look, Sengoku and the others are having trouble because they don't have the advantage in the sky. Even if I stay in this cabin, I'm not any safer than I would be on the deck. If things get really bad, I'd rather be out there. At least I might get a chance to seize the moment. Naya was about to continue pleading with him, but Starsea intervened. His Highness is right. The danger is the same whether we're inside or outside. It's better to be where we can act if necessary. With that, she draped a dark brown coat over Claudius's shoulders. The way he looked now arrogant, calm, and dressed like a boss oozed confidence. Still not feeling completely ready for his grand appearance, Claudius made one last stop before heading out. He rummaged through Sengoku's quarters and found a pack of cigars, the kind that were reserved specifically for marine admirals. These are probably high quality, Claudius thought to himself. Without a second thought, he cut one, lit it up, and took a puff. With the cigar clenched between his teeth, he strutted onto the deck, looking every bit like a man in control. I swear, Your Highness, you're starting to look more like a villain by the minute. Starsea teased. Claudius smirked, blowing a cloud of smoke into the air. Villain, hero, it's all of the same to me. As long as I get what I want, who cares what they call me? Meanwhile, the battle in the sky was growing more intense. Shiki, the infamous pirate, fought with unparalleled aggression, his advantage in the air allowing him to keep Sengoku and the Marines on the back foot. Despite being one of the most powerful figures in the Navy, Sengoku was struggling to keep up with Shiki's relentless attacks. The golden Buddha form of Sengoku shimmered in the sunlight, sending out shockwaves with every punch, but even that wasn't enough to push Shiki back completely. Palm of the Buddha. Sengoku roared, seizing an opportunity. Borsellino, using his speed, had managed to drive Shiki backward with a precise laser strike, giving Sengoku the opening he needed. His giant palm, glowing with golden energy, slammed downward as if compressing the very air around it, creating a crushing force that aimed to end the fight right then and there. Shiki's playful expression disappeared, replaced with one of grim determination. Don't underestimate me, he shouted, his voice filled with rage. His arms, now coated in an intense black armament haki, met Sengoku's blow head-on. The collision of forces sent shockwaves rippling outward, and at that moment, both Shiki and Sengoku unleashed their conqueror's haki. The sky above them seemed to tear apart as the sheer force of their haki clashed, creating a whirlwind of energy that blew Borsellino and Kuzen away from the battle zone. The sea itself trembled under the overwhelming pressure, and most of the marine soldiers on the warships collapsed from the strain of the two conquerors' hakis. Only the strongest among them, rear admirals and vice admirals, were able to stay conscious, though even they were struggling to move. On the deck where Claudius stood, Naya was the first to fall, knocked unconscious by the sheer force of Shiki and Sengoku's power. If not for Starsea holding her up, she would have hit the floor. Even Starsea, though far stronger, was clearly suffering under the immense pressure. Claudius, on the other hand, stood firm. Though he could feel the weight of the haki pressing down on him like two massive mountains trying to crush him, he refused to buckle. His legs trembled slightly, but his body didn't move. I was born noble, above all others. A mere conqueror's haki. You think that's enough to overwhelm me? Claudius whispered to himself, his voice filled with quiet determination. His eyes flashed, and then he spoke louder, with a confidence that shook his very core. I am the king of the world. As the words left his mouth, Claudius felt the weight of the pressure lift. What had been suffocating moments before now felt like nothing more than a cool breeze. He straightened up, his movements fluid and relaxed, the pressure from the Conqueror's haki completely gone. Frowning slightly, he touched his forehead. That felt strange. It was like something was about to erupt from within me. Could it be Conqueror's haki? Unlike armament and observation haki, Conqueror's haki was something you were born with, a power that came from deep within your soul. You either had it or you didn't, there was no learning it. Claudius had never thought too much about whether he possessed it. He never obsessed over it because, in his mind, Conqueror's was more of a symbolic power than a practical one. It was nice to have, sure, but it wasn't the be-all and end-all of strength. But now it seemed that Claudius did have Conqueror's haki, and not just a weak version of it. The fact that even the combined pressure from Shiki and Sengoku hadn't been enough to force it out fully. It was clear that Claudius's haki was on another level entirely. A grin spread across his face. With Shiki locked in a stalemate against Sengoku, and Borsellino and Kyuzen temporarily out of position, Shiki was fully focused on the Marine Admiral. He wouldn't expect a sneak attack, especially from someone like Claudius, who was still an unknown factor. This is my chance, Claudius thought, his eyes flashing with excitement. Shiki's wide open. Without hesitation, Claudius drew Shinso, the shorter of the two swords hanging at his waist. It was fast, lethal, and perfect for the kind of strike he was about to make. Locking his eyes on Shiki, who was still engaged with Sengoku in the sky, Claudius took a deep breath. Go. Shoot him, Shinso. The short blade shot through the air like a bullet, faster than any musket, and aimed directly at Shiki. Shiki's senses, honed over years of battle, screamed in warning. His observation haki flared, alerting him to the danger just in time. Without thinking, he pulled back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. But Claudius's attack wasn't a complete miss. The blade grazed Shiki's cheek, leaving a deep gash that dripped blood down the side of his face. It wasn't enough to kill, but it was a message, a clear one. Shiki retreated, gritting his teeth. His sudden movement had given Sengoku the upper hand, and the pressure of the fight had injured Shiki further, blood now trickling from the corner of his mouth. He reached up, feeling the deep cut on his cheek, part of his skull exposed from the wound. His gaze shot downward, focusing on Claudius. A young man stood there, tall and confident, with messy blonde hair, a dark coat billowing around him. He held a short sword in one hand, a cigar in his mouth, and a smile on his face as if he had all the time in the world. It was him. Shiki thought, his eyes narrowing. I didn't think there were any dangerous people in this fleet. I was careless. That brat nearly skewered me. Without any hesitation, Shiki drew one of his swords and unleashed a powerful slash toward Claudius, the blade of energy cutting through the air like a lightning strike. Saint Claudius! Sengoku shouted, his eyes wide in horror as he realized the danger Claudius was in. Claudius didn't flinch. As the energy slash tore through the air toward him, he calmly placed his hand on the demon sword, Shindo, hanging from his waist. His eyes narrowed in focus, and with a deep breath, he murmured, let's see just how far apart we really are, Golden Lion. One sword style. Justice Cross. In an instant, Claudius drew Shindo, his armament haki coating the blade in a black sheen. His heart raced, the Emperor's engine in his chest pumping out every ounce of potential he had. This strike was everything. As Shiki's attack reached him, Claudius swung Shindo upward, intercepting the slash. The impact sent a shockwave through his body, his arms trembling under the force. The deck beneath his feet shattered, and his legs sank into the wood, but Claudius didn't break. Claudius roared, his muscles bulging as he pushed back with all his might. In a moment of pure power, he deflected Shiki's slash, sending it careening off into the sky, dissipating harmlessly. Ha! Claudius exhaled deeply, his breath ragged, his body trembling from the sheer force of the clash. His legs remained trapped in the ruined deck, but he had managed to block the strike from one of the most powerful pirates in the world. I actually did it. Claudius muttered, blinking in disbelief as he stared at his trembling hands. His arms felt like they were on the verge of breaking, and his muscles ached in protest, but he had stopped Shiki's attack head-on. Claudius leaned heavily on Shindo for support, his mind racing. The sheer power he had just faced left him in awe, and for a brief moment, he felt the overwhelming gap between himself and the top figures of the world. But the fire in his heart hadn't dimmed, it had only grown stronger. So this is what it's like. Claudius whispered, a wild grin slowly spreading across his face. His heart was pounding with exhilaration, his body aching from the strain, but none of that mattered. He had tasted a fragment of true power, and now he wanted more. I want this kind of strength, he said quietly, almost to himself. No, I need it. This is the power that rules the world. Chapter 43, Retreat, Golden Lion Shiki. After nearly killing Claudius with a single blow, a flicker of surprise crossed Shiki's eyes. Then, with clear frustration, he sneered, "I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a silver-plated weakling." Shiki had initially assumed that the person who managed to land a blow on him had to be someone formidable, especially after seeing Claudius standing there so confidently. The air of arrogance, the calm demeanor, all fooled him into thinking Claudius was a legitimate threat. Even Sengoku, usually sharp, seemed to misjudge the situation, likely because of the way Claudius presented himself. But now, Shiki was irritated. He, the feared Golden Lion, had allowed himself to get scratched by some nobody. A mistake like this could damage his reputation. In a world of pirates, where status and image were everything, this was no minor matter. If word got out, how could he maintain his standing as a top dog? Furious at being caught off guard, Shiki readied his sword to finish Claudius off. But before he could strike, Sengoku launched another attack, forcing Shiki to deal with the Marine Admiral instead. Still feeling the after-effects of Sengoku's last blow, his internal organs had taken a good hit. Shiki realized this wasn't the time to push his luck. Sengoku wasn't a small fry. If they continued to go head-to-head like this, especially without the clear advantage of air superiority, Shiki could be in serious trouble. Sengoku, on the other hand, was just as furious. If Shiki had killed Claudius, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Going back to Mary-Ejo's without him? Sengoku might as well put up the pirate flag and prepare for a swift execution. But seeing Claudius still alive, albeit shaken, gave Sengoku some relief. At least they had avoided the worst-case scenario. Meanwhile, Starsea was helping Claudius back to his feet, pulling him out of the shattered deck. "Your Highness, that was reckless. Shiki might not have noticed you earlier, but now you've practically thrown yourself into his crosshairs. Are you all right?" Claudius, still wobbly but regaining his balance, gave her a lopsided grin. "I'm fine. A bit winded, but nothing serious. Just ran out of steam, that's all." Even as he spoke, Claudius could feel his strength returning rapidly, his body recovering at an extraordinary pace. His legs, which had been trembling from the impact of Shiki's attack, were now feeling much steadier. 0-hour Mizo? He thought to himself. When he had first inherited this strange power, Claudius assumed it could only be used at specific times, as its name suggested. But after much experimentation, he had realized that the power had transformed along with his physical capabilities. Instead of being a fixed store of energy, the 0-hour Mizo allowed him to rapidly replenish his stamina and strength, drawing from the reserves he had built over the years. This meant that as long as he didn't overextend himself, he could recover from exhaustion in no time. Smiling to Starsea, Claudius continued, "I thought I might be able to kill or severely wound Shiki with that last hit, but I underestimated him. He's not just any pirate, he's one of the most feared men on the seas. It was foolish of me to think I could bring him down so easily." Starsea sighed, relieved that Claudius was recovering but still concerned about his safety. "Even so, Your Highness managed to injure him, and that created a window for Sengoku and the others to press their attack. It wasn't for nothing." Claudius nodded thoughtfully. "True. And I've learned a bit more about his weaknesses. He's powerful, but he's not invincible. He relies on his air superiority. If I can just disrupt that." Claudius trailed off, a plan forming in his mind. Starsea, noticing the shift in his tone, looked at him curiously. "You have another idea, don't you? What are you planning now?" Claudius grinned, that same glint of mischief returning to his eyes. "Remember, I'm not just any noble. I ate a devil fruit, and not just any devil fruit. I have powers that could shift the tides in our favor." Starsea raised an eyebrow, still unsure. "But I've rarely seen you use your abilities, and none of what I've seen so far seems like it could stop someone like Shiki." Claudius let out a confident laugh. "That's because I haven't had to go all out yet. You forgot, Logia users are some of the most dangerous in the world. There's a reason we're considered the strongest of the 3 devil fruit types. Watch this." With that, Claudius took a deep breath and raised his hand toward the sky, as though he were reaching out to grasp something invisible. Immediately, Starsea felt a shift in the air around them. The wind, which had been relatively calm, began to stir, and a powerful force radiated from Claudius's body. The sky above the battlefield darkened, clouds swirling and condensing as the wind picked up speed. Claudius, wielding the power of the nitrogen fruit, was drawing on the nitrogen in the atmosphere, manipulating it to create a cyclone high above. The air pressure began to drop, and soon a powerful vortex formed in the sky, pulling the clouds into its growing spiral. Shiki, still dodging attacks from Sengoku and Borsellino, suddenly felt the shift. His instincts screamed at him, and he glanced down toward the source of the disturbance. What he saw made his blood boil. That same young man, The one he had dismissed as a nobody, was now conjuring a storm. No way. This brat can control the weather? Shiki snarled, his fury rising. The Golden Lion's greatest fear was a storm. His devil fruit gave him incredible control over floating objects, but in a fierce storm, his precision and stability would be severely compromised. It was his one significant weakness, and now it was being exploited. Sengoku noticed the sudden change in Shiki's demeanor and grinned. Looks like the tables have turned, Shiki. Your greatest advantage is now your biggest weakness. Shiki, already feeling the powerful winds tugging at his control, realized that the longer he stayed, the worse it would get. Evading another one of Sengoku's shockwaves, he snarled, "Don't get cocky, Sengoku. You might have pushed me back today, but this isn't over. Sooner or later, I'll crush you all, Marines and your precious celestial dragons included." Without wasting another second, Shiki turned and shot upward, fleeing the battlefield with as much speed as he could muster. He knew when to cut his losses. He might have taken a few hits, but his pride was still intact. There would be another day for revenge. Claudius watched from the deck as Shiki made his retreat, a look of surprise crossing his face. Well, I didn't expect him to retreat that quickly. Guess he's smarter than I gave him credit for. Sengoku returned to the ship shortly after, shaking his head. It's a shame we couldn't capture him. We had a real chance today. Claudius, still catching his breath, shrugged. Honestly, we're lucky to be alive. If you think about it, we're not equipped to take him down right now. At least not without losing half the fleet. Sengoku let out a tired sigh but nodded. You're right. It's better this way. We'll fight him another day. With Shiki gone, Kyuzan and Sakazuki worked together to thaw the ice surrounding the ships, allowing the fleet to return to its original course. They had narrowly escaped disaster. Back in the cabin, Sengoku turned to Claudius with an appreciative smile. After thinking it through, Sengoku realized that without Claudius on board, the situation would have been very different. If not for Claudius' presence, the Marines would have likely avoided a direct encounter with Shiki altogether. At the very least, they would have had an easier time retreating rather than getting tangled in this dangerous battle. No Shiki, no near-death experience, no battle at all, just a straightforward, albeit frustrating, search for John on Cornillo Island. After releasing a buster call and coming up empty, Marine would have stuck around to scour the place until they found something or finally gave up. In that scenario, Shiki might not have even bothered with them. He wouldn't have had any reason to pick a fight, and the Marine fleet could have avoided this entire deadly confrontation. Sengoku shook his head at the thought, sighing internally. This was one of those moments where everything seemed to spiral out of control for no good reason. But, dwelling on what could have been wasn't going to change anything. Best to focus on what actually happened. With that, Sengoku shifted gears and gave a tired smile. Regardless, it's fortunate we had your help today. I didn't expect you to have the ability to manipulate the weather like that. Your power is nitrogen. Claudius interrupted with a casual smile. To put it simply, I control the nitrogen in the air. Since it's an invisible gas and makes up most of the atmosphere, I can use it to influence the climate, at least to a certain extent. Sengoku could tell Claudius didn't want to go into too much detail about his power, and respected that boundary. He nodded, deciding not to press further. Well, your control over it is remarkable. Without you here, it's hard to say how much worse today could have gone. Shiki is always difficult to deal with, but you really tipped the scales. While Sengoku expressed his gratitude, Claudius couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. If not for his involvement, Shiki likely wouldn't have attacked in the first place. Claudius' mere presence on the ship had drawn attention to the fleet, and that attention had nearly gotten them all killed. After all, if Sengoku and the others had been on Cornillo Island as originally planned, scouring the ground for any sign of John, Shiki probably wouldn't have cared enough to intervene. There wouldn't have been any reason for him to pick a fight with the Marines, especially one as serious as this. But there was no point in bringing that up now. What mattered was that they survived and they even managed to push Shiki back. Chapter 44, The Five Elders. Mary Ijo's port was bustling with activity as several Marine warships slowly made their way to berth. Claudius, however, wasn't in any rush to disembark. Instead, he sat back, leisurely flipping through a newspaper with a smirk on his face. The headlines grabbed his attention. Navy headquarters kills the infamous pirate John and engages in battle with Golden Lion Shiki in the New World. Claudius chuckled to himself and said, well, that's one way to get people's attention. Standing nearby, Naya smiled. Your Highness's identity has also been mentioned in the news, but fortunately, Sengoku and the others know how to keep things under control. They didn't publish her photo. Even though the news of Claudius was spreading, it seemed the Marines had made sure to keep his face out of the papers. Naya, ever loyal, was relieved to see her master's name gaining fame without compromising his security. Starsea, who stood on the other side, spoke up. I know Morgans, the Birdman who runs the World Economy newspaper. He's just recently come into contact with the world government. Without approval, he wouldn't have dared to print anything about your highness. The World Economy newspaper, owned by the ambitious Birdman Morgans, had been around for a while, but it never used to be a major player in the media landscape. However, once Morgans established ties with the world government, his paper started getting first access to some of the most crucial stories, and its influence grew rapidly. Morgans knew where his bread was buttered and was quick to keep certain things quiet when necessary, all in the name of maintaining his newfound government connections. I must admit, Claudius said thoughtfully, he's done a remarkable job turning that paper around in just 2 years. It's on the path to dominating the newspaper industry. In the years to come, Claudius knew Morgans would develop the World Economy newspaper into a global powerhouse, wielding influence that could secretly sway world events. Morgans wasn't just a newsman, he was a kingmaker, pushing stories that could alter the balance of power, as he did with Luffy's rise as the 5th Emperor. Which was, in fact, largely due to Morgans hyping him up. Of course, Claudius also understood that while Morgans was useful to the world government now, there might come a time when his influence grew too dangerous. But for now, Morgans was just a pawn in a much larger game. I'll deal with him when the time comes. Claudius mused to himself. No need to rush. For now, Morgans had played out Claudius' role in John's death, even exaggerating the incident with Shiki. He made sure everyone knew Shiki was injured by Claudius, and the paper even claimed the scar on Shiki's face would be a lasting reminder of his defeat. Thanks to Morgans' embellishment, Claudius' name was starting to spread across the world. Meanwhile, high in the skies above the New World, Shiki himself was fuming as he read the newspaper. His forehead veins bulged in fury. Damn it! That brat was Celestial Dragons? Shiki growled, crushing the paper in his hands. Sengoku called him Your Highness. But how did a Celestial Dragon manage to injure me? Shiki's fingers brushed against the scar on his cheek. It would leave a permanent mark, a reminder of the day he was humiliated by a so-called trash Celestial Dragon. The thought that his reputation had been tarnished, not by a top marine but by someone from the pampered class of Celestial Dragons, made him boil with rage. Don Quixote Claudius. Shiki hissed, his voice filled with venom. You'd better pray we never cross paths again. Your royal status won't save you from me next time. While Shiki stewed in his anger, elsewhere in the City of Water, the Pirate King himself, Goldie Roger, was laughing uproariously as he read the same headline. Ahahaha. Shiki, of all people, got himself hurt by a Celestial Dragon? Roger's laughter echoed through the room. I didn't see that one coming. Now that name sounds familiar. Roger continued, still chuckling. Don Quixote Claudius. Where have I heard it before? Rayleigh, sitting nearby, glanced up and smirked. Of course it sounds familiar. We ran into him on Sabati Archipelago about 5 years ago, remember? Recognition dawned on Roger's face. That's right. He was that interesting Celestial Dragon kid. I even thought about inviting him to join us back then. Haha, you really should have, Captain. Said Skoppergaben, joining the conversation. Imagine the look on Shiki's face if we had. Roger thought about it for a moment, then grinned. Yeah, I should have tied him up and brought him along. He definitely had potential. Rayleigh leaned back, taking a sip from his drink. He was a strange one, alright. I could tell back then that he wasn't like the other Celestial Dragons. And now, 5 years later, he's managed to injure the Golden Lion. This era is really starting to heat up. Roger's eyes gleamed with excitement. That's why we can't waste any more time. The Oro Jackson will be ready soon, and when it is, we'll conquer this sea once and for all. Ha ha ha. Back in the New World, aboard a massive ship resembling a white whale, the infamous Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, was also reading the headlines. Shiki got himself in trouble again, eh? Whitebeard said with a wide grin, tossing the newspaper aside. His young crew member, Marco, raised an eyebrow. I don't believe for a second that Shiki was injured by a Celestial Dragon. No way. This is probably just the world government adding a little flair to make themselves look good. Diamond Jaws nodded in agreement. Yeah, the idea of a Celestial Dragon fighting is hard to swallow. Whitebeard wasn't too concerned. It doesn't matter who did it. The important thing is Shiki took a hit. He's been getting too cocky lately, taking down Okaku and John. I wouldn't be surprised if I was next on his list. Marco's eyes lit up. Then why not strike first, Pops? We could take him out and be done with it. Whitebeard waved a dismissive hand. Nah, I'm not interested in ruling the seas like Shiki or the others. Let him come if he wants a fight. I'll sink him if he does, but until then, I'm not going looking for trouble. Unlike Shiki, Big Mom, or Kaido, Whitebeard had no ambition to rule the seas. He simply wanted to live freely and protect his sons. But even though he wasn't chasing the throne, his confidence in his own power was unshakable. As Whitebeard dismissed the idea of hunting Shiki, many of the other powerful pirates across the world who read the news had similar reactions. They either scoffed at the idea of a celestial dragon being a threat or dismissed it as government propaganda. Back at Mary Ijo's, Sengoku was leading Claudius off the warship, making their way through the port. As they walked, Sengoku turned to Claudius and said, "The 5 elders have summoned you as well. They want to meet you." Claudius raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Me? They want to meet me?" Sengoku nodded. "Yes. They were quite clear about it. I believe it's related to your recent activities." Claudius smirked. "So, the lowest of the celestial dragons is being called to meet the highest? Must be because of all the noise we caused with Shiki." "Indeed," Sengoku said with a smile. "You've caught their attention. Frankly, I'd be interested in meeting you too, if I were them." Sengoku knew the 5 elders well enough to understand their curiosity. Most celestial dragons were content to live off their status, but Claudius was different. He had shown potential, something rare among the so-called gods. 5 elders likely saw in Claudius an opportunity, a way to reshape the world's perception of celestial dragons, to show that not all of them were entitled, lazy, or corrupt. Claudius could become the face of a new kind of celestial dragon, one who was capable, competent, and strong. And that, Sengoku thought, was an opportunity the 5 elders would not want to miss. Chapter 45, Test in the Holy Land of Mary Ijo's. Claudius felt more than familiar with his surroundings. After all, this was where he lived. But despite having passed by the world government's headquarters countless times, he had never set foot inside, let alone visited the top floor, where the 5 elders, those who held the highest authority in the world, had their office. The entire floor belonged to them, spacious and prestigious. Born into the celestial dragons, Claudius, even in his previous life, had never had the privilege of meeting the 5 elders. He was, after all, part of the lowest rung of the celestial dragons' hierarchy. But beside him now was Admiral Sengoku, who walked these halls with familiarity. It was clear this wasn't his first time meeting with the 5 elders. Walking behind Sengoku, Claudius couldn't help but think about how this man was likely the 5 elders' chosen candidate for the next Marine Fleet Admiral. It made sense. If Claudius were in their position, he'd likely favor Sengoku as well. Not only was Sengoku incredibly powerful and intelligent, known as the resourceful general, but more importantly, he was obedient. Among all the high-ranking Marines, Sengoku had the closest ties to the world government and followed its orders without question. Despite his strength and intelligence, Sengoku had always been the most loyal to the world government, even to the point of carrying out a buster call on Ohara, destroying the island without hesitation. For him, following orders was Marine's ultimate duty. It was only later in life, when Sengoku neared retirement, that he started to question these views and began to favor Kuzen for the role of Fleet Admiral. Unfortunately for him, the world government had other plans, supporting Sakazuki instead. But all that was still in the future. Right now, Sengoku was the model of a Marine officer, someone the 5 elders trusted implicitly and likely intended to place at the top of Marine's command. As they approached the top floor, Sengoku hesitated outside the door of the 5 elders' office. Turning to Claudius, he asked, "Have you met the 5 elders before, Your Highness?" Claudius blinked, then smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm just a minor figure among the celestial dragons. How could I have met them?" "Really?" Sengoku chuckled lightly. "They're not as intimidating as they seem. They're actually quite approachable." Claudius gave a polite nod, but in his mind, he disagreed. "They're only approachable because they like you, Sengoku. They see you as one of their own. Try telling that to Sakazuki when he's being cold-shouldered in the future." Sengoku knocked on the door, and after receiving permission to enter, the two walked in. As expected, all 5 of the world's most powerful figures were present. It was Claudius' first time seeing them in person. While they were already old, they appeared younger than he had imagined from his memories of the future. Despite their age, they radiated a powerful aura that instantly made Claudius feel a little tense, as if standing in front of them made lying impossible. These men aren't like the other celestial dragons, Claudius thought to himself. They exude real authority. They feel like true rulers. The 5 elders didn't spend much time addressing Claudius. They focused mostly on Sengoku, who provided a concise report on recent events. His report wasn't exaggerated or filled with unnecessary praise for Claudius, but it also didn't downplay the contributions Claudius had made, keeping things fair and balanced. Claudius didn't mind. After Sengoku finished, the 5 elders turned their attention to him. Claudius couldn't shake the feeling that there was something like relief in their eyes, though he couldn't quite place why. "Don Quixote Claudius, correct?" asked the bald elder who held a sword. He didn't bother introducing himself. It seemed he expected Claudius to know who they were. Claudius, ever respectful, nodded and replied, "Yes, that's correct." "Antonio's son?" the other bald elder inquired, as if recalling a distant memory. Claudius' father, Antonio, had passed away from illness long ago, but it seemed he had made quite an impression on the 5 elders during his time. "Yes, Antonio is my father," Claudius confirmed. "Ah, I thought I remembered correctly," the elder said with a nostalgic smile. "It feels like just yesterday you were a child, and now look at you." "Thank you for remembering, it's an honor," Claudius replied politely. One of the other elders, a bearded man, studied Claudius for a moment before speaking. "Courteous and respectful. It seems you're quite capable, given how Sengoku speaks of you. It's rare to see a young celestial dragon like you. Usually, all we see are those troublemaking brats who embarrass us with their behavior." Claudius managed a modest smile at the compliment, but inside he was processing the situation. It was true many of the celestial dragons were arrogant and reckless, relying entirely on their bloodline to act above the law. Clearly, the 5 elders had little patience for such behavior. The elder continued, "It's good to see a promising member from the Don Quixote family for once. Your family has produced more than its fair share of oddballs." He chuckled slightly, clearly thinking of Don Quixote Homing, who had forsaken his celestial dragon status and gone to live as a commoner. Claudius chuckled politely but said nothing. He was fully aware of his family's strained history. After some pleasantries, the 5 elders shifted to more serious matters. Despite their apparent satisfaction with Claudius, they needed to measure the depth of his understanding and ambitions. Without much preamble, the elder with the sword asked, "Claudius, as someone of your status, you must know why it's important to strive for strength. Is it because you're afraid we can't protect you?" Claudius paused for a moment, considering his response. He decided that honesty would serve him best here. "Yes and no," he said. The elder raised an eyebrow. "Explain." Claudius took a deep breath. "You may not be fully aware, but about 6 years ago, I had an accident. I ended up stranded on a deserted island in the New World. It was only thanks to Zephyr that I was rescued." The 5 elders exchanged looks but didn't interrupt. "Before that accident," Claudius continued, "I was like many of my fellow celestial dragons living without a care in the world, assuming my status was enough to shield me from anything. But that experience taught me an important lesson." "And what lesson is that?" the bald elder asked, clearly intrigued. "In this world, everything you have without strength is just an illusion. It may seem grand and secure, but it can all be taken away in an instant. If you don't have power, then everything you possess, status, wealth, even your life, is at the mercy of others. So, I believe a person must rely on themselves above all else." As soon as Claudius finished speaking, the elder with the sword laughed heartily. "Well said, boy. You're absolutely right. In this world, strength is everything." Claudius nodded. "That's why I seek strength. On the one hand, I trust that you can protect me, but on the other hand, I want to be strong enough to protect myself. That's why I've been working to grow stronger." The 5 elders exchanged approving glances. The elder with the beard spoke next, his tone thoughtful. "You've got ambition, and that's a good thing. But what are your thoughts on the future? How do you see the world, and more importantly, how do you see our world government?" Claudius felt a slight chill at this question. "They're testing me," he realized. He couldn't reveal his true thoughts, his desire for power and control over the world government itself. If they sensed even a hint of disloyalty, they could crush him on the spot. Carefully choosing his words, Claudius replied, "I believe the world as it is today is stable, but that stability won't last forever. There are forces in the world, like the Golden Lion Shiki and others, who seek to challenge our rule. Careerists, like them, want to overturn the world government and seize control. While our strength is undeniable for now, the future is uncertain." His words were cautious, but they were enough to make the 5 elders take notice. For someone so young, Claudius already had a clear grasp of the global situation, and more importantly, he wasn't naive about the future. "And what do you think of our world government?" the bald elder asked again, pressing the issue. Claudius knew this was a trap. Criticizing the world government would be foolish, but blind praise would be equally unwise. So, he opted for loyalty. "The world government is the foundation upon which my identity as a celestial dragon stands," Claudius said firmly. "Anyone who threatens the world government is my enemy because I understand that my power and status come from the stability and authority of the government. We are inseparable." The 5 elders smiled, clearly pleased with his answer. Claudius had passed their test. Chapter 46, Pandora's Box. After that, the 5 elders continued asking Claudius a few more questions to gauge him thoroughly. Claudius answered each of them appropriately. He didn't appear to be incompetent, but his performance was just right for someone of his age and standing. This balance left the 5 elders quite satisfied, even more so than they had anticipated. The bald elder, seemingly the leader, finally spoke up. It seems you're a young man unwilling to fade into the background, with a clear ambition to rise. Claudius chuckled, now feeling more at ease after the intense questioning. It's true, I'm not one to sit idle. As for ambition, I'd say I have just enough to keep things interesting. There's no need to be modest. The bald elder said with a smile. We are family after all, fellow celestial dragons. You don't have to hide your ambition or tone down your confidence in front of us. Claudius found this a bit amusing. These 5 elders were indeed more approachable than he initially expected. But then again, it made sense he shared the same bloodline, the same elite status. He was one of them. The elder with the mustache then chimed in. You've shown that you're far from idle. Helping Marine bring down John and even forcing Golden Lion Shiki to retreat is no small feat. You've damaged the power of these pirates and reinforced the world government's authority in the process. That's no small contribution. Combining these merits, it's only right that we offer you a reward. So, tell us, what do you want, Claudius? Claudius had anticipated something like this. Before all of this, he had thought long and hard about how to maneuver himself into the 5 elders' good graces, to place himself in their line of sight. After all, while being a celestial dragon gave him a status few could touch, it didn't grant him automatic influence over the internal workings of the world government. Gaining favor with the 5 elders, however, would change that. Now that he'd unexpectedly gained their attention through his role in these events, it was the perfect opportunity. As soon as the mustached elder finished, the blonde elder, who hadn't spoken much yet, laughed and added, You seem to be close to both Zephyr and Sengoku. They hold you in high regard. Maybe you're thinking of joining Marine. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, standing nearby, laughed as well. If His Highness were to join the Marines, I would be the first to welcome him. There's always a need for more talent in our ranks. In my opinion, His Highness has the potential to rise to the rank of Admiral. An Admiral, huh? The bald elder raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. Seems like you think highly of Claudius, Sengoku. The mustached elder, however, shook his head with a sigh. As good as that sounds, it's not appropriate for someone of Claudius' standing to join the Marines. Claudius had briefly considered the idea, but he knew joining Marine was not the path for him. 5 elders wouldn't approve of a celestial dragon lowering himself to serve, and besides, the thought of merely being an admiral didn't hold much appeal for him. Even sitting on the Marine's top seat, like Sengoku, didn't particularly entice him. He was after bigger things. Sengoku, sensing the mood, nodded with some regret. Yes, I suppose that's true. It is a pity, though. Having someone like His Highness in Marine would have been invaluable. Claudius smiled and spoke up. Joining Marine is indeed out of the question, but I do have some ideas that I'd like to discuss. The elder with the tufted hair raised an eyebrow. Oh? Well then, let's hear it. Don't hold back. For someone like you, we are always open to hearing new ideas and proposals. Claudius hesitated for just a moment, then said, I have a bit of an unconventional idea, one I think could be of great value to the world government. Go on. The bald elder urged. We have time today, and we're eager to hear your thoughts. Well, Claudius began, I'd like to propose forming a new organization, or perhaps a new department. The room quieted. A new organization? The bald elder asked, puzzled. What exactly do you mean? For now, let's call it CPX. It would be an offshoot of the current CP system but with a different focus. Claudius could see he had their interest, so he pressed on. As you all know, being a celestial dragon, I've had regular contact with the Cypher Pol agents organizations. In fact, one of my trusted subordinates, Starsea, is a member of Cypher Pol Zero agents, though I've had her assigned to protect me personally now. Through this relationship, I've gained a deeper understanding of the CP's structure. Seeing no objections yet, Claudius continued. While Marine's main focus is to maintain stability across the seas, the Cypher Pol agents deal with matters that require more discretion, handling tasks that cannot be made public and protecting celestial dragons. But both Marine and the CP have their limits. The bald elder nodded. That's correct. So, what exactly do you have in mind for CPX? Strengthening the current CP forces? Claudius shook his head. Not quite. The Cypher Pol agents organizations are already powerful enough. In fact, they might even overshadow Marine in some aspects, right Sengoku? Sengoku chuckled softly, nodding. Yes, sometimes the CP can overstep, given their direct ties to the celestial dragons. Exactly. Claudius said. My proposal is for CPX to be independent of the CP system. It would act as a hidden backup plan for the world government, an organization that operates in the shadows, capable of stepping in when neither Marine nor the CP can handle a situation. The 5 elders exchanged glances. Sengoku and the elders both smiled at the idea, though Claudius could tell they weren't taking it too seriously. In their minds, a situation that both Marine and the CP couldn't resolve would be an extreme one, something beyond Claudius' reach. But still, they didn't dismiss his idea outright. He was a celestial dragon, after all, and for them, that meant he was trustworthy. The bald elder glanced around the room, reading the faces of his colleagues. Finally, he spoke. "It's good to see you thinking this way, Claudius. Young people like you should have ambitions, ideas that drive them forward. As your elders, we're happy to see you contributing to the world government's future." He paused, then added with a smile, "Your idea is a bit unconventional, but we are willing to give you a shot. We'll authorize the creation of this CPX, and provide you with some initial resources, money, personnel, whatever you need to get started." Claudius was delighted but stayed composed, nodding in thanks. "However," the bald elder continued, "after that, you're on your own. We won't be lending you any more support beyond this initial investment. Whether you succeed or fail will depend entirely on your own efforts. Do you understand?" Claudius smiled, the wheels in his mind already spinning with the possibilities. "I understand perfectly, and I'm grateful for the opportunity." The elders exchanged a few more words, approving the idea without much concern. In their eyes, this was merely a small-scale experiment. If Claudius succeeded, great, it could serve the world government well. If he failed, well, he'd learn a valuable lesson about ambition. But Claudius saw it differently. To him, this was an opening, a chance to begin building something far larger and more powerful than they could imagine. "This Pandora's box," he thought to himself, "you've opened it yourselves." Chapter 47, Deal in Mage Oz's Arena. Crocodile was being firmly pinned to the ground by Claudius. After a few fruitless struggles, he finally gave up, panting heavily, though the look of defiance in his eyes remained. Still, he didn't curse or lash out further. Seeing that Crocodile had stopped resisting, Claudius eased up, releasing his grip. "Poor Crocodile," he thought, "such a promising future ahead of you, but you were unlucky enough to cross paths with me. You haven't even raised your pirate flag, yet here you are, already captured. What a pitiful twist of fate." Though Claudius was mentally poking fun at Crocodile's misfortune, he decided not to rub salt into the wound. Instead, he said, "Well, how about now? Even without using Shinso or any of my weapons, just fighting you with my bare hands and Devil Fruit ability, you still couldn't win. Do you still think you had the upper hand back then?" Crocodile swallowed his pride, sitting up slowly. "Fine," he muttered grudgingly, "I'll admit you're stronger than me. But let me make one thing clear, just because you're stronger doesn't mean I'll bow to you. If you think I'll become your obedient little slave, you're dreaming. You might as well kill me now because I swear I won't beg for my life." Claudius found Crocodile's youthful bravado amusing. The future warlord and kingpin, once a proud teenager, now reduced to this. The same Crocodile who had no problem using dirty tactics or manipulating situations to his advantage in the future was here, full of honor and defiance. "Oh, right." Claudius thought to himself with a smile, who wasn't a hot-headed teenager at some point. Crocodile, watching Claudius from the corner of his eye, was confused. This guy who couldn't be much older than him was speaking like some wise elder. They were practically the same age, yet their circumstances couldn't be more different. One was born into unimaginable wealth and privilege as a celestial dragon, while the other had been betrayed by his own captain. It didn't seem fair. Same age, both wielding Logia abilities, yet the gap between them was insurmountable. Before Crocodile could sink too deeply into his thoughts, Claudius spoke again. "I told you from the start, putting the Celestial Dragon's hoof brand on you was just to save your life. I didn't brand you as a slave to humiliate or control you." Crocodile's expression hardened. "That brand is humiliation. It's the mark of a slave," he said through clenched teeth. Claudius chuckled. "You might even came to wear it with pride one day." "Ha! Are you crazy?" Crocodile spat, the anger in his voice unmistakable. "Listen," Claudius said, his tone more serious now. "In my eyes, it's not a slave brand. I'm not the kind of person who enjoys controlling people like that." Crocodile was taken aback. He could see in Claudius's eyes that the guy was being sincere, as odd as that sounded. But after a pause, Crocodile still retorted, "That may be true for you, but in the eyes of the world, it's a mark of slavery. That's the reality." Claudius gave him a knowing smile. "Then change the world. Change the rules." Crocodile blinked, stunned. "What? Change the world? Why not? Who says I can't?" Claudius shrugged casually, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. You? Change the world? Crocodile scoffed. You're not ready for that. You're not strong enough. Claudius chuckled again, but this time there was a hint of steel in his gaze. You're right. For now, I'm not strong enough. But I'm young, I've got time. I have the ambition, and most importantly, I have the position to do it. You'll see. One day, I will change the world. Crocodile stayed silent, clearly weighing his words. After a moment, Claudius added, So, how about it? Will you help me build this future? Or are you content just sitting here, angry at the world? Crocodile eyed him warily. Help you? That's just another way of asking me to serve you. How's that any different from being a slave? Claudius sighed. This guy really won't budge, huh? He thought. After a moment, Claudius asked, All right then, what is it that you want? Freedom. Crocodile replied instantly. Let me go. Claudius shook his head. That's not happening. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to keep you alive? You haven't exactly earned your freedom. Do I look like I'm here to do charity work? Crocodile's defiance flared up again. Then kill me. Claudius chuckled. You're really a stubborn one. Fine, let's compromise. Crocodile's ears perked up. Compromise? He asked, trying to mask his interest. Claudius smiled. Every year, I'll give you one chance to challenge me. If you win, I'll let you go free and even grant you 3 requests, whatever they are, but if you lose, you'll work under me, no complaints, for the rest of the year. I won't treat you as a slave, and no one else will either. In fact, as long as you don't openly reveal it, no one will know you're bound to me. How does that sound? Crocodile mulled it over. It wasn't freedom, but it was better than being treated like a dog. He was about to respond when Claudius's expression shifted, and his voice dropped into a warning tone. Crocodile, I like you. But don't mistake that for weakness. I am a celestial dragon. Test my patience, and you'll find out what it truly means to suffer. The room felt heavier, the atmosphere suffocating. Crocodile knew better than to push any further. After a moment of tense silence, he nodded. Fine. Your terms are fair. But you have to promise not to suppress my growth or hold me back in any way. Claudius smirked. You really think you can beat me in a year, after the beating I just gave you? Crocodile's pride flared again. Who do you think I am? I'm Crocodile. I'll be a legend one day. Claudius chuckled. That much is true. You'll definitely be known around the world, that's for sure. Crocodile straightened up, a hint of pride returning to his posture. But before he could savor the moment, Claudius added with a grin, Of course, it'll be under my banner. Everyone will know you as my Crocodile. Crocodile glared but said nothing. His pride wouldn't allow him to argue back, not when the power gap between them was so glaring. Claudius continued, Good, we have a deal. And not only will I not suppress your growth, but I'll also make sure you have everything you need to improve. Whatever you need to get stronger, just ask. As long as it's within my reach, you'll have it. Crocodile's eyes lit up slightly at that. If this celestial dragon was willing to provide him with resources, then he could use this time to get stronger, and then... Who knows? A year was a long time. Maybe he'd rise far beyond Claudius's expectations. Standing up and dusting himself off, Crocodile glanced at his bare torso. I'll need a coat. He said, his voice quieter now. To cover this damn mark. Claudius, amused, waved to his butler, Naya. A moment later, Naya handed over one of Claudius's signature brown-black coats, lined with mink fur. Claudius tossed it to Crocodile without hesitation. As long as you show your value, you can have whatever you want. Crocodile threw the coat over his shoulders, covering the humiliating mark on his back. So, what do you want me to do? He asked. For now? Claudius said, turning away with a casual wave. You're not ready for any real tasks. Focus on getting stronger. We'll see how useful you are then. Crocodile watched him walk away, a flicker of frustration in his eyes, but he kept quiet. Claudius had made it clear this was the deal. He'd have to play along, at least for now. As Claudius left, Naya approached him with concern. Your Highness, are you sure this is wise? He's a Logia user, after all. It would be easy for him to escape. Shouldn't we at least put a sea stone collar on him? Crocodile's jaw tightened, hearing that. But Claudius, without looking back, waved the concern away. No need for that. I believe in his word. If I'm wrong and he runs? Then I've misjudged him, and I won't want someone like that under me anyway. Crocodile's eyes twitched at Claudius's nonchalant response, but he kept quiet, though the thought of escape was nowhere near his mind now. Claudius's words had a strange, unsettling effect. It wasn't fear, but rather a twisted sense of trust. Crocodile, for all his arrogance, could recognize sincerity when he saw it. "I won't run," Crocodile said firmly, almost as if he was convincing himself. "A year. That's all I need to surpass you." Claudius smiled, not turning around. "Good. I like your confidence." Chapter 48, authorizing the formation of CPX. Claudius and his group returned to their palace, and from a distance, they could already see Starsea waiting for them. Walking up with a smile, Claudius asked, "Is everything settled?" Starsea nodded and handed him a stack of documents. "All the authorizations are here. From today on, the world government has officially established a new organization called CPX." She paused for a moment before adding with a smile, "I have to say, Your Highness, you really have a way with things." The 5 elders authorized CPX as a completely new department, independent of both naval headquarters and the Cypher Pol Agents organization. Though it carries the CP name, it's outside the authority of both the Cypher Pol Agents and the military high command. You can report directly to the 5 elders. Her smile widened. "This essentially means, Your Highness, that you now hold a power on par with naval headquarters itself. It's really remarkable. Is this the influence of the celestial dragons?" Claudius didn't seem particularly surprised, because this was exactly what he had requested from the 5 elders. He had known this was coming for a while now, so why act shocked? Although Starsea had emphasized how powerful this new organization could be, Claudius knew better. Right now, CPX was just an empty shell with no manpower or resources. No matter how much potential it had, without people to fill the ranks, it was meaningless. The real challenge would be turning this potential into reality. If he could build CPX into a strong and efficient force, then its creation would truly be something worth celebrating. Until then, there was no reason to get too excited. That didn't stop Claudius from boasting a little. "What did you expect? I'm the celestial dragon most favored by the 5 elders. Naturally, I hold considerable power." Starsea, knowing how Claudius liked to show off, didn't tease him. Instead, she played along, smiling as she said, "The more capable Your Highness is, the happier I'll be. After all, I've now been transferred from Cypher Pol Zero agents to become the chief officer of CPX." Even though Claudius had requested a seemingly enormous power, the fact was that he currently had no one to fill the ranks of this new organization. The only people he could trust were Starsea and Naya. But Naya, while competent in her role, had no combat ability whatsoever and was mainly responsible for managing Claudius' daily affairs. She couldn't be expected to run CPX. That left only Starsea, who was more than capable of taking on such a role. Claudius patted Starsea on the shoulder. "Do your best. You'll find that this organization will offer you a much wider platform to show your talents than Cypher Pol Zero agents ever could." "I trust you completely, Your Highness," Starsea responded without hesitation. Regardless of whether CPX would succeed or fail, as long as she stayed close to Claudius, a celestial dragon favored by the 5 elders, Starsea knew she had everything to gain. And it didn't hurt that Claudius admired her abilities as well. Loyalty to a strong and influential person, coupled with the promise of a bright future, made Starsea's choice clear. Turning her gaze to Crocodile, who was sitting at the table devouring the food meant for Claudius, Starsea asked curiously, "It seems like you've already tamed that tough one." Crocodile, who no longer wore a slave collar, was eating like a starving man, with no sense of shame. Naturally, Starsea assumed Claudius had managed to bring him under control. Claudius glanced at Crocodile, who seemed completely absorbed in the feast, and said, "Of course. I just had to shake my sleeve a little, and he came around. He's on our side now. Though he's still somewhat weak at the moment, his potential is good. I'll give him some time to grow stronger. Maybe one day he'll be able to handle something more important." Crocodile grunted in dissatisfaction at Claudius' words but didn't argue. Seeing this, Starsea didn't pursue the topic further. Instead, she shifted the conversation. "So, Your Highness, what's our next step with CPX? The 5 elders have already given us a startup capital of 500 million Baileys." Neither Starsea nor Naya, who had been with Claudius for a while now, was particularly impressed by the amount. In their world, such a sum wasn't anything special. However, Crocodile, who had known poverty, couldn't help but react. 500 million? That's a lot of money. Crocodile exclaimed. Naya shot him a disdainful look. 500 million is nothing. His Highness' swords are worth 800 million each. Crocodile looked at the 2 swords hanging from Claudius' waist in astonishment. Claudius chuckled at Crocodile's awe and teased him. "What? Are you tempted by them?" Crocodile hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "As valuable as they are, I don't know how to use a sword. It'd just be a waste in my hands. At least you know your limits. Don't worry, stick with His Highness, and you won't be lacking in opportunities down the line," Naya said sharply. Crocodile shot her a glare but quickly dismissed it, realizing there was no point in getting angry at someone who was essentially harmless. Claudius laughed at the exchange. 500 million, huh? It seems like the five elders don't have high hopes for me. Giving me that amount. It's almost like they're telling me to just have fun with it. Before Starsea could respond, Claudius continued, it's fine, though. I've been hoarding my own private funds over the years, and some of the gifts people have given me in the hopes of currying favor have been sold off. I've accumulated quite a bit. The only thing I lack now is people I can rely on. Do you want me to go out and find some capable individuals? Starsea asked, already knowing that Claudius wasn't keen on recruiting from within the world government. Claudius shook his head. No need for now. You can have the Cypher Pol Agents organization keep an eye on the seas for me. If anyone I've been interested in pops up, let me know. I'm not eager to wander the vast oceans, only to risk running into another buster call. Starsea nodded. Understood, Your Highness. After a moment of thought, Claudius asked, Naya, I remember that before we left Ijo's, a businessman named Amit gave me a sizable amount of money to curry favor. Do you remember that? Naya thought for a moment before replying, yes, Your Highness. Amit gave us 1 billion baileys as a donation. Hoping for protection for his business in Ijo's. What's his business again? Claudius raised an eyebrow. Nia, who had an excellent memory, immediately answered, he's in the shipping industry. He wants to establish a foothold in Ijo's because, without Fishman Island, Ijo's is the major transit point between the Grand Line and the New World. Controlling the shipping routes here means controlling the flow of goods between both seas. Claudius remembered now. Amit, the name sounded familiar because, in the future, this man would become the king of shipping in the dark underworld, a very powerful figure. But at the moment, Amit was still trying to gain a foothold and hadn't secured the connections he needed. Seems like he might be a useful guy. At the very least, he could make some money for me. After all, if I want to strengthen CPX, I'll need a lot of funds. And while I'm not exactly short of money, more is always better. Get in touch with Amit for me when you can. I want to have a conversation with him. Claudius smiled, then added, oh, and tell him to bring another billion as a meeting gift. I'm not the same person I was before. Back then, Claudius had been just another celestial dragon with no real power. But now, things had changed. He was no longer at the bottom of the hierarchy. He had the favor of the five elders, and that meant Amit needed to pay double if he wanted to secure Claudius' protection. Don't worry, Your Highness. Naya replied. Even if you asked for 2 billion more, I'm sure Amit would gladly bring it. Claudius smiled and said, all right, enough about that. Since I'm on the rise, I don't intend to let my cousin in the North Blue struggle alone. Go fetch my phone, Snail. I'm going to reach out to him. It's about time someone up top looked out for him. Claudius grinned, clearly thinking highly of himself. I've always got Daffy's back, haven't I? Let's reserve a high-ranking spot in CPX for him, just in case. As Naya went to get the phone, Claudius turned back to Starsea and said, Starsea, you're a very capable woman. Keeping you by my side for all these years has held you back in some ways, hasn't it? Starsea looked surprised, then quickly responded, it's an honor to serve you, Your Highness. How could there be any complaints? Claudius smiled and waved his hand. All right. I know you're loyal to me, but that's not an excuse to keep you tied down. Starsea, I've built a much broader platform now, and I think it's time to let you stretch your wings and show what you're truly capable of. You've got strategy and talent, more than enough to handle greater responsibilities. Chapter 49, Doflamingo is on board. Starsea had left Ijo's, setting out on the task Claudius had assigned to her. It wasn't anything too complicated, just a return to her old business. Claudius had tasked her with establishing a force known as Happy Street. In the original timeline, had Claudius not intervened, Starsea would have likely received this assignment from Cypher Pol Zero agents anyway. After all, as Claudius knew, this was the period during which the future heavyweights of the Dark World were beginning to carve out their empires. Morgans, the Birdman, had already aligned himself with the world government. Amit, as Claudius had recently learned, was starting his dealings in Ijo's. The others hadn't crossed his path yet, but Claudius had a sense that his cousin Doflamingo was also beginning to make his way into the underworld. It was all unfolding around the same time. With the support of a celestial dragon like Claudius, he was confident that Starsea's development wouldn't lag behind her original trajectory. In a few years, Happy Street would undoubtedly rise to become a major intelligent power in the Dark World. By then, CPX would have no real weakness when it came to information gathering. Meanwhile, in North Blue, the young Doflamingo was also expanding the reach of his Don Quixote family. Although Doflamingo was only 14, he was cruel and ruthless in his actions. His subordinates, many of them considerably powerful, had already declared their loyalty to him as their king. His reputation in the dark world was steadily growing. On his ship, Doflamingo sat listening to a report from one of his lieutenants. Despite his youth and somewhat immature appearance, there was a certain gravitas to the way he carried himself. He was already showing signs of being a future kingpin. Young master. Treble, the man who looked like a slug, reported, I've gathered some intel on the leader of Germa 66. His name is Vinsmoke Judge. He was a wanted man not too long ago, but somehow, he's returned to Germa 66 and taken over as their new leader. What's strange is that, despite being a fugitive, Germa 66 is now recognized as one of the world government's allied nations. They don't have a fixed territory, but they still enjoy the privileges of a member nation. Even Vinsmoke Judge's wanted status has been lifted. Doflamingo frowned, clearly puzzled. He didn't understand how things had changed so drastically. North Blue didn't have many big players, and his Don Quixote family had been flourishing in the region. Whenever they encountered trouble, they could always use the backing of his cousin Claudius, a celestial dragon. Most people wouldn't dare provoke the Don Quixote family. But recently, this organization called Germa 66 Inches had emerged. Though technically an organization, it flew the flag of a world government-affiliated nation, which made things tricky. Doflamingo couldn't just go up against them head-on, so he had to investigate them carefully. Though some intel had been gathered, Doflamingo still couldn't piece it all together. How had this Vinsmoke Judge, once a wanted man, become a king? Doflamingo found the situation frustrating. He wasn't yet powerful enough to openly challenge a member nation of the world government. Germa 66's affiliation forced him to tread carefully in any competition with them. Just as Doflamingo was mulling over the issue, the phone snail on the table beside him began to ring. Doflamingo turned his head, and upon seeing the caller, his frustrated expression instantly vanished. A grin spread across his face as he quietly muttered, "It's him." Treble, observing his young master's joy, couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. While Doflamingo was exceptionally capable, he relied on his cousin a little too much. Whenever he encountered difficulties, his first instinct was to consult Claudius. Though it was a little strange to them, none of his subordinates dared to comment on it. After all, they knew very well Doflamingo's cousin was none other than a true celestial dragon. Fortunately, this cousin of his had always treated Doflamingo well, helping him and his family on many occasions. And despite Doflamingo's occasional reliance on his cousin, he had grown into a sharp decision-maker on his own. Picking up the phone snail, Doflamingo greeted enthusiastically, "Cousin. I read the papers. I heard you had quite the clash in the New World and even managed to injure the legendary pirate Golden Lion, Shiki. That's incredible." Claudius chuckled on the other end. It wasn't as dramatic as the papers made it seem. They exaggerated things a bit. "How are you, Doffy?" Doflamingo shared a few details about his family's expansion, mentioning how they were making steady inroads into the dark world. After chatting for a while, Doflamingo hesitated for a moment before speaking up, "Cousin, you're on Mary Ejo's, so your intel is probably more reliable than mine. I've got something I need your help with. Could you check it out for me?" Claudius smiled. "Of course. What's going on? Let's hear it." "It's about this organization called Germa 66 that's recently popped up in North Blue. The leader's name is Vinsmoke Judge. It's strange because not too long ago, this guy was wanted by the world government. But suddenly, he's become a king of a member nation. We think Germa 66 might also be getting involved in the dark world, but we don't know if they're going to be a friend or a foe. Could you look into them for me?" Claudius paused for a moment, recognizing the name. Vinsmoke Judge, huh? He thought for a moment before asking, "Are they using those massive snail ships?" Doflamingo immediately replied, "Yes. Their floating base is called the War House." Claudius laughed. "Well, I happen to know a bit about this. Let me fill you in." Doflamingo's eyes lit up, and he leaned forward with excitement. "Cousin, you're amazing." Claudius chuckled before continuing, "Vinsmoke Judge is a top-tier scientist. Based on the info you gave me and what I already know, I'd bet he was part of a private scientific team alongside Dr. Vegapunk. Their research was so dangerous that the world government couldn't just leave them to their own devices. They wanted to bring the whole team under their control and form a marine science division. Vegapunk has already been taken in and is now leading that division. But Judge managed to escape with some of their research and is now back in Germa." Doflamingo was stunned. "A scientist? And he's also a king?" "Yes, Judge's background is decent. He's a prince from the Germa kingdom. Based on what you've told me, it sounds like he's managed to elevate himself to king. But because Germa 66 is technically a world government member nation now, the government won't take any drastic actions against them. That's probably why their status has shifted so much." Claudius explained. The details clicked into place in Claudius' mind. Though his knowledge of the Marine Science Division and Vegapunk was limited, he had pieced together enough from Doflamingo's intel. His deductions weren't far off the mark. Vegapunk had indeed been forcibly brought into the world government's service not too long ago. Now, he led the newly formed Marine Science Division. Doflamingo, still processing the information, said, "So he's that powerful? A scientist?" "Yes. From what I know, even though Germa 66 is an allied nation, they aren't exactly liked by the world government. In the distant past, the Vinsmoke family ruled North Blue with military force, which made the world government wary of them. The Vinsmokes have been trying to get the world government to give them a fixed territory, but so far, that request hasn't been approved. And you're right, they are looking to move into the dark world. They plan to sell war and operate as mercenaries." Claudius had just laid out the Vinsmoke family's entire background for Doflamingo. Doflamingo took a moment to process all of this before responding. "So, they're not really on good terms with the world government?" "That's right," Claudius confirmed. "In that case, they might not be enemies. In fact, we might be able to work with them. If they're selling war, I could benefit from that, maybe even branch into the arms trade." Doflamingo mused. Claudius was impressed. His cousin was only 14, yet he was already showing sharp business instincts. He had a strategic mind. "You're not wrong, Dover," Claudius said, amused. "They might not be enemies. And speaking of business, I've got a proposition for you. I've recently gained the trust of the 5 elders, and they've authorized me to establish an organization called CPX. Claudius went on to explain the details of CPX and what he had in mind. Doflamingo listened carefully, then exclaimed, "That's incredible, cousin. As my cousin, I'd like to invite you and your Don Quixote family to join CPX. What do you think? I see it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. You're already making moves on your end, and when it comes to business, this could serve as a protective cover, making everything seem legitimate." Doflamingo didn't hesitate for a second. After all, the Don Quixote family wasn't a major power yet, more like a small seedling still growing. As his cousin had pointed out, this partnership would give him more freedom to take bold actions. Using the world government's banner to bolster his own strength, while secretly plotting to eliminate those arrogant celestial dragons sitting high above. Wasn't that a thrilling thought? "Cousin, since you've invited me, of course I'll agree," Doflamingo said without delay. "Ha ha, that's what I expected from my younger brother. That's all I wanted to say. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out," Claudius said lightly. Chapter 50, Retirement. In the middle of the Sea Circle calendar year 1497, largely unnoticed by the world, a new organization called Happy Street began to emerge and expand within the underworld. Meanwhile, Amit had essentially taken control of the shipping business in Mary Ijos. This small ripple, like a butterfly flapping its wings, might seem insignificant now, but could lead to major changes in the future. Inside the grand palace of Mary Ijos, Claudius sat leisurely in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. His butler, Naya, entered the study holding an account ledger. Hearing the door open, Claudius glanced up and smiled at Naya. Naya returned the smile and said, "I saw Crocodile storming out earlier. Did he upset you again, Your Highness?" "Me? No, not at all. I'm far too generous for that. It's just that he lost to me again during our morning training, and instead of closing the gap between us, it seems to have widened. He's been sulking all day." Claudius chuckled softly. Naya, clearly not surprised, shrugged. "Crocodile might be skilled, but how could he compare to you, Your Highness? Of course he lost. Working for free, is he? He should be ashamed." Naya continued with a snicker. "You've fed him, given him drink, even let him study Zephyr's teachings without charge, and he still dares to challenge you. If he loses, it's only what he deserves." Claudius smiled again. "Young talents need proper nurturing. Let him struggle now. One day, he might grow into someone worth my attention." Changing the topic, Naya placed the ledger on Claudius' desk. "Your Highness, this is Amit's account book for the year. As per our agreement, he's given us 30% of his profits. That's about 4 billion Baileys. Not bad." Claudius nodded, though he didn't bother looking at the ledger. He trusted Naya completely when it came to finances. Though Amit had aligned himself with Claudius, Claudius never fully trusted the man. Amit was ambitious, and Claudius sensed that deep down. So, he didn't bring Amit into CPX or any of his inner circles. Instead, he just demanded 30% of Amit's business profits annually, no negotiation. Claudius had noticed Amit's reluctance, but as a powerful celestial dragon, and with the backing of the 5 elders, Claudius could shut down Amit's business with a mere word. Amit had no choice but to comply. "Any issues with the account?" Claudius asked. "No discrepancies. The numbers check out. Naya replied. Good. Split it in half. Send one half to Starsea, and keep the rest for emergencies. It might be obedient now, but we can't be too sure about the future. Naya then asked, would you prefer to replace him? After all, someone like him can be swapped out anytime. Claudius shook his head. Not yet. He's competent enough for now. Once his business grows large enough, and I find someone more reliable, I'll take both him and his empire in one stroke. Seeing that Claudius had no further plans for Amit at the moment, Naya moved on. There's news from the Sabati archipelago. Roger's crew has been spotted there again. Roger, huh? Claudius mused, a smile playing on his lips. This might be the last time they enter the New World. By mid-1497, Claudius knew that in about a year and a half, Roger would find the final island, Raftel, and become the Pirate King, a title that would threaten the world government. Afterward, Roger would disband his crew, marry in South Blue, and then, with his health failing, surrender to the Marines. His execution in East Blue's log town would mark the start of the Great Pirate Era. Did Garp catch them? Claudius asked. No, unfortunately. Garp is currently in the New World. Roger's crew has been spotted in a tavern in the Lawless area. Naya replied. A tavern? Could it be Shaki's ripoff bar? Claudius asked, raising an eyebrow. Naya was surprised. How did you know, Your Highness? Claudius chuckled. That place is a little famous for more than just its drinks. Some people fall in love there, you know. If memory served, that tavern was where Silver's Rayleigh and Shaki started their romance. Rayleigh would later retire in Sabati and live there with Shaki. Naya smiled, though a bit confused. I get the feeling you're always particularly interested in news about Roger's crew, Your Highness. Why is that? Claudius laughed heartily. Roger was the first pirate bold enough to invite me aboard his ship. Besides, I've got a feeling that they'll do something truly world-shaking soon. Regardless, Your Highness, you should prepare. Zephyr will be arriving shortly to see you. Naya informed him. See me? Why? I heard there was an attack on Manaford's residential area by a group of pirates. Zephyr's family was caught up in it. Manaford, the headquarters of the Navy, housed not only Marine officers but also their families. Recently, a group of pirates had the audacity to attack the living quarters, causing a huge scandal and embarrassing the Navy. Zephyr's family was one of the targets, but Claudius had made arrangements years ago to station Cypher Pol Zero agents operatives in Manaford. Thanks to their protection, Zephyr's family was unharmed. Zephyr, having discovered that Claudius had secretly protected his family, was now coming to thank him personally. After putting the pieces together, Claudius nodded thoughtfully. Zephyr's visit is timely. I had something I wanted to ask him anyway, particularly about the Marine Science Unit. The Science Unit? Why are you interested in them, Your Highness? Naya asked, curious. Claudius smirked. Well, as head of CPX, I rank the same as the leaders of the Cypher Pol Agents organizations, the Fleet Admiral of the Marines, and others. I'm not directly under any military command, but cooperation is only natural. Marine Science Division might have some interesting projects, don't you think? At the very least, I'm curious to see if there's anything that could enhance the power of the marsh fruit. Not long after, Zephyr arrived at the gates of the palace. Naya went out to greet him, and soon he was escorted to Claudius. Claudius hadn't seen Zephyr in some time, but upon seeing him, he smiled warmly. Zephyr, it's been a while. Zephyr strode over quickly and grabbed Claudius by the arm, his expression sincere. Your Highness, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what might have happened to my family. Claudius waved him off casually. No need for thanks, Zephyr. I barely remember making those arrangements. Even so, Your Highness, you saved their lives. I owe you a great debt. Zephyr said, his tone serious. After exchanging more pleasantries, the two sat down. Claudius, always quick with a jest, said, Zephyr, I must say, you've been a bit negligent this time. Isn't today rather important? Zephyr blinked, confused. Important? Is today a special day? Claudius stared at him. You don't know? Roger's crew is in Sabati archipelago right now. Aren't you planning to capture them? Zephyr chuckled, shaking his head. Ah, Your Highness, you're not aware. I've already resigned from my position in the Marines. Resigned? Claudius was genuinely surprised. You're leaving the Navy? Not entirely. I'm stepping down from the position of Admiral. Recent events have made me reflect deeply. I'm no longer suited for the responsibilities of an Admiral, especially in these turbulent times. I think it's better for me to retire from active duty and focus on training the next generation of Marines. Zephyr explained with a calm smile.